Bonjour, bonjour. Comment allez-vous? J'espère que vous allez bien. Je suis en train d'essayer de faire de la place sur le PC, c'est pas facile, hein. Ah non, ça faut que... Putain, j'en désinstalle les trucs. Ah si, d'ailleurs, si ça rame, c'est normal du coup, c'est parce que je désinstalle des choses. J'espère que vous allez bien, que vous passez un bon week-end en tout cas. C'est quoi ça? Oui. Alors ça, faut que je le laisse, je suis quasi fini. Ça, je vais pas remettre le nez dedans avant un moment. Same here. Same here. Voilà. Aïe, 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 aïe. Depuis le temps qu'il faut que je le fasse. Non, on va pas supprimer du compte, vous êtes fous. Ça, faut que je le laisse. Ah, ça, faut que je le fasse. Ah putain, il y a trop de jeux qu'il faut que je fasse. Tac, tac. Il est pas désinstallé ce truc-là. Bon alors. Ok. Je le croyais. Tac. Oh, je vais laisser les deux, même s'ils prennent de la place. Pas grave. C'est la démo. Ça, on va les désinstaller. Je les fais plus. Et coucou Beru! Et oui, pensez tous à bien vous hydrater, en effet. J'espère que ça va. Qu'est-ce que c'est que ça? Désinstaller, oui. Voilà. Ça, on n'en parle plus. Tac. Ok, ça me paraît pas mal. Déjà, c'est un bon début, cette affaire. Hop. Ah, les ménages de printemps, là, dans les bibliothèques, c'est quelque chose. Faut que j'ouvre Epic aussi, putain. Ce qui est Epic, avec tous leurs jeux gratuits, on s'en sort plus. Pardon. Tac. Bah, il est où mon Epic? Ah, il est là. Comme ça, en plus, ça laisse le temps. Alors, la biblio... Putain, Epic, il rame. Oh, c'est scandaleux. En même temps, tu me diras, Epic, je lui ai fait installer des trucs. Je l'ai jamais lancé. C'est parti. Comment qu'on descend? Ah non, installer. Merde. Désinstaller. Oui. Ça, désinstaller. Putain, il a bougé le bouton. Oh, pourquoi il bouge les boutons? Désinstaller, désinstaller. Désinstaller. Quel enfer. Puis il y a ça aussi. Oh, tac. Qu'est-ce qui fait du bruit? Mais pourquoi il s'est... J'ai un jeu qui s'est lancé, je sais pas pourquoi. J'ai eu si peur. Le son était trop fort. Aïe aïe. Je désinstalle, je désinstalle pas, je désinstalle, je désinstalle. Allez. Aïe 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 aïe. Désinstaller. Installer. Ok. Bon, ça fait de la place tout ça. Bon, j'avais prévu pour commencer un petit jeu FMV. Vous connaissez ma passion pour les FMV. Par contre, celui-là, je ne le connais absolument pas. C'est un des premiers d'un... non, c'est le... Attendez. Ah oui, c'est celui-là, le premier. C'est le premier qu'ils ont fait. Ça a l'air sympa. Il faut interviewer des personnes mémorables. Et du coup, décider qui héritera d'une fortune. Donc, on va voir ce que ça donne. Tac. 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 On est bon. Ça va me faire de la place, cette affaire. Contenu. Vidéo. J'aime bien le fait qu'on ne me réponde pas. Faut que je vérifie aussi un truc. Je suis désolée, hein, je vous emmerde. Dernière VOD. What? What? Ah là. 6 juin. Voilà. Je vais juste chercher mon téléphone qui est en train de charger. J'arrive tout de suite. Excusez-moi. Alors. Qu'est-ce qu'il me fait mon téléphone? Ah non, je me disais, je jouais une barre de chargement, j'étais là, mais depuis quand il a une mise à jour? Ah, mais non, c'est le temps qui s'allume. Aïe, aïe. Même fait. Du coup, oui, on va commencer par ce jeu-là. Hop. J'espère que Twitch va le trouver. Oui, Twitch le trouve. Ça me fait rire à chaque fois que je mets un jeu sur le truc Twitch, à chaque fois, en catégorie Twitch de stream, je vois qu'il n'y a pas de follow. Je suis vraiment sur des jeux que personne ne connaît, personne n'a envie d'avoir. Il pas grave, il pas grave. Nous on aime, nous on aime ici. Hop là. Ça a été fait avec Unity, nice. Wow. Non, ça va. Ça commence fort. Hein. J'aime bien. L'ambiance est sympa. Press X to start.
Thank you for meeting.
Oh putain, c'est un full anglais.
If this is your first visit to the
Oui.
Bellflower Casino Resort, I hope you're finding it a pleasant one.
Première visite.
I've owned this place for over 30 years.
Ok, c'est lui le propriétaire depuis 30
Running
ans.
the Bellflower has been my life's work.
Ouais.
A life which is almost
Ah,
over.
sa vie qui est bientôt finie. Oh no.
I have terminal cancer.
Oh non.
And I've been fighting it for years, but my time is coming to an end. I've already come to terms with my condition, but it leaves me with a problem.
Anglaise. Ouais, non, mais ça va être sympa.
And I don't have any close friends. This hotel is all I have to leave to this.
Ok, cet hôtel est le seul truc qui lui reste à donner au monde.
I need you to help me decide on the best person to inherit the Bellflower. I've made a list of 4 candidates, each of whom has a strong connection to this hotel. Unfortunately, I don't know any of them very well. I've invited them all here for the weekend under the guise that you want to do an interview with them for a book that you're writing about the hotel. Now, they're being paid a healthy stipend for their time, so you'll likely find them willing to answer any questions you may have.
Okay.
I want you to learn everything you can about them and report back to me if you discover anything relevant.
Okay.
Their names are Ashley, Mallory, Sarah, and the last one is a couple of newlyweds named Todd and Becca.
Ok. Wow. Dites-moi à propos d'Ashley.
Ashley is a magician.
Oh, ok.
She's been holding her magic show here at the Bellflower since we added a theater during our last renovation. She's been here longer than any employee, and she's as financially tied to this place as anybody, aside from myself. She's a private person, so I don't know much about her personal life.
Ok, Mallory.
Mallory is the unluckiest person I've ever
Ah bah
met.
d'accord.
She's also one of the nicest.
Oh.
I've never seen so much tragedy befall such an undeserving person. I unfairly gave her a hard time when we first met, but we get along well now. I gave her a complimentary stay here at the hotel to apologize, and she wouldn't stop talking about how much she loved it here. I think she might even like my hotel more than I do. Like the others on my list, I don't know very much about her.
And that you have a good weekend. I didn't know that you are a bit English. Ok, pas de souci. C'est comme tu veux. Dites-moi à propos de Sarah.
Sarah is the daughter of the Goodley family. She's been staying here with her parents on family vacations for years. That family is so wholesome that they make the Brady Bunch seem edgy. They're a welcome breath of fresh air here in Las Vegas, and I love the idea of someone with very strong moral values like Sarah
Eh bien,
taking over the
ça va, et
hotel.
toi? Donc, dis-moi à propos de Becca et Todd.
I barely know anything about those two.
Ah ouais?
Their names are Becca and Todd. I met them today when they were checking in. They came to Las Vegas to get married, and this trip is also doubling as their honeymoon.
Oh.
Yeah, I know it must seem odd to consider leaving my estate to a couple I barely know, but honestly, I barely know any of the people I'm considering. I figure that if they're staying here for their wedding and their honeymoon, then they're going to have a very strong emotional connection to the Bellflower Hotel.
Mhm.
Plus, it almost seems like fate that they happened to check in today while I'm trying to make this decision. I'm counting on you to ascertain whether or not they're good people worthy of consideration as heirs.
Ok, bon, on a fini de parler avec lui, très bien. Ashley, donc c'est la magicienne. Elle, c'est la malchanceuse. Ça, c'est la fille de bonne famille. Et ça, ils ont pas pris une photo avantageuse. C'est le couple. Ok. Donc, dites-moi à propos de vous.
I'm Ashley. I live here in Las Vegas. I spend most of my time practicing magic, and I am single. What else do you want to know?
Ça va, madame la robot? À propos de l'hôtel?
I've been performing my magic act here since the last time it was renovated. Huh. Never heard of the place before that. I like it here. I like Mr. Davenport, too. He's very hands-off. I appreciate the fact that he doesn't try to give me input about my show.
Monsieur Davenport?
I haven't really talked to him that much. We talked a little bit when this place was being renovated. My magic act was becoming popular, and I was looking for a place to take up residency, and he was looking for an act to host in his arena. It worked out great. We've really only spoken a few times since then, usually about business. I guess you could say he's one of my best friends.
Ouais. Ça, je trouve ça louche. Célibataire, du coup?
I'm not great at dating.
Ouais, bah, ça se voit.
It's probably because I
Pardon.
really don't enjoy getting to know people. That's why I think that dinner and a movie is the perfect first date. You have just enough time to exchange facts about each other, and then the food comes, and you can't talk because your mouth is full. Then you go sit in a dark movie theater, where talking is frowned on, and you watch a movie. It's great. Especially if you're with one of those people who insists on talking all the time.
Yeah, totally.
I'm great at breakups, though. Yeah. Not very good at dating. I've tried dating apps, but I haven't found any that I really like.
En même temps, les dating apps, je suis désolée, c'est des catalogues de viande. Hein. Donc, pratique de la magie?
When you're part of a magic show, you spend countless hours practicing. We only perform 4 nights a week, so it would seem like it's an easy schedule, but we spend maybe another 30 hours practicing. More if you're bringing someone new into the show. It's a lot.
Vas-y, parle-moi des dating apps.
I don't particularly like any of the dating apps out there right now. They're all designed to let you chat with the person before you meet them.
Ouais.
If you chat with the person before you meet them, then you find out how horrible they are and you don't want to meet them. Then you don't even get the social rewards of having gone on a date. You know what I want? I
Ouais.
want a dating app where you don't ever have to go on a date. Where when you match with a likely candidate, the app takes the photos that you have each submitted and places them in a likely dating scenario. Then it returns the photo to you. You can put that photo on your social media platforms, and it looks like you've been on a date. And you've never had to go on a date. Everybody wins.
Duet, c'est
The
pareil?
problem most people make when they're breaking up with someone is that they try to be too nice. And that's very selfish.
Ouais,
Not the
c'est
good
vrai.
kind of selfishness either. When you're too nice with someone and you're breaking up with them, it makes them sad. It makes them wish that you weren't leaving. It makes them think that maybe they should stay with you. When you're breaking up with someone, it is the one time of your life that you should be a complete asshole so that they actually feel relieved. They feel like a burden has been lifted. Yeah. You should always be an asshole when you're breaking up with someone. That's why I'm very good at it.
Bonne dans l'égoïsme.
Everyone talks about selfishness like it's some sort of sin.
Ah, c'est conviction en main. Ouais, c'est ça.
Selfishness is necessary. Everyone wants good-paying jobs. Want them to be in our country
Mais
and not another
elle a pas l'air
country.
ouverte d'esprit du coup
Everyone wants
pour
those
mener
good-paying
une
jobs to be in
entreprise,
our
vu que c'est
city,
ça le
not
but.
another city. That's
C'est
selfish.
quand même qu'on trouve la personne à qui on va léguer
I
l'hôtel.
want those good-paying jobs to be mine, not someone else's. That's selfish. Selfishness is necessary for us to survive.
En fait, ouais, elle est égoïste, mais très auto-centrée aussi. Meilleurs amis, du coup, entre les deux.
I don't like interacting with people unless there's a purpose. I would say I'm a people person, but I grow weary of them quickly if they overstay their welcome or talk. I prefer quiet types who show who they are by their actions. You know, a lot of people will have shallow, fake friends who will tell you all about their day, but they'll never lift a finger if you need to move or get rid of a body. I really don't like people like that.
Ok. Ceux qui insistent sur le fait de parler.
There are people who talk all the time, even when they have nothing to say. If you have nothing to say besides hello or hi,
Là-dessus, je suis plutôt d'accord avec elle.
why talk? I really don't enjoy misguided politeness.
La politesse.
It's like when someone tries to do something nice, but it has the opposite effect. Like you're walking towards a door, and you're too far away, but someone decides to hold it open for you anyway. So then you have to rush to get through the door so they don't awkwardly stand there holding it. Do you know what's
Mais je pense que
easier
c'est même
than
pas de
rushing through a
l'humour.
parking lot to get
Enfin,
through a door? Opening it yourself.
c'est
when you're
drôle,
there.
mais c'est pas dans le but d'être drôle, sa façon de penser. C'est vraiment sa façon premier degré de le faire. Mais oui. C'est assez drôle.
I've never had to get rid of a body. But if I did, I wouldn't be stupid about it. You know, everybody just tries to bury the body or throw it in a river with something heavy on it, trying to keep the cops from finding it. The cops are going to find the body. But if I was going to get rid of the body, I would throw it in the river with a bungee cord harness attached to it, and then I wouldn't attach the other end to anything. So when the cops found the body, as they're going to, they wouldn't assume it was murder. They would just assume it was someone stupid who deserved to die. I mean, people win Darwin Awards every day. Why not take advantage of it?
C'est fou cette conversation. Darwin Awards? Qu'est-ce que c'est que ça?
You've never heard of the Darwin Awards?
Non.
They're my favorite. They're named for Charles Darwin, based around his survival
Elle me
of
fait
the
peur.
fittest
Elle
and
me fait peur.
genetics and stuff. So, whenever someone dies doing something that is so stupid, they do the human race a favor by draining themselves out of the gene pool. They get a Darwin Award. I used to love watching them on the internet, but now really it's just fails. They aren't legitimate Darwin Awards.
Uh-huh.
So I watch a lot of roller coaster disasters instead.
Mais
They're great too.
alors, pour le côté dark de l'entreprise, elle est OK. Mais en dehors de ça,
Oh, it's understandable if you didn't know that I had my own magic act. I'm not on any of the posters. I used to be. But I learned early on that audiences expect a magician to be male. So I hired a male presenting actor as the magician. I started working as the assistant. But ticket sales, foomp, shot way up.
malin, malin.
Oh, we promote it like it's his show, but he's essentially worthless. He doesn't do much of anything. I've actually replaced the actor that's played the magician 3 times. Audiences never noticed. They're fine as long as there's someone on stage who looks like they expect a magician to look. Usually with a goatee. For some reason, a goatee is mandatory.
D'accord. Balèze, la madame.
I'm not mad about it. My act has actually gotten a lot easier since I started working as an assistant and not the magician. I'll let you in on a little secret. The assistants are actually the ones who perform all the tricks in a magic act. The magician really is just there so that people have something to keep their eyes on. They're gonna watch him, see if they can figure out the trick, see if he's doing anything sneaky. Everyone really just ignores the girls in the shiny outfits. But we're the ones making the tricks work.
Ouais, ça je suis d'accord.
Now, magic is all about misdirection. The magician is the biggest misdirection of all.
Oui, bah, c'est
You
le
can
but
get away
même.
with anything as long as someone's attention is focused on something else. That's the key to all of magic, half of life. Everyone knows it. Nobody cares. Back when I really was an assistant, I worked for a magician, the great Zambini. He based his signature trick on this very thing. See, we were part of a traveling carnival, and our stage was outdoors.
Je vais juste faire une petite pause
At the beginning of
après,
the night, the back of the stage,
après l'interview
the
d'elle.
Zamboni was
Faut que,
parked. It was the Zambini, Zamboni. And he would
faut
tell
que je
the
passe un coup de
audience
fil.
that at some point during the evening, he was going to make the Zamboni disappear and no one would notice. So about halfway through the evening, we would have this assistant come out that the audience had not yet seen. Her name was Kelly. She was particularly alluring. And the other assistants and I would help her up on top of a platform, and we would begin tying her up with scarves. We'd
J'adore
really take our
l'emote.
time about it, make it very erotic. And Kelly would wiggle and pout and make these cute little squeaky gerbil noises. While this was happening, Zambini would pull out his keys and drive the Zamboni off stage. Then he'd run back. We would make Kelly disappear in a fairly standard trick, and when it was done, Zambini would be standing where the Zamboni was with his arms outstretched, like he had just accomplished the most amazing feat in the world. And the audience loved it. They would clap like it was the best thing ever. It was grotesquely sexist, but it worked.
Incroyable. Ok, et Kelly, du coup?
I haven't talked to her since we worked together. I'm sure she's doing fine. Supremely attractive people have it very easy. I'm sure she married rich or got kidnapped by human traffickers and sold on the black market. Either way, she's living in a big house with someone else
madame,
paying all the bills. She's great.
comment ça, hein?
When you're starting out in this industry, you will take anything you can
Elle est
get.
folle.
It was rough. I was on the road for 6 months. Before that, I was an assistant to a comedy magician. That was even worse. I'd still take that over any normal job. Oh, comedy magicians. Awful. None of it's real magic. It's all just jokes. I don't have any jokes in my act. Well, I have one, but I don't do it every night. I just save it for when I have a heckler.
Mais elle me fait peur, cette dame. Bon, écoutez, je fais juste une petite pause, faut que je passe un coup de fil. J'arrive. Je suis désolée. Ma mère vous passe le bonjour. Vous savez, les personnes dans votre famille qui sont les techos professionnels? Voilà. Voilà. That's me actually. Tout va bien. Alors, reprenons l'interview de la madame un peu bizarre. Donc, les travails normaux.
I've tried working normal jobs, but they all have the same problem. You have to deal with annoying people.
Oui.
You're not allowed to hurt them. I worked in a call center once. That wasn't too bad. I mean, you couldn't touch the people to hurt them, but we were given scripts, which I'm sure were designed to emotionally torture whoever we talked to. The sadists that wrote them were really good at their jobs, too. Yeah. Oh, and there was this computer system they had to navigate before they were ever even allowed to connect with us. Did a great job of wearing down their will to live. By the time they got to us, they're hanging on by a thread. Yeah, that was nice.
Les personnes ennuyantes.
Most people are annoying.
Mhm.
Some people take it to a whole new level. Some people are professional at it. Like those people who work in lotion kiosks at the mall. They know their product isn't any good. If it were any good, they would sell it in a store. But no, they're at a kiosk, harassing people who walk past until someone is so guilty that they can't just ignore them, and they stop.
Exactement.
And then the lotion people start putting lotion on this poor chump. And it's awkward. And the person can't get away. And they massage them. And it's awkward. And the person can't get away. Until this poor slob buys something that is unnecessary and overpriced just to make it stop.
Jamais de shopping. Oh bah t'as bien raison.
Whenever I see those people,
T'as bien raison.
someone in their clutches, I just walk
Le
up
peu que
and I
je
say,
sors, et ben je me fais attraper dans
"Put
ce genre
the
de truc,
lotion
moi.
on
Alors,
its skin or else it gets the hose again." They never seem to know how to respond to that.
fait rire. Bon, les éclairs, de qui elle parle comme ça?
The fact that hecklers are still a thing is proof that society is a failure. I don't know why we still allow them to exist. I have a good way of dealing with them, though. Whenever we get a heckler that's too bad, I mean, it's really
Je
bad,
regarde ce mot-là, je le connais pas.
I motion to the other assistants and they notify the magician. And they invite the heckler up on stage to help us with our next act. So I bring out
Ah,
a
j'ai oublié de lui
specially
dire.
made
Attendez, faut
tall
que j'envoie un
box,
message à ma
and the
mère.
magician announces that he is going to make the heckler disappear.
Ah, c'est des chahuteurs! Oh
We wrap the
putain.
box up with chains, and we wheel it off stage. The audience loves it. They laugh, they clap. The heckler's never heard from again. Works great. Then backstage, I feed the heckler to my alligators. I don't have alligators. Box
Elle se
only
prend pour
opens
Cléopâtre
one way. I
à
push it
vouloir
up
des
against the
alligators?
exit door, and when the heckler opens it, they can only leave.
Yeah.
I've gotten exactly 2 negative Yelp reviews. Worth it.
Now I know you speak in English. I want to speak in English. Sorry. I'm going to be at the same time French and English because I don't know on which language switch. Oui, mais c'est compliqué. Parce qu'une fois que tu le sais, t'as envie de parler les deux.
Very bendy assistants who can fit into small spaces. Machinery. Audiences just like to pretend it's real. If anybody ever came out and started performing sorcery or blood magic, the audience would lose their minds.
Enfin, je rappelle, il y a encore un souci.
That'd be nice.
Elle me fait peur, la madame. C'est plus rapide. Mais bien sûr, je comprends, y a pas de problème. Mais du coup, en fait, des fois, par réponse, t'as envie d'être dans le... Hop. Donc la société est en échec. Non, le sois pas désolé. C'est dans ma tête que ça déconne.
No matter who gets elected, half of the population is going to be miserable and angry. Families are divided, lifelong friendships are torn apart. We are so at odds right now that left and right Twix don't even come in the same package anymore.
La comparaison avec le Twix est très out of context quand même. Ah, le marché noir.
You can buy anything if you know where to look. I used to buy weed on the dark web before it was legal. I know there are people who buy fake IDs on the internet. Anything. You can find it.
Ok. Trafic d'humains.
They say human trafficking is a $150 billion a year industry, and I want to know how they know that. Are human traffickers reporting income tax, or are they just making up numbers?
Des fausses ID.
Oh, I never had a
Ah oui,
fake
ok.
ID. I grew up in a small town. It would have been pointless. Everybody knew everybody else anyway. And really, the only reason to have a fake ID is so that you can buy beer before you're old enough. And I don't drink.
Bon, bah, comme ça, elle est tranquille.
I did buy a lot of beer for other kids when I was in high school, though. I mean, sort of. I would buy the non-alcoholic beer, and then I
Oui,
would peel the
elle
labels
connaît
off,
très bien son
and
affaire.
I printed my own, put something, generic and fancy sounding. And then, during study hall, I would just sell it at a drastic markup. Nobody ever called me out on it. I don't think they ever figured it out.
J'ai hâte de voir les autres personnages, du coup.
Kids brag about how much beer they were able to consume. Oh, they must have been very shocked when they attended their first college party.
La weed.
Oh, I know weed is legal now, but back before it was, everybody would smoke it anyway. It was just one of those crimes you never got in trouble for. Like speeding or practicing medicine without a license.
Mais... Elle me fatigue. Elle me fatigue.
The sale of human organs is a multi-billion-dollar a year industry.
Comment elle connaît tout ça? Elle fait du trafic.
And who do you think is taking those organs out of the people who lose them and putting them into the people who need them? I doubt it's someone practicing with a license. But I'm not doing it. I am not involved in that industry. I dabble in taxidermy, but I am not skilled enough to take a kidney out of someone and put it in someone else
cringe.
and have one of them live.
Pourquoi?
Taxidermy is a hobby of mine. Whenever I find a dead animal, I take it home and I stuff it. And then I save them, and when I have enough of them collected, I take them to dying children in the children's hospital. Because children love stuffed animals.
Mais c'est horrible. Et coucou Sucrosy, comment ça va?
I think everyone should have hobbies. I like taxidermy and sensory deprivation. I made my own sensory deprivation tank once. I like to lie in it and be alone with my thought. It's very peaceful in there. I slept in it once. It's like sleeping in a coffin. I like to visit kids.
T'en fais pas, y a pas de souci.
Yeah, I ask them to draw me a picture, and then I trade them for one of the stuffed animals. It makes them feel better to barter. No one wants to be pitied, just given stuff. Even kids dying of cancer. I save all the pictures they give me. They say that a piece of art at least doubles in value once the artist dies, and I'm sure their parents will pay top dollar in about a decade.
Elle me fait peur. Je refais une petite pause juste pour passer un petit coup de fil. Encore une fois, je suis désolée, j'arrive. Et heureux, voyons. Hop. C'est tout bon. Et du coup, ne t'en fais pas, sucrosy, des bisous. Ça vient en dire sur sa personnalité, ça c'est sûr. Donc barter.
People don't barter enough these days. They don't haggle enough either. For instance, if someone has a poster for a lost pet and they offer a $100 reward, now in my experience, most people would just take the $100 and be happy. I try to haggle a little. I'll go for at least $150. I mean, no one posts their best offer on a flyer that's going on a telephone pole.
Bébé.
Yeah. I return lost pets to their owners as a side hustle. See, whenever I see a flyer that has a reward offered and a phone number, I take it down. And then I post the flyer with my phone number and I offer half the reward. Then someone else finds the pet, returns it to me. Then I do a nice little markup, call the original phone number, and reunite the pet with its parent for profit. Does very well.
Mais c'est une psychopathe.
Have you ever tried sleeping in a coffin?
Alors non, c'est cringe.
It's relaxing. It's cozy. There's extra layers of noise insulation in case you have loud neighbors. I slept in one back when I had college roommates.
Merde. Hop.
Oh, I didn't actually go to college, but I lived in student housing after high school. See, you don't actually have to be a student to live there.
Ouais, c'est une
I
vampire.
hated
T'as raison.
having roommates, but it's all I could afford. I bought my own place as soon as I could, but they kicked me out. High school is awful.
Oui, bah ça oui.
I mean, you undergo years of traumatic experiences, and then when you finally escape, they invite you back for a reunion so that you can go spend more time with the same people who made your childhood traumatic. I don't understand it. Do survivors of other traumatic
Elle a raison.
experiences have reunions? I mean, do people who lived through a plane crash get together and reminisce about the turbulence they experienced before it all went pear-shaped?
J'en peux plus.
I don't understand reunions or nostalgia in general. People cling to the past like it was the best part of their lives. But do you know what most people spent most of the past doing?
Mm-hmm.
Waiting for the future to come so their miserable lives would improve.
Mm-hmm.
Really makes no sense to me. I don't live in the past. I look to the future. I am so ready to be in the future. The second my contract is up, I am out of here. I am retiring to someplace very far away.
Oh bah,
with very
si elle veut
few
pas
people,
du
and I am
contrat, elle
never
l'aura
gonna
pas, et
think
puis
about
voilà.
Las
Hein.
Vegas again. Can't wait for that. Yeah, I want to see what the future holds. Because I'm done here.
Complètement cinglé. Oui, 100% cinglé. Donc, dis-moi un peu... Parle-moi un peu de toi, Mallory.
What is there to say? I guess I'm a little bit down on my luck right now between jobs. I had 2 job interviews earlier this week, and I'm hoping to have more soon. I don't like to admit this usually, but it might be important for your book. I'm actually homeless.
Oh,
currently.
Pichoun.
It might surprise you that I actually came from a fairly wealthy family. My dad was some sort of hotshot furniture salesman, and my mom was a cable TV installer. We actually owned our own house. It was double wide.
Pichoun.
But yeah, I guess I always thought I'd be a big success like my parents, and I guess it's just alright that they're not around anymore so that they don't have to see what my life has turned into. You know, I didn't exactly meet their high expectations.
Pichoun.
I used to work at the Bellflower as a professional gambler. That's actually how I met Mr. Davenport. His security guards thought that I was cheating, actually, so they brought me in for hours and hours of questioning. Thankfully, they looked through the security footage and saw that I was not cheating. They could have just kicked me out, but Mr. Davenport was so kind, and he actually put me in a room for a full week to make up for the trouble that had been caused. This is the nicest hotel I've ever been in.
Ouais, vraiment, Monsieur Davenport a l'air très sympa.
Oh, I've been an orphan almost my entire life. Yeah, my parents died in a fishing accident when I was really little. The only living relative I have is my Uncle Albert, but we don't really talk at all. He's been in and out of prison my whole life.
Comment ça, in and out?
My Uncle Albert? Oh, he goes back to prison all the time. He's actually serving a life sentence, but he keeps escaping. I don't know how he keeps getting out, but the guards catch him and put him right back in. Albert is from the dark side of my family. We didn't like to associate with them very much growing up.
Mais c'est complètement zinzin.
We were always a little bit ashamed to be related to Albert's side of the family, to be honest. I mean, I know that I'm not some great success or anything like that, but at least I'm trying to better myself. Albert's mom was a lawyer, and his dad was a member of Congress for over a decade. It's like they didn't even try to have honest jobs. My parents used to take me fishing on the southern coast of Alabama. I don't think we were supposed to be fishing at the spot they found, but there was never anybody around to tell us to leave, so we did it anyway. It was really nice, and almost like a real vacation. Anyway, we didn't have a real boat. We had just 3 of those floating pool chairs that we'd like paddle out and just sit there and fish. It was really relaxing. Anyway, one day, my parents caught an undertow, and the current pushed them out deep into the ocean. So, luckily, I managed to get to shore, but it took me a while to find anyone for help. The authorities searched and searched for them, but all they could find were their pool chairs, empty. It was really bad, but I was placed into the foster care system.
Attendez. Aïe aïe aïe, coucou Akir, comment ça va?
I wasn't in the foster care system for very long. When I was 9, I was placed with a foster family, but unfortunately, my foster parents died the first night that I was with them.
Quoi? Oh la
A
merde.
burglar broke in and murdered them. My foster mom was able to call the police, but by the time they arrived, they were already dead. And the police couldn't find the burglar anywhere. The prosecutor on the case assumed that I had murdered my foster parents, and even accused me of killing my birth parents. So he got the judge to sign off that I was going to be tried as an adult instead of a child, even though I was only 9.
Mais du coup?
Luckily, they did find the real killer, and it turns out he was just really good at hiding, and he was in a crawl space under the house. So,
Et ça va, ça va, ça va.
unfortunately,
Tranquillou
due to this
bilou.
legal loophole that in Alabama I was now considered legally an adult, so I was out of the foster care system and I had to find a job. So I worked in a coal mine. It wasn't the work I wanted to be doing, but it paid something. And then when I was 18, I moved out of Alabama.
Elle a vraiment pas de bol, la nana.
I didn't have much money saved up, so I had to hop onto a train like they do in the movies. Only it wasn't exactly like how they do it in the movies because there were no big empty cars with those open sides that you could just hop right onto. The best I could find was a small platform that stuck out from the train a couple of inches. I was able to put my feet on that, and then there was a handle that I could cling to. I figured that I could just stay like that for an hour and then I'd be across state lines, but unfortunately, the train picked up a lot of speed and I was stuck clinging onto the train up until Detroit.
Mais c'est quoi cette vie, madame?
Well, I hadn't intended on going to Detroit, but since I was there, I decided to make the most out of it. I got a job as the mascot at a children's restaurant. It was kind of a cheap ripoff of Chuck E. Cheese. And I had a costume that wasn't so much a cute mouse as a scary rat. But luckily, the kids didn't seem to mind too much, but I was only there for a little bit anyway. The first time I got my paycheck, I went to the bank and I was still in my rat costume. And unfortunately, 2 bank robbers came in, also in costume. So when the police showed up, they assumed that I was with them and arrested me along with them. I was able to sort things out at the police station and I got off, but my picture in costume was already in the newspaper, so my boss didn't like seeing his mascot on the front page of the newspaper for bank robbery, so I got fired.
Mais c'est quoi cette histoire?
My first job interview was for a job selling jewelry. I didn't have any experience, so they said they couldn't hire me. My second job interview
On va
was
pas lui
at
donner,
an
elle a
adult
trop la
video
poisse,
store.
elle va foutre
They needed
la
someone
merde
to
sur l'hôtel.
clean
Hein.
up those video booths after customers used them. I also didn't have any experience with this, but I really wanted the job, so I lied and said that I'd been doing it for 15 years already in 3 different cities. I thought for sure they were going to hire me, but for some reason they didn't. I guess that was karma telling me that I shouldn't have lied.
Bah oui, mais bon, si elle est vraiment malchanceuse à ce point...
I wasn't always homeless. Actually, when I was in Alabama, I had 3,000 square feet to myself. I felt like a wealthy land baron or something. But I didn't have a house on the land, but I did have a really nice tent at first. It was great. I lived there for a full year before I could save up for a house. Well, not a house. I actually bought an 8-foot by 10-foot shed that was fantastic. It was just as good as a house. Had a roof, 4 walls, a window, a door, everything I needed. I don't know why more people don't just live in sheds.
Qu'est-ce qu'elle me... Attendez. Un shed?
That was the nicest place I ever lived. Unfortunately, 2 weeks after I bought that shed, it was swallowed in a sinkhole. So there was really nothing left for me in Alabama. I decided to chase my childhood dream and move to Albuquerque.
D'accord. Et du coup, c'est une pareilleuse professionnelle?
Oh, that was the wildest thing. I actually ended up here in Vegas by accident, but while I was here, I figured I might as well try gambling. It turned out I was extremely bad at it, though, and I actually caught the eye of a wealthy man who asked me to be a professional gambler for him. So he would give me money to play craps, and then he would bet on me losing. And we actually made a great team, and he made a ton of money off me. But the casinos started noticing what was happening, and they started kicking us out. Mr. Davenport was the only one who was really nice about it, though.
Donc du coup, elle s'est retrouvée à Vegas par accident, c'est-à-dire.
I didn't mean to end up here, but I was on a bus on my way to Denver, and the bus stopped here, and I got off to use the bathroom, but I guess I took too long because when I came back out, the bus was gone, and it also had my luggage on it, so when I got here, all I had was the clothes on my back. But I'm glad it happened because I had a really good time here.
Donc Welsi Man.
Oh. He was a rich person just like you'd see in the movies.
Oh.
I mean, he had a 3-piece suit on with a jacket and a matching vest and everything. His car had a hood ornament on it, and he even had brown socks to match his brown shoes. I wouldn't know what to do with that kind of money. I think the first thing I might do would be to buy a monocle, though.
Attendez, j'ai un petit souci.
I've wanted a monocle my whole life. I've had really bad vision in one of my eyes since I was a little girl. This one time I found a pair of glasses that had a missing lens, but the lens it did have was very close to my vision needs. So I had that. It was perfect.
Et coucou Giovanni, comment ça
The lens was on the
va?
wrong side, so I did have to wear them upside down. Eventually, I tried to take the lens out and put it in the correct side, but when I did, the lens cracked.
Écoute, ça va, ça va. Et du coup, Denver, vas-y, parle-nous de Denver.
Well, I wasn't in Denver proper, but I was about half an hour away at this ski resort very close by. Anyway, I worked at the ski resort first as a ticket salesperson, but then I studied and worked really hard.
Ah, merci beaucoup pour les follow. Bienvenue à toi.
Sadly, like all my jobs, it didn't last. The first time I took a group out to go skiing, I was supposed to bring them to an intermediate level hill, but unfortunately I read the color coding wrong and I brought them to an advanced hill. There's a huge difference between an intermediate hill and an advanced hill.
Attendez.
I of course lost my job.
Bon, c'est pas grave. Hop. Albuquerque, parle-nous de cette période-là de ta vie.
Ever since I was a little girl, I wanted to move to a big city. You know, one of those places that musicians write songs about? A place like Albuquerque. When I finally moved to Albuquerque, it exceeded my expectations. All the glitz, all the glamour, it was incredible. And the best part was the people were really nice. It was great. I'd probably still be there today if it weren't for the puppy incident.
Le puppy incident? C'est quoi ça?
A little boy had lost his dog, and the entire community banded together to try to find it. Every business had some sort of poster in the window asking for people to find the dog, and I actually came across the dog, but unfortunately it was already dead, so I buried it. And then I wanted to do that thing that they do in TV shows where you replace one dead animal with a new alive animal that looks the same. So I went to every pet store in town until I found a dog that looked like the dog that I had buried that had died. I brought it to the little boy's family and they seemed so happy. It was great until about 2 weeks after that when I found out the truth. The little boy and his family weren't looking for a lost pet. Unfortunately, they were looking for a dog that had bitten the little boy. They wanted the dog to see if the dog had rabies. Since I didn't bring the correct dog back, they couldn't test the dog, and it turns out the dog that bit the little boy did have rabies. That's why he died. The story doesn't have a happy ending for the little boy, and I couldn't face the townspeople anymore, so I had to move out of Albuquerque.
Et du coup, tous ces jobs-là.
Oh, I've done it all. I've delivered pizzas, I had an ice cream truck, I worked in a pet shop, I even worked on a cruise ship. I've had some truly wonderful jobs, but sadly nothing ever worked out.
Pizza delivery.
I worked at a really fancy pizza place that had a big dining room and everything. It was great. Anyway, the owner, my boss, was trying to sell it, so the potential buyers were coming in to see it and to go over the books. The owner said that we had to look as busy as possible when they came in to make a good impression, so anytime there was extra space in any of the pizza ovens, we just started making cheese pizzas. I was given the cheese pizzas anytime I was making a delivery, and I was told that I needed to just throw them in the dumpster, but I felt really weird about doing that because the town had a lot of homeless people. So instead, I decided to do a good deed and pass them out to them instead. After the potential buyer had looked through the restaurant, he was being driven back by my boss to his hotel room, and on the way, I guess they saw about 20 homeless people with our very distinct pizza boxes. I don't know what he thought, but he didn't end up buying the place after all, and I lost my job.
Ah.
I got a job at a pet shop, but I only worked there a few weeks before I got fired, unfortunately. Before I worked there, I really didn't know anything about animals, so I did learn a lot on the job, thankfully. Anyway, my boss would have me open up, and then he'd come in a couple hours later, around noon. And one day, we got a hamster delivery, 2 hamsters, and my boss had left a note saying, put them in a fish tank. The thing is, my boss didn't specify it was supposed to be an empty fish tank, so I put them in a fish tank that had fish and water in it. It also had a lid on the top. Anyway, the hamsters almost drowned, but thankfully we had this machine that was pumping air into the bottom of the tank, so the little guys were really smart and they took turns breathing out of the air hose.
Ice cream truck.
It was a dream of mine for a really long time to have my own ice cream truck. I love the idea of having my own business, being an entrepreneur, and selling wonderful sweet treats to people over jolly music. Anyway, it took a really long time, but eventually I did buy my own ice cream truck. Well, it wasn't actually an ice cream truck, it was an El Camino, and it had 2 freezers full of ice cream in the back. So anytime I wanted to sell ice cream, I'd just have to park and get out and go around back. It was great, and I'd still be doing it if I hadn't lost my license.
Comment ça, elle a perdu son permis?
I wasn't just selling ice cream out of my El Camino, I was also living in it. The ice cream chests in the back were plugged into the cigarette lighter inverter, so the engine had to be running at all times so that the ice cream wouldn't melt. This made it really hard to sleep. Anyway, one night I had a few drinks and I was trying to sleep, and of course the engine was still running so that the ice cream wouldn't melt, and a policeman came over to see what was happening. I didn't know this, but you can actually get a DUI if you're drinking while your engine's on, even if you aren't moving, so I ended up being sent to prison. I actually got really lucky with
J'arrive
my
toujours
prison
pas
sentence. I was sentenced to 3 months in
à
prison, but
croire
they let
qu'il
me
lui
out after
arrive
2.
tout ça. Genre,
Also,
elle
I
a
was sent in
vraiment pas
right
de bol.
before Christmas, which was great because on Christmas Day, they gave everybody a delicious cinnamon bun. It was the best cinnamon bun I've ever had. I guess sometimes Lady Luck is on my side.
Ouais, pas souvent. Hein.
That was the most amazing job I've ever had. It was also the shortest. Unfortunately, the first time that we went out, we actually hit an iceberg and sank like the Titanic. Some of the lifeboats got destroyed, but most people were able to get on one. The rest of us had to survive by climbing onto the iceberg.
Iceberg, du coup?
After the ship sank, there were over 80 of us stranded on the iceberg, and we had no way to call for help, no food, no water. So out of desperation, we took off our clothes and we tried to form a sail out of them, hoping that we could ride the iceberg to shore.
Yeah.
The sail we made out of our clothes didn't end up working, and it didn't move the iceberg at all. Actually, after an hour, it just blew away in the wind anyway, so we were just left there, half naked and freezing. Luckily, a cargo ship came upon us, and they were able to rescue us from the iceberg. But we didn't speak their language, and they didn't speak English, so we couldn't explain to them why we were all half naked on an iceberg. They dropped us off in Quebec after a very awkward trip.
Mais... Putain, mais quoi?
I don't know what happened to the other survivors. When we got to Quebec, we all just separated. Hitchhiking back to the United States from Canada was really unpleasant. Everyone only spoke French, and I was still half naked. Luckily, someone did stop, and they had a pickup truck, so they let me sit in the back, and they stopped 20 miles from the New York border, which was great because I only had about a 6-hour walk back to the States. I know they say you shouldn't hitchhike because it's dangerous, but the thing is, I've had a lot of luck hitchhiking over the years. The first time that I hitchhiked, I was going from Detroit to Albuquerque, and these 3 really nice dudes in a hippie van picked me up. It turns out they were a traveling folk band, and they taught me how to drive so that I could drive down the highway while they were practicing in the back. It took a really long time to get to Albuquerque because they kept having to stop for shows, and we did have to camp in their van every night, but it was still great. You know, I've met my fair share of famous people over the year, but this was really cool because they were real musicians, and we got to get pretty close. Also, by the time we got to Albuquerque, I was so good at driving that I passed my driver's test the first time.
Elle est vraiment malchanceuse. Bah, je pense plutôt qu'elle est malchanceuse plutôt que se vanter.
I met Orville Redenbacher at the airport once. It was awesome. He was in line trying to get his luggage, and I thought, should I approach him or should I not? You know, I imagine a famous popcorn magnate like that is probably constantly having groups of people swarming him trying to get his autograph. But anyway, I decided to go for it. So I went up to him and I said, I love your popcorn commercials. And he was really flattered and turned out to be a super nice guy. He even signed my cast. Anyway, that was in 1997. I found out later that he had actually died in 1995, so it couldn't have been him, but it was a really nice old man, and it was still a really fond memory.
Mais ça n'en finit pas, ces histoires à elle.
I wasn't at the airport to catch a flight. Sadly, I've been homeless a few times throughout my life, and one of the tricks that I picked up was that you can go to an airport and pretty easily find a place to sleep. I think they're used to having people who need to find a quiet spot because their flight is delayed or there's a long layover, so it doesn't look too weird if you find a spot and just sleep there. But there is a trick, and that's to not overstay your welcome. So after 7 or 8 hours, you gotta get out of there. Also, you should never go back to the same airport twice unless a few years have passed. You know, I found a few creative places to sleep over the years. You just gotta know the tricks. A lot of homeless people will choose gas stations and fast food restaurants to sleep at overnight, but I think that's actually a really bad idea because they're out in the open and the employees are probably going to have to kick them out. So When I was homeless, I always made sure to find a very hidden spot. So, for instance, I once worked at a fast food restaurant and I noticed that there was a ladder out back. So I climbed it and there was a beautiful roof that I could sleep in. Anyway, I slept there every night that I was working there and just made sure that no one saw me go up and no one saw me come down. So I had my smartphone,
Ah,
thankfully,
qu'est-ce que...
to set an alarm to make sure that I'd be down in time and
Ah,
also
ça
get to
doit
work
être...
in
ok.
time. It was working really well for a few months, but then eventually someone did see me go up on the roof. They figured out that I was sleeping there, and I did get fired, but, you know, I can't really blame them.
Ces histoires s'arrêteront
I
jamais à
always
elles.
thought that smartphones were such a waste of money, but honestly, once someone told me about the food delivery services and how much money you can make doing those, I had to get one. And I'm glad I did. It worked really well for a few days when I had my car, but sadly, all those miles really wore it out, and I had to bring it into the shop, and I just couldn't afford the repairs. So I ended up just getting a bus pass, and that was how I was making my food delivery runs. Didn't work quite as well. Actually, sometimes I would have to transfer to multiple buses, so it ended up taking like an hour to deliver something. Eventually, I just kind of stopped doing it. I wasn't making any money.
Mais c'est... Ah, j'ai hâte de voir les deux autres parce que...
You know those signs that warn you not to feed the animals? Well, you should really pay attention to those.
Oh.
I tripped over one, landed on the sidewalk, and broke my arm. It was okay though because I had an appointment at the hospital later that day anyway, so I just had my doctor fix my arm then.
Pas possible.
Oh, I've been to the hospital a lot.
Bah oui, du
I
coup.
tend to get hurt pretty easily. You know, I've had so many x-rays and MRIs. I'm surprised I don't have superpowers. I've broken a few bones over the years. I've been in all kinds of accidents. A hunting accident, a skydiving accident, normal stuff like that.
Mais...
I broke my leg hunting. I was sitting in a tree with my friend and we had a few drinks and she told a really funny joke. Anyway, I was laughing so hard that I lost my balance and I actually fell out of the tree right on an 8-point buck.
Mais...
They still gave me credit for the kill. When you see people parachuting on TV and in movies, it seems like they're being gently lowered onto the ground like a feather. But I am here to tell you that is not the case. Even with the parachute, you're actually falling really fast and impact can be really rough. I found that out the hard way. I was walking around and a skydiver landed right on top of me. Actually broke my arm in 2 places and gave me a concussion. I never saw the skydiver again, which is too bad because I'll never have a chance to thank them.
Et pourquoi les remercier?
Well, if it weren't for them landing on me, I wouldn't have gotten a concussion, so I wouldn't have gone to the hospital, and they wouldn't have given me an MRI, so I never would have found my brain tumor.
Mais...
They say there's nothing they can do for me, but at least now I know I only have 3 or 4 months left to live, so I can start checking things off my bucket list.
Oui, bon, bah du coup, c'est pas une bonne candidate comme... vu qu'elle est dans le même état que le directeur. Bon, dis-moi à propos de toi.
I'm Alice Goodley.
I'm Walter, and this is Sarah.
It's so nice to meet you.
We're from Utah.
D'accord, la famille parfaite. Faites peur.
We are very lucky to live there. Our neighborhood is just dandy. But then again, I guess everybody says that about their hometowns.
We have friendly neighbors, a brand new school, and the best darn volunteer fire department you could ask for.
Well, it's It's not perfect, though. Crime has been on the rise lately.
Oh, that's true. Last Halloween, 2 houses got toilet papered.
A bunch of us pitched in, and we got those houses cleaned up by noon. Still, it was kind of disappointing to know that something like that could happen only a few blocks away.
Cleaning up all that toilet paper was really fun, though.
That's our Sarah, always looking on the bright side of any situation.
Mais c'est la nana parfaite ou quoi?
Being on the volunteer fire department is considered a huge honor in our town.
There are too many volunteers every year, and they can only let in so many people, so it's very competitive.
Well, the exception is on Thanksgiving. During the parade, they make everyone in town an honorary member. It's a nice gesture, and everyone gets very excited about it.
We go all out for Thanksgiving.
We go all out for all holidays in general. You should visit on Independence Day. We have a top-notch fireworks show every year.
Oh, and don't forget about the Easter egg hunt. That's my favorite.
Il me
You'd
cringe
think the hunt was
les
just
trois
about
là.
the kids, but it's just as much fun for us grown-ups, too. The night before the hunt, all the adults get together and spend a few hours hiding the eggs. The next day, all the kids spend a few hours looking for them. It's like the adults get to play, too.
Sarah takes hiding Easter eggs very seriously. Some of the places she finds to hide them are downright diabolical.
Well, I remember what it was like hunting for eggs as a kid. The best feeling was when you'd find an egg in a hard-to-find spot. If someone doesn't hide them in places like that, then the kids won't get a chance to feel like that.
Sarah never does anything without giving it her best effort. You should hear her music lessons.
D'accord.
Sarah's learning to play the piano.
I'm not that good, but I'm trying really hard to get better.
Well, at the rate she's improving, though, she might be a famous musician by this time next year.
She's exaggerating. I wouldn't want to be famous anyway. Piano for me is just like a hobby, like you're knitting or daddy's gardening.
Ok.
When people get famous, they move to a big city so they can make lots of money. Once they've made all that money, they move to the place they really want to live. I already live in the best place I can imagine, so why would I leave in the first place?
I like to make sure my family's eating at least some natural organic food.
Everything is so processed these days, and you can really taste the difference when you eat fresh vegetables straight from the garden.
Daddy works really hard on his garden.
I don't consider it work. I enjoy it. Plus, it gives me a chance to spend time outside.
Adults are weird. They can do anything they want, but if they want to, I don't know, play in the yard, they won't do it unless they find an excuse.
I love Sarah's outlook on life.
Ok.
I do crocheting and knitting. I make clothes and blankets that I donate to local homeless shelters.
We used to just donate money, but there are just too many people in need. There's never enough money to go around, and winters get very cold in Utah.
And since we're able to buy fabric in bulk, we're able to donate 5 or 6 times as many supplies as we could otherwise.
The hats she makes are really nice, too. They're so much more comfortable than anything you can buy at a store.
Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you.
Bon, du coup, c'est quoi votre rapport avec l'hôtel?
We love this hotel. We come here every year on vacation.
We take a lot of family vacations together. The only thing better than seeing the world is seeing the world together.
This is my favorite vacation we take. I love coming here to Vegas.
That is true. It's all she talks about for months leading up to the trip.
I do get pretty excited about our vacation time.
Du coup, ce sont des vacances. Très bien.
I take 2 weeks vacation from my dental practice each year so we can go on a family trip.
It's safe to say our Las Vegas trips are our favorite. This is our 3rd year in a row coming here.
Next year, I'll be old enough to go to the casino floor.
Sarah won't be 21 until next month.
Ok, le dentiste. C'est quoi cette affaire?
My father and grandfather were both dentists. All the men in my family were. Well, except for my brother Stephen. It's a family tradition.
Stephen is quite the rebel. He lives by his own rules.
He's a pediatrician in Salt Lake City. That's clear across the state from us.
He only comes to visit a few times a year, usually on holidays.
We do drive up to Salt Lake City once in a while. My friend Linda lives there too, so we get to visit her and Stephen in one trip.
D'accord. Bon. Et du coup, Linda, c'est qui?
Linda was my best friend
Mm.
back in high school. She was a bit of a troublemaker back then. To be honest, I was a bit of a rascal myself.
It's true. Alice and Linda were big mischief makers.
Ouais.
It may seem hard to believe now, but Alice was quite the prankster in her teenage years.
Ouais.
I've never heard about this before.
Well, I am not very proud of some of the things I did, so I don't talk about them much.
Can you tell me about one of them? Please.
Ouais.
Okay. Every April Fool's Day, Linda and I would send someone a pizza they didn't order as a prank. We paid cash, so it couldn't be traced back to us. And we'd also tip the driver so they wouldn't get stiffed in the gratuity.
I hope none of those people were trying to lose weight. That could knock someone off their diet.
We were young and reckless, so we didn't think about
Oh,
the
merci
consequences.
Edge pour l'abonnement.
I certainly got into my
Comment ça
crush on
va?
people when I was younger.
Yeah, totalement. Bon, Las Vegas, c'est quoi le rapport?
A few years ago, we heard that Las Vegas had undergone some changes and was very family-friendly now. Once we heard that, we just had to come check it out.
And we were not disappointed. There's a lot more to do here than just gambling and attending wild rock concerts. There's an aquarium, a history museum, and gondola rides.
We even found a soup kitchen that lets us volunteer every time we come.
Mm-hmm.
We do participate in some of the wilder activities, too. Last year, we toured the Pinball Hall of Fame. I figured we are in Vegas after all. We might as well get a little crazy while we're here.
Et pareil?
None of us gamble, but I don't understand why it has such a bad reputation.
I've never gambled before, but I do want to try it when I turn 21 next year.
I've tried it. Gambling isn't really for me, but it seems like an innocent enough pastime.
Innocent? Non. Non, 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 non. Non, 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 non.
We've never been to a rock concert. We really should go sometime, though.
Walter wasn't the biggest fan of rock music for the longest time, but it was Sarah that convinced him to give it a try.
All the rock music I heard growing up just seemed so edgy. I figured it wasn't
Écoute,
for
ça
me.
va, et toi?
Daddy just hadn't listened to the right bands.
That's true, because I wasn't the biggest fan of rock music either, when all I ever heard were wild groups like the Beatles and Billy Joel. If Sarah hadn't shown me that there were less rowdy bands out there, I'd probably still be missing out.
It is amazing how much Sarah's changed our lives.
J'ai envie de leur arracher leur sourire. C'est normal.
Our trips to Salt Lake City are one of the few things we have trouble agreeing on. There's just so much to do, and everybody wants to do something different.
I like to go to the zoo, Sarah likes the planetarium, and Walter likes the Natural History Museum.
We started playing a board game right before our trip. The winner gets to pick where we go.
Sarah usually wins, but she's very gracious when she does. Last time she won, she picked the zoo to make Alice happy.
I won twice in a row. I would have felt selfish if I picked the planetarium both times. Plus, we hadn't gone to the zoo in forever. It wouldn't have been fair.
Isn't she just the best?
Uh-huh.
I've caused as much trouble as anyone. I was once suspended from school for smoking.
Quoi?
Another time I got detention for a whole week for cutting class.
Quoi?
I'm no angel.
Ah, elle en a pas l'air. Hein. C'est quoi cette arnaque?
I skipped study hall and snuck into the school gym. The principal caught me and I got a week's detention. It's really not a very interesting story.
Well, that's not the whole story, is it? You didn't mention why you went to the gym.
I was helping to set up a surprise party for the principal. His 25th anniversary at our school was coming up, so we had to do something for him. My study hall teacher knew and gave me permission to skip class, but I couldn't say that without ruining the surprise party. Still feel bad about lying to the principal.
Now, honey, lying is sometimes okay when it's to help the person you're lying to, like when we got you your glasses.
I know, Daddy, but it still feels wrong.
Ouais, je me disais aussi. Oh, la famille parfaite, là.
Sarah used to babysit a little girl named Emily. She really looked up to Sarah. She always said she wanted to be just like her when she grew up.
One day, Emily had to get glasses, and she looked really cute, but she hated how they looked. She was super self-conscious about it, and she couldn't even stand to go to school anymore.
That's when Sarah came to me and asked if I could get her vision checked. She figured if she wore glasses too, then Emily wouldn't feel so bad about them anymore.
Daddy took me to get tested, but unfortunately my vision was 20/20.
I've never seen somebody so disappointed to have good vision. That's when I took Sarah to the mall to get her a pair of fake glasses.
Daddy's the best. I started wearing them whenever I was around Emily, and it worked like a charm. She started liking her own glasses almost immediately.
Ouais, j'avoue, c'est mignon.
We
Cette
all
histoire-là est
love doing
mignonne.
charity work, but to be honest, Alice and I don't find nearly as much time as we should. Sarah, on the other hand, always finds the time.
She volunteers every week at an assisted living facility, a food bank, and an animal shelter. I wish I had her youthful energy.
Thank you. They're just being modest. They both do plenty.
When I was younger, I did what I could. Now all I really do is make the occasional donation.
What about when we went to the beach last summer?
That's true. We spent the day cleaning the beach, and we had a contest among ourselves to see who could collect the most trash bags worth of litter.
Daddy won by a full bag.
It doesn't matter who fills the most bags. What matters is doing our part for the environment.
Every piece of litter you pick up off the beach is one less piece that'll make it into the ocean. That's what Daddy always says. I've been helping out at the shelter for over a year now. I love working with the animals.
We used to be part of the neighborhood pet patrol.
Whenever anyone in our town lost a pet, we'd post flyers and work the phones until that family
Ils sont trop parfaits. Ils vont pas tenir l'affaire de tenir un hôtel à Las Vegas.
It's handled online now. I hear it's very efficient, but we don't have the internet in our house, so we're not part of it anymore.
Et oui, pensez tous à bien vous hydrater.
I love volunteering there.
Some of Sarah's best friends are residents there.
She's talking about Harold and Eleanor. I've learned so much from them.
They love having her there, too. They tell me all the time.
Walter and I thought we did our fair share of volunteering, but Sarah puts us to shame.
It really shouldn't count as work if it's fun to do.
Donc, du coup, c'est qui Eleanor?
Eleanor was a phone operator for most of her life. From what she says, there was a time when operators had to manually make phone calls go through. I can't even wrap my head around that.
I've known Eleanor for years. She organized the town's first bake sale, and she always had the best Christmas decorations every year when I was growing up.
Our town gets very into Christmas lights. Walking around and looking at all the decorated houses, it's a tradition for us.
I prefer driving around. It's a lot warmer.
Can't disagree with that. Sarah and I don't like the cold weather as much as Walter does.
Oh, I've always loved the winter. Playing outside in the snow is one of my favorite things growing up. I've made more than my fair share of snowmen.
I'm more of a summer girl.
Me too.
Attendez, j'ai un petit problème de... Naître. Oh, bordel. Voilà, pardon. Tout va bien.
When I was little, a tornado hit our town. 2 families lost their homes.
Oh my gosh.
Language, honey.
Sorry, Daddy.
Eleanor hosted a bake sale to raise money for those families.
The bake sale turned into an annual...
La blague, elle a rien
They raise
dit.
money for a new cause every year.
It's a really big deal. Everyone in town goes.
Alice actually runs the bake sale now. She took over for Eleanor when she retired.
Sarah used to only volunteer there once a month. She wanted to work more, but they didn't need the help.
True, but when Sarah wants something, she finds a way to make it happen.
While working there, I learned that a lot of the local homeless people were illiterate.
She talked them into letting her use their facility to hold a literacy class once a week.
It's every Friday night from 6 to 9. There wasn't a lot of attendance at first, but it's a pretty full class now. And I've made some good friends there too.
It's the one night a week that I let Sarah stay out until 9:30 now. I don't want her coming home that late, but she's really making a difference in people's lives.
Ils me font peur. Ils me font peur à être
Harold is the
parfait comme
friendliest
ça. Là.
person you'll
Enfin,
ever meet. We can go on for hours about the past.
pas
He
mon
used to
cucu,
own the
quoi.
hardware store in town when I was a kid. They had a toy section that was only a few feet wide, but it felt like a full toy store to us kids.
You know, the way you're going on about the past makes you sound a little like Harold.
Well, I don't think I'm quite the storyteller Harold is. He really likes to go into detail.
That's true. He once told me a story about toilet paper that lasted for 20 minutes. It was a good story.
We've all heard that one. Harold likes to go on and on about how toilet paper rolls have gotten smaller and smaller over the years. So now you have to buy a 12-pack of toilet paper just to get the same amount of toilet paper that used to come in a 4-pack.
He has a point. I mean, if they still made them like they used to, my grocery trips would be a lot easier.
Forcément avec... Bah, c'est ça, hein.
I know people who have internet in their homes, and it does seem pretty useful, but there is a lot of bad stuff online.
I've been online, and there's a lot of good stuff on there too.
I'm sure it has its uses. It's just too easy to
Et puis,
stumble
de toute
across
façon,
unpleasant language or other
vu leur
bad things.
mentalité, ils doivent
I
être
just
un
don't want to
peu
go down.
Walter's
contre
dental practice does have its own
contre le
website.
pari
People
et
can
tout
book
ça.
appointments online.
My secretary Janet runs
Enfin, en
the
tout cas,
site.
le principe
We
même
got
de
internet at the
casino qui est de
office, and
rouler
she
un
is
peu les gens.
great at
donc,
using it. She spends some of her downtime on a website called the TikTok.
Oh, I've never heard of that one. What is it for?
Honestly, I have no idea. Janet has showed it to me multiple times, and I just can't wrap my head around it.
D'accord.
I've known Janet for years. She's in my book club.
I play golf with her husband, Frank. They're good people.
Frank and Janet invited us up to their fishing cabin this weekend,
Mhm.
but we had to turn them down.
We didn't want to be rude by declining, but fishing really isn't our cup of tea.
I just don't see how snatching another life form from their home could be fun. What did those poor fishies ever do to us?
Mhm. Ils me font peur, je vous jure.
One thing you should never do is stiff a service worker. Tips are most of their income.
I'm ashamed to admit I am guilty of that myself. There was a time where I didn't know you were supposed to tip housekeepers when you stayed at a hotel. I'd been traveling for years before I realized it. I have no idea how many housekeepers I stiffed without realizing it.
A lot of people aren't sure when they're supposed to tip and when they aren't. It's a big problem.
Well, I don't use a smartphone myself, but I hear one of the big problems these days is people don't know they're supposed to tip app workers.
I thought everyone knew that one.
Mhm.
We're a flip phone family.
I love flip phones.
Attends.
They're inexpensive,
Attends.
the battery lasts
Non.
a week, and they don't break when you drop them.
I like knowing Sarah has plenty of charge on her phone in case she needs a ride.
Well, you know, if I had a smartphone, I wouldn't have to bother you or Daddy when I need a ride. I could just use an app.
She's talking about those rideshare services. I just don't understand those. I mean, when I was growing up, we were taught never to talk to strangers on the internet and not to get into a car with a stranger. But now there's an app that literally lets you summon a stranger on the internet so you can get in their car. I don't understand why they're so popular.
I'm sure there's plenty of useful apps on those things, but everybody that I know that has a smartphone, they just text each other. I prefer having to call someone. It's more of a social interaction for me.
Ils me font peur. Ils sont complètement zinzin.
Walter likes the winter, but you will not catch me outside if there's snow on the ground.
We've never helped Daddy shovel snow once. We just stay inside with the heat cranked up.
Believe me, they more than make up for it in the summertime. I can't remember the last time I watered the lawn.
We do love finding excuses to work outside during the summer.
I'm starting a charity car wash. I already have a bunch of other girls signed up. We're starting on Memorial Day.
I love the car wash idea. There are always plenty of worthy charities that need the money.
Plus, it's a lot of fun. It's like getting to go to a water park for free.
Du coup, suspendu?
I was walking to my next class when a kid I didn't know dropped a pack of cigarettes. I instinctively picked them up for him, but just as I did, a teacher happened to see me holding them and sent me to the principal's office. I couldn't say they weren't mine without telling on the other kids, so I got suspended.
It worked out for the best. The kid eventually felt bad that Sarah was taking the blame for him and told the principal what really happened. Then he later became Sarah's first boyfriend.
Oh! Attends, mais du coup, ils ont accepté ça? Étrange.
It's not what it sounds like. A couple of girls at school were playing a prank on this kid, Tommy. He was really unpopular. They pretended he had a secret admirer and started passing him all these fake notes. They were just building up his hopes to crush them. Eventually, so many kids got in on the prank that nobody even knew where it started. I didn't want to see him get hurt, so...
Coucou Luna! Merci pour le raid. Comment ça s'est passé sur
He turned out
Dust?
to be a nice guy, but I was only 17 at the time and nowhere near ready for a boyfriend yet.
Mhm. Et du coup, l'histoire du waterpark?
I love water parks. One of my favorite things about living
Coucou
in Utah is
Marion,
the
merci pour le
festival.
raid.
I'm a bit
Et
of
du
a
coup sur
water
Eurotrack,
enthusiast
comment c'était?
myself.
I'm not really into the water slides. My favorite part is the lazy river.
I think Sarah's favorite part is all the attention she gets from
Invité
boys
qui arrive.
when she
Ah,
gets
je
to the beaches.
comprends. Allez
That's
vite,
nice too,
profitez.
but I've always loved water parks.
Merci pour le
My
like,
friends
des
used
gros
to take me all
bisous.
the time when I was
Et merci
growing
pour
up.
les raids.
My favorite ride is the one where you have to cross a bunch of lily pads while holding on to the rope.
Walter always makes it across, though. I mean, that defeats the purpose. You're supposed to fall in.
Et
What's
coucou
the point of
Marion,
going to a
j'espère que
water
ça va.
park if you're not going to get wet?
I like the challenge. It's hard to get across. Plus, my feet get wet.
I don't think he gets it. My mom and dad live just a few blocks away from us, so I get to see them all the time.
Oh, did you think Sarah was our daughter?
Attends.
We get that a lot.
I just don't understand why so many people think we're related. I don't see the resemblance.
Yeah, Sarah and I aren't related, but we are married to the same daddy.
We met Sarah when she was 18 and fell in love right away. She became my second wife 6 months later.
I've never lived up to his first name, though. Alex is amazing.
Attends.
You're so modest. She's an incredible wife.
She's a crackerjack in the bedroom as well.
That's just because I had such a great teacher.
Oh, well, Sarah's the real teacher. Did you know that you could use your feet in the bedroom? We had never heard of such a thing, but Sarah showed us, and now, by golly, Walter can't get enough of it.
And don't forget the thing you do that Alice likes. I have no idea how she comes up with these things.
Well, I didn't invent them. I learned them on the internet.
Well, the internet doesn't seem that bad. Maybe we should think about getting a computer.
Can we, Daddy, please?
Attendez. Wow, j'ai bien compris. Les deux nanas sont mariées au type. Attends. Ils sont zinzin. Ils sont complètement zinzin. Bon, les jeunes mariés, là. Parlez-moi de vous.
My name is Becca.
And I'm Todd.
We're from New York City.
Ils sont de New York, ok. C'est quoi votre rapport avec l'hôtel?
This is where Todd said we had to stay when we came to Vegas.
Yeah, we're in town for our wedding.
We actually ran into the owner of the hotel while we were checking in, and he overheard us saying we were getting married, so he upgraded us to a big suite, which was such a nice surprise.
And he was even more surprised when he asked if we wanted to be interviewed for your book. I mean, this is certainly turning out to be a memorable trip.
I would hope it'd already be memorable, what with our wedding and all.
Oh, of course. That was a poor choice of words on my part.
Du coup, Vegas.
A Las Vegas wedding was her idea. I told her we could get married anywhere that she wanted.
Vegas seemed perfect. It's affordable, and it can double as a honeymoon.
Oh, plus it has casinos. She loves those.
Oh, and it has strip clubs. Todd loves those. He actually made a list of all the clubs he wants to see before we leave.
It was just a list of places. There's one club on the list, but it's places that I want to see from the outside.
Todd grew up in a very religious household, so he can be a little embarrassed about these things. It's okay, sweetie. I've seen your list. It's perfectly normal for a man to want to see naked ladies.
Il y a un truc qui va pas.
I wanted to get married in a church back home, but Becca wanted to do something original. Isn't that right, dear?
Yet we also couldn't afford a big wedding. You know, Todd's work has been a little slow lately.
I'm an actor, and all actors have dry spells. Just part of the industry. Plus, Becca has a lot of debt, so we probably shouldn't be spending too much money right now.
Right now, he's actually playing Elmo in Times Square. He takes his picture with tourists all day. He's so cute in the costume.
Yeah, I'm not Elmo.
Okay. Legally, he is a generic red creature, but we all know who he's supposed to be.
Oh, I mean, I love New York. We have the best sports teams, the best nightclubs, best restaurants. It's such an incredible place to live.
Even if I didn't have to live there for work, I don't think I could ever move.
Yeah, I mean, there are just so many things you can only get in New York you can't get anywhere else. You should really visit if you haven't been before.
There's this brony convention Todd goes to every year. I mean, even if we moved, he'd have to go back every year. No way he could miss it. It's all he talks about for a month leading up to it.
Mhm. C'est quoi cette affaire-là? Bon, enfin bref, c'est un acteur du coup.
I think street performer is more of an appropriate term. He's never done any sort of stage acting.
But I do have some exciting things lined up.
Mhm.
Actually, I'm going to be in an upcoming film in New York.
It's a role in an unpaid student film, but it's a great start.
It's a very promising student film. It's going to be seen by a lot of people, and the exposure is worth more than the money, believe me.
It's a film about campus safety. They say that new students are going to see it for years to come. I just wish Todd had booked a speaking part.
Mhm.
He has the talent.
Oh, well, thank you, dear. Thank you.
Et du coup, lui, il veut se remarier dans une église.
Todd's family is very religious, very devout.
Oh, I'm not as devout as the rest of them.
Mhm.
No, you're just being modest. He's the only boyfriend I've ever had who insisted on keeping his virginity until we get married. I mean, how impressive is that?
C'est vrai.
Yeah, I took out a lot of student loans. I would have been more than happy going to an affordable law school, but Daddy insisted I go to Harvard if I wanted to work at the family firm. So I will probably be paying that off for years. I don't know why Todd puts up with me and all my baggage.
Don't.
Elle le roule un peu, non? Donc la firme familiale?
Kennedy, Seymour, and Cartwright. Michael Kennedy is my father. Barbara Cartwright is my mother. It's not the biggest firm in New York, but we do all right.
Mhm. Du coup, Michael Kennedy, ton père.
My father doesn't really like Todd.
Ah.
Oh, maybe at first, but I think we get along better now.
Todd really wants to impress my dad. That's actually part of the reason why we're having this budget wedding. I'm sure Daddy would have paid for a big wedding if I asked, but Todd wants to prove to him that we're self-sufficient.
And we are.
Il y a un truc louche. Et du coup, la madré?
My parents didn't get married until years after they'd already been legal partners. At that point, my mom had already a long list of clients, a really great reputation, so that's why she kept her own last name.
Yeah, plus, they would have had to change the name of the law firm. I mean, they had to print new business cards, order new signs. It would have been a big hassle, right?
That's why I'm keeping my last name. So if everything goes according to plan right before my dad retires, I will get made partner at the firm. That way there will still be a Kennedy in the name. Also, Becca Boner just doesn't really have a great ring to it for a lawyer.
Le pauvre! Oh, le pauvre gonze. Donc garder le nom de famille, ça peut se comprendre.
It doesn't bother me. If she wants to keep her own last name to help her career, I'm in full support.
Todd's actually thinking about taking my last name. That way, if we ever adopt children, we won't have to explain why we have different last names.
Yeah.
Ah, c'est pas... Attendez. Oui, adopter, c'est-à-dire?
Oh, yeah, Becca here loves the idea of adopting children.
Also, we can't really have children of our own because Todd's been sterile ever since his motorcycle accident.
Yeah. Oh, at least my accident was cool.
Attendez, trop d'infos.
His friend Greg jumped over a bunch of people on his motorcycle trying to make a viral video. So Todd and all these guys, they were laid down head to toe leading up to the ramp. And Greg almost made it, but his back tire came down right between Todd's legs.
We didn't describe every detail.
Oh, right. I actually have it on video.
J'ai mal
if you
pour
want me to
lui.
send it to you.
That's not necessary.
Du coup, Greg?
Yeah, Greg is my best friend. He's a great guy. He's a guitar player.
No, he's hilarious. He does this bit every time I see him where he tries to convince me to dump Todd and go out with him instead. It's so funny. It sounds a little mean, but it's obviously a joke. He does it right in front of Todd. I promise you, it's very funny. Maybe you have to be there.
It's not that funny.
No, it's very funny.
Not that funny.
Elle est con ou elle est con? Le pauvre gars. Mais dégage-le de tes amis.
Oh, it's not that big of a deal.
It's kind of a big deal. I've had to go over a year without it. So
We've been together for 2 years, dear.
I checked someone off my list last year. We promised we wouldn't have to tell each other that. The baseball player.
La liste.
You know that list every couple makes of people they're allowed to sleep with if they ever get the chance to without it being considered cheating.
Yeah, which isn't really fair because I don't sleep with anyone and she knows that. So.
Well, I've been trying to change that for the past 2 years.
I'm sorry, but I'm trying to get into heaven. So.
C'est possible.
Well, I've been trying to get him into heaven for the last 2 years with no luck.
C'est possible que ce soit à sens unique.
Famous people on your list who you don't know?
Well, I didn't know him when I made the list. I just so happened to meet
Ou sinon, elle se rend pas compte et...
Besides, Todd put my sister on his list.
That was meant as a compliment alone, okay? She knows that I would never sleep with anyone besides Becca.
Yeah, my sister did not take it as a compliment. She's still kind of mad about it.
Et du coup, elle a une sœur. Elle fait quoi?
My little sister Rachel, she's so competitive. It's kind of annoying. So I was kind of a prodigy in middle school, so I skipped a grade.
Ouais, ça va, les go?
She skipped 2 grades, and then I graduated 5th in my class at Harvard. So she graduated 4th. It's like her only goal in life is to be just marginally better than me at everything she does.
The two of them have been at it since they were very young. Everything is a competition between them.
Yeah, competition, I rarely win. But luckily she did not go into the legal field. She took the easy route. Medicine.
La route facile, tu te fous de ma gueule?
If she had joined the family firm, I'm sure she would have been made partner 2 years before me, despite being 2 years younger, but it's fine.
Du coup, alors attendez. Du coup, le film étudiant.
Oh, I'm not a student. I just responded to an ad on the internet.
He actually dropped out of high school.
I wanted to focus on my career. Yeah, I was actually working for a cell phone company at the time, and it was a great job. I was making good money, and I wanted to move up, but they downsized in a lot of the...
Il a l'air complètement blasé d'être avec elle.
Which was such a shame because Todd was so talented at it. We actually met when he was sign spinning on the corner at my apartment. He caught my eye right away.
Mais c'est ça, hein?
Yeah, oh yeah, Greg is in a band. They're always trying to get me to join.
It's a Kiss tribute band called Hug with 2 Gs. Their whole gimmick is that they only play acoustic versions of Kiss songs.
Yeah, that's the reason why I'm not going to join.
That and Todd only plays the calliope. That's that steam organ they use in the circus, you know. Kiss only uses it in one song, so I don't really see why Todd would have to join.
Certes. Et du coup, pourquoi il joue ça, lui?
We had one in our house when we were growing up, and I actually didn't have any interest in playing it, but I learned it because it was there. So.
He's kind of shy about performing in front of other people.
Bah, je crois aussi qu'elle a un faible pour l'ami.
So I totally get it.
Ouais, elle s'en rend pas compte.
I promised her that I would play it for her birthday, and I will.
My birthday was 3 days ago.
I meant next year.
Holding you to it.
Okay.
J'ai l'impression qu'ils se connaissent pas. C'est trop bizarre.
So I just moved out of my parents' house into my parents' apartment building. And I didn't really
Elle a l'air de connaître plus de trucs sur sa vie et les choses vis-à-vis de Greg que sur son partenaire. C'est très étrange.
Telling me where to go, he spun his sign all impressively and pointed in the right direction. That was like the cutest thing.
Oh, well, she came back after a meeting and she asked for my number, and we went on our first date the next day, and I knew she was the one after our first date.
Mm-hmm.
I knew it after the 3rd.
Oh, did you?
C'est horrible. Donc, la convention de Brony, là, ou je sais pas quoi?
It's a convention for My Little Pony fans.
Yeah, it's not as bad as it sounds.
I mean,
non.
Lots of adults.
Non.
Actually, it's almost entirely adults.
Oh, c'est cringe.
I think the TV show is super sweet. but I've only been with Todd.
Et coucou
once.
Picalou!
They don't
Ça va
really
bien
like
et toi?
girls going. I
Bienvenue à
think it kinda
toi.
messes with the whole bro
Installe-toi
concept.
dans le manoir. Le bâtiment d'appartement.
My parents own a small apartment building on the Upper East Side. They let me live there rent.
Pourquoi il y a un zoom d'un coup, ça me met mal.
Todd's gonna move in with me once we're married. Apricot's gonna have to move out, but it's totally gonna be worth it.
C'est qui Apricot?
My puppy. Her name's Apricot. Unfortunately, Todd is severely allergic to dogs.
Oh merde!
So she can't be living with us. But I'm sure it won't be hard to find someone who wants to adopt an adorable little teacup Pomeranian. I'll miss her though.
Ok. Et pourquoi elle, c'est au 3e date? C'est un jeu? Oui, exactement. C'est Vegas Tales, donc un FMV. Donc sur le principe, c'est full motion vidéo où ce sont des acteurs qui filment des scènes. Et nous, on va interagir, ce qui va lancer des scènes. Dans le cas présent, en fait, on doit interviewer des personnes pour savoir si... pour choisir qui héritera du casino à Vegas. Enfin, d'un casino à Vegas, voilà. Mais ils sont tous un peu bizarres. Donc, les petits amis précédents.
Oh, there were a lot of them. Am I right?
They were all so full of themselves. Like, they were either rich or famous, or both rich and famous. The worst combination. That doesn't impress me.
They weren't as great as they sound, okay?
No, some were actually very cool. But I don't really talk to them anymore. Todd gets a little jealous.
Oh.
But Todd hangs out with all of his ex-girlfriends, except Lily, of course.
C'est qui Lily?
I'm not really worried about them. You know, if he's not sleeping with me, he's definitely not sleeping with them, so...
Attends, hein? Du coup, c'est qui Lily dans votre affaire?
Oh, Lily, you know, she was just the worst. I wasted 6 months of my life dating her.
Okay.
That is all that needs to be said.
She used to physically abuse Todd.
Quoi?
I'm so proud of him for breaking up with her. Even more for talking about it.
It's not really what she makes it sound like. She doesn't know the whole picture.
I mean, Todd could have easily defended himself. But the thing about Todd is he would never hit a woman. Ever.
Well, no real man ever would.
Especially Lily. I mean, I don't think I could hit a 95-pound elderly woman either.
Yeah.
J'ai rien compris. Et du coup, c'est la mort.
I used to date this famous singer. I'm not going to name drop because that's gauche, but you definitely know who he is.
A lot of women have been with musicians, and to be honest with you, we all know that musicians are not one-woman men.
It was actually pretty serious between us. I mean, he asked me to move in with him. I met his parents. It was kind of the real deal.
Oh, well, guess he was a good one, but I feel bad for her because he broke up with her.
Actually, I never told Todd this, but I was still with the singer when I met him.
Oh!
I didn't break up with the singer until we became official. It's crazy to think, if I hadn't met Todd when I did, I totally could have been married to the wrong person right now.
So, you cheated on him with me?
So I never told you this.
Wow.
Todd's proposal was the most unique one I ever had.
How many people have proposed to you before me?
You were the fourth. I told you this. Oh, the first guy was at the Eiffel Tower.
Ah, d'accord.
Ugh, so cliché.
Oh,
Second
tellement
guy,
cliché, bien
the whole,
évidemment.
you know, wedding ring at the bottom of a champagne flute at the 5-star restaurant on Valentine's Day. We've all seen it.
Yeah, these guys have no originality.
The third guy was the worst. He had the proposal up on the Jumbotron at a basketball game. Like, how was that supposed to impress me? He literally owned the basketball team. He could make it say anything he wanted. That sort of stuff, it doesn't go far with me.
Yeah, and I guess I'm just the lucky one. You know?
Et du
What's the next question?
Bah, du coup, tu lui as demandé comment? C'est quoi ta proposition à toi?
Okay, so Todd was helping me lose weight at the time.
She asked me to help.
And, you know, I'd asked this of other boyfriends before, and they always dismissed me. They were like, "Hun, you're perfect as you are." And I was like, I don't want you dismissing me. If something's important to me, I want my boyfriend to take it seriously.
Mhm.
Again, I was just trying to help. That's all I was.
Oh, he did more than that. He tracked my weight loss. He kept a log of everything I was eating.
Wow.
And it was like having my own personal trainer at home.
Yeah, it was, she laid out everything she wanted me to do, and I just did what she asked me to.
Ah, moi, ça me rendrait dingue, je le ferais passer par la fenêtre.
I just could not seem to get off, no matter what. So Todd told me he would marry
Ah, c'est touchant qu'il soit autant investi. Mais si quelqu'un contrôle mon alimentation alors que j'ai faim, je le fais passer par la fenêtre.
Well, I thought I was going to have more time.
I literally just didn't eat for 4 days. It was all the motivation I needed.
Mais madame, vous allez bien? Et du coup, la bague?
We just decided to skip the whole engagement ring thing and the wedding band thing. It's such an outdated concept. Plus, Todd thinks it's a waste of money.
Well, engagement rings are a scam. There's a great Adam Ruins Everything video about that, actually.
Yeah, plus I deal with a lot of high-profile clients.
Mais du coup, elle peut tromper autant qu'elle veut.
Have to be huge, something that Todd couldn't afford, really. I know that sounds shallow, but, you know, people really do judge you for the clarity and size of your diamonds. So yeah, it's best I just don't have one at all.
Mais elle le trompe, c'est sûr. Ou lui.
I'm not really at liberty to name names, but there's a few athletes and politicians who you might have heard of.
You know, I was actually an athlete. I was the star player on my high school football team. And I would have gone pro. Everyone would know my name, but I had a knee injury, so.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look at him. He would have totally made the NFL had it not been for the injury. I mean, once he kicked a 20-yard field goal in a high school game, like, that is extremely unheard of, from what I understand. I almost went pro in gymnastics, but that didn't work out for me either.
En gymnastique, du coup?
When I was very little, I trained under the famous Italian gymnastics coach, Sergio Endolini.
Oh, excusez-moi.
I was convinced I was going to make it to the Olympics. I had the leotard.
Stop.
Whoa.
That's enough. Sergio Endolini isn't a real person, all right? We're not married.
What?
The only reason I said we were married is because I wanted to get a free room upgrade at the hotel.
As you can tell, he's a cheapskate.
Well, as you can tell, she is a hooker.
Okay, I'm not a hooker. I am a sex worker.
Oh, so
and we didn't even have sex because you were busy crying the whole time.
Not true. Not true. Not true.
No, it is kind of true. The only reason I'm still sitting next to this person is because I wanted to be paid for this book, so... And now, you've ruined it, so thank you.
I ruined it?
Yeah,
You're
did.
the one who made me look like a complete loser.
He kind of is.
You know what? I'm sorry for wasting your time. Goodbye.
Can I still get paid?
Mais ils sont zinzin. Alors, mon pauvre monsieur, aucun d'eux. Ça vous va? Aucun. Donc, Ashley, elle va à la retraite. Elle veut rien faire à Vegas.
That's surprising. Would have thought she'd be more emotionally invested in the Bellflower after running her magic act here for so long. I guess I must have misjudged her.
Oh, bon, t'en as misjudged beaucoup. Hein. Mallory, elle a aussi une tumeur, donc laisse tomber.
That poor woman never catches a break, does she? I don't suppose it would be logical to leave a hotel to someone who's not going to be alive much longer than I am.
Bah oui, non, ça n'a pas beaucoup de sens. Et du coup, Sarah n'est pas la fille de Walter, c'est sa femme comme Alice.
Well, I did not see that coming.
Oui.
I mean, I only considered Sarah because, well, she seemed like such a sweet, wholesome girl.
Eh ben non.
I had no idea she was married to an older man who already had a wife.
Ouais.
I don't know what to think about that.
Moi non plus. Mais tout va bien. Becca et Todd ne sont pas en lune de miel. Ils ont menti pour...
Well, that's
you know.
disappointing. I guess there's no reason to consider them as potential heirs anymore.
Du coup, qu'est-ce que tu vas faire avec l'hôtel?
All 4 candidates have potential problems, but someone has to take over the hotel. I don't have any more potential heirs, and I've run out of time to keep searching. Now, you've spoken to all of them. Who do you recommend?
Qui je recommande parmi eux, malgré tout? Wow, wow, Bah, mais franchement, la seule personne qui le mériterait, entre gros guillemets, c'est Mallory. Mais elle n'aurait pas les épaules pour ça. Après, Becca et Todd, pareil. Après, ils pourraient se partager le truc, parce que justement, elle connaît plus le milieu de la nuit. Lui, il pourrait justement s'occuper plus de la front side. Ça se tient, mais il se foutrait sur la gueule. Je dirais à Mallory.
I thought you said she had an untreatable
Oui,
brain
bah, merde, tu repasses le flambeau et comme ça. You can beat it, she's for the whole life. You can make sure she lives comfortably for the rest of it. Les deux sont vrais.
You're right. I should know better than anyone what it's like to have a terminal condition. I've been struggling with mine for some time, and I have a privileged life. I can't imagine how hard this must be for Mallory. If inheriting my estate gives her the life that she deserves, even if it's a short one, then all the better for my legacy. If she can move into the hotel right away, then I can spend the rest of the time I have teaching her how to run the hotel successfully. Well, she loves staying here so much now. I expect she'll be delighted by the idea. And you're the one that gave her the opportunity, so I think it's only fair that you are the one that gives her the good news.
Merci d'avoir accepté de me recevoir une nouvelle fois.
Oh, it's no problem. How's your book coming along?
Il n'y a pas de livre en fait. Monsieur Davenport est en train de mourir et il m'a demandé d'interviewer les personnes à qui il pensait léguer ses biens et le livre était juste une couverture.
I don't know if that's a good idea. You really shouldn't lie to people. I learned that the hard way.
Certes, mais je m'excuse de vous décevoir, mais j'ai une bonne nouvelle. Il vous laisse tout à vous.
That's unbelievably nice of him, and I'm so flattered. I mean, I'm sorry that he's not going to be with us anymore, but I want to help him as much as I can. The thing is, I have no experience in a hotel, so I'm not sure I'm right for the job.
T'inquiète, il a plus beaucoup de temps, mais il va te former.
That sounds like an incredible opportunity, and I really love the idea of staying here. But the truth is, I'm not going to be around for much longer than Mr. Davenport. I have a brain tumor, and I only have 3 or 4 months left to live, so maybe it'd be in his best interest to find someone who can be here longer term.
Non, il sait à propos de ça, du coup.
They say that untreated, I have about 3 or 4 months left to live. 4 months if I'm lucky, but I never am, so probably 3 months.
Intraitable?
There is a treatment, but honestly, there might as well not be. They say that it's early enough where they could probably remove the whole thing, but it would cost $40,000. And there's no chance of me finding $40,000.
Bah si, avec ce nouveau job.
I mean, I've never known anyone who could spend $40,000 on something. Are you serious?
Ah oui.
I don't even know what to say. That's incredible. I didn't know anyone had that kind of money. Yeah, let's go talk to him.
Ah. Ah, c'est complètement remise. Oh. Oh. Ah, ça finit bien, je suis contente. Enfin, bien, oui et non, mais that's okay. Félicitations à ceux qui ont joué les personnages. Très bons acteurs. Même si, bon, c'était un peu surjoué parfois. Oh! Ah, son monocle! Le fameux monocle. Ah, j'aimerais bien en vrai. Hein. J'aimerais bien. Hein. J'adore. Bonjour, bonjour, bonjour. Comment ça va, Uto? Ouais, alors merde, je vais pas faire ça. On peut skip? Non, on peut pas. Merde. Oui, oui. Je fais juste une petite pause. Hop. Je fais juste une chouille pause toilette into prendre à manger au passage. Et je reviens. Ça va et vous tous? Ça va, ça va. J'arrive. À tout de suite. Et... je me réveille. Ah oui, d'accord, oui, ça profite. Ouais, t'as raison. On est dimanche, hein. C'est fait pour ça. Voilà. Hop. J'ai une petite box de sushi, là. Maman. Bon, en soi, il reste des succès sur le jeu. Pour avoir le platine. Le problème, c'est que ça va être un peu long. Parce que c'est le fait de donner en héritage aux autres personnages. Hormis que, bah, on peut pas skip. Oui. On peut pas... Non, on peut pas skip. Si on passe... je vais attendre de voir cette scène.
I never found time to start a family, and I don't have any close friends. This hotel is all I have to leave to this world. It's my legacy, but I have no one to carry on that legacy once I'm gone. I need you to help me decide on the best person to inherit the Bellflower.
Je sais que t'as pas le
I've
jeu.
made a list of 4 candidates, each of whom has a strong connection to this hotel. Unfortunately, I don't know any of them very well. I've invited them all here for
J'ai pas envie que vous vous retapiez tout.
that you want to do an interview with them for a book that you're writing about the hotel. Now, they're being paid a healthy stipend for their time, so you'll likely find them willing to answer any questions you may have. I want you to learn everything you can about them and report back to me if you discover
Je pense que vous vous
anything
retapiez
relevant.
toute la scène.
Their names are Ashley, Mallory,
Surtout que là, c'est le début, c'est un peu chiant.
and the last one is a couple of newlyweds
Du coup, en fait,
named
ceux qui ont fait ce jeu-là ont fait un autre jeu qui s'appelle Truth, donc la vérité. Pareil, je l'ai installé. Je pense qu'on va le faire. Peut-être pas tout de suite. Ouais, on retombe sur des mêmes... c'est pas avancé. Donc ouais, je ferai ça en off, le platine. Je ferai ça en off. Je pense pas qu'on va... Oh si, on peut peut-être... Je sais pas. Bon, écoutez, on va faire trousse. Je sais pas combien de temps il dure, celui-là. Ok. J'ai une PS5. Ah ouais, oui, c'est moi, c'est la PS5. Mon PC, j'arrive. Pas de soucis. Hop. Oh, merci pour le Prime, Mito. Merci beaucoup.
Welcome to Truth, the game show.
Ah, c'est un
where we
game.
award a
C'est
$1
une
million
émission télé.
prize
Ok.
to the contestant chosen by our audience. We have 6
C'est tellement
challengers
cheap le décor.
hooked up to lie detectors, which I'll be monitoring. In every round, we ask each of them 5 questions chosen by our audience. Then we vote one off based on their answers. Let's meet our
Et on
contestants.
en exclut un. Ok.
Why don't you each tell me a little about yourself?
Ok.
I'm Joe. I'm 28, and I'm from Philly. Let's go Eagles.
Mhm.
My name is Alexis, and I'm born and raised in Beverly Hills.
D'accord.
My name is Sam. Hello. And I recently moved out here to Hollywood to get in the film industry. And I've been writing a long time before I even got to town. And I've got a lot of scripts. I'm willing to show them. Hit me up. And I'm very excited to be on the show.
Il me cringe un peu.
I'm Autumn. I'm a California native.
Oh, elle a une voix incroyable.
I grew up right here in Los Angeles.
J'adore sa voix.
Hi, I'm Claire. I've never been on TV before. I'm so excited to be here. Thanks for having me.
I go by Lilith, and I'm from Van Nuys, California.
Let's see what the audience wants to ask first.
Mais alors, attends. Ok. Ok. Qu'est-ce que vous voulez poser comme question? Qu'est-ce que vous feriez avec l'argent? Quel est votre souvenir le plus embarrassant? Quelle est votre opinion la plus controversée ou non populaire? Quel est votre plus grand regret? Quelle est la chose la plus bête que vous ayez faite? Quel est votre plaisir coupable le plus embarrassant? Quelle est la pire manière dont vous ayez trahi un ami? Sur les regrets, Bérou? Ok. Quelle est votre vacance favorite? Demandez the trolley problème. Je sais pas ce que c'est. Est-ce que vous avez déjà trompé quelqu'un? Quelle est la loi la plus sérieuse que vous ayez brisée? Quel est votre talent le plus inutile? Décrire une journée typique de votre vie. What's your most unusual pet? Ok. Quel est votre souvenir le plus heureux? Quel est votre accomplissement dont vous êtes le plus fier? Si vous trouviez un portefeuille, est-ce que vous le redonneriez? À quoi tu ressemblais quand tu étais enfant? Qu'est-ce que tu fais pour vivre? Would you want to be... Avec qui voudrais-tu être coincé sur une île? Si tu pouvais avoir n'importe quel job, qu'est-ce que ce serait? Quel était ton rêve d'enfant? Quelle est ta plus grande peur? Quel conseil tu donnerais à ton plus jeune toi? Si tu pouvais avoir n'importe quel super pouvoir, qu'est-ce que tu choisirais? Donc on part sur les regrets du coup? Moi ça me va. What's your biggest regret?
What is your biggest regret?
Marrying my high school sweetheart. My ex-wife.
Ah.
Ex-wife. No more. No thank you. Yeah, we were miserable. And now I pay alimony every month.
Alors. Non! Ok, on peut choisir à qui on demande. On va demander le trolley problème au mathématicien, là.
You're the conductor on a runaway
Ah, mais c'est ça!
There are 5 people on the tracks ahead of you who cannot get off the tracks in time. If you continue forward, you will run over
Pâtez, c'est bon,
and
l'arc.
kill all 5. You cannot stop the trolley, but you can change to an alternate track where there is only one person on it. If you change tracks, the 5 people on the first track will live, but the person on the alternate track will be run over and die. Do you change tracks?
This is just basic logic. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few or the one. So I would change tracks to kill 1 instead of 5.
Legit, du coup. Bon, et si on demandait les regrets à tout le monde?
What is your biggest regret?
Working normal jobs and living a normal life as long as I did. I was always miserable when I was working. Even when I was off the clock, I was miserable. So I got out of the rat race a few years ago and I've never been happier.
Right. Quoi? Qu'est-ce qu'elle raconte?
What's your biggest regret?
Well, that's easy. That would be the fishing trip I took my daughter Mallory on 20 years ago. Well, obviously I couldn't afford a boat. So we borrowed 2 floating pool chairs and off we went out into the ocean. It was a beautiful day.
Quelle connerie.
Unfortunately, I got caught in an undercurrent and I was swept off to a desert island. I saw she made it back to shore. It took me so long to get off the desert island that by the time I got home, she'd moved on and I've not been able to find her since.
Oh, Pichoun!
What
Elle me
is
fait de la
your
peine.
biggest regret?
That's easy. There are many people I've encountered in my life who I didn't kill, even though they clearly deserved it. And now it's too late. I wouldn't even know where to find them.
J'aime beaucoup sa mentalité. Ok, il me reste ces deux-là.
What is your biggest regret?
My biggest regret. Okay. Years ago, I used to work at a video store. Back in the day and age where they actually had video stores, where you didn't have everything at your fingertips streaming. And I worked with this girl named Rebecca, and we got along so good. We were jokey, we had banter, but the thing I was oblivious to at the time was that she was flirting with me. Like, she was into me. And the crazy thing is, I had a crush on her, but I was in the dark to her feelings about me. But now, years later, I can think back. I'm like, oh yeah, she was totally flirting with me. She, like, how did I miss that? Yeah, nothing happened. And that is a major regret. I might take that one to my grave.
Ma Pichoun.
What is your biggest regret?
I once turned down a modeling job because I would have had to go to Milan for 4 weeks. I was in high school at the time, so I might have had to repeat a year. In hindsight, it was a very famous photographer, so it would have helped my modeling career. I should have gone.
Ok. Ah oui, on leur avait demandé le trolley problème.
You're the conductor on a runaway trolley. There are 5 people on the tracks ahead of you who cannot get off the tracks in time. If you continue forward, you will run over and kill all 5. You cannot stop the trolley, but you can change to an alternate track where there is only one person on it. If you decide to change tracks, all 5 people on the original track will live, but the person on the alternate track will be run over and die. Do you change tracks?
So if I stay on the first track, I get to kill 5 people without the possibility of getting in any trouble whatsoever. But if I change tracks, I only get to kill 1, and there's a possibility that I go to prison.
Voyons pourquoi.
Why would I possibly change tracks? Is this a trick question? Is there a way to kill all 6? If there is, I don't see it. I'd stay on the first track and settle for 5.
Elle me fait beaucoup rire.
You're the conductor on a runaway trolley. There are 5 people on the tracks ahead of you who cannot get off the tracks in time. If you continue forward, you will run over and kill all 5 of them. You cannot stop the trolley, but you can change to an alternate track which only has 1 person on it. If you decide to change tracks, all 5 people on the first track will live, but the person on the alternate track will be run over and die. Do you change tracks?
Before answering that, what you have to understand is that being run over by a trolley doesn't have to be fatal. I've survived it at least twice now, and after an extended hospital stay, I was completely fine. You just have to avoid being crushed by the wheels when you're underneath. So, in answer to your question, your morality question, of course you switch to where the one person is because there's just not room under there for a crowd.
J'ai rien compris à sa réponse.
You're the conductor on a runaway trolley. There are 5 people ahead of you on the tracks who cannot get off the tracks in time. If you continue forward, you will run over and kill all 5 of them. You cannot stop the trolley, but you can change to an alternate track where there is only 1 person on it. If you decide to change tracks, the 5 people on the first track will live, but the 1 person on the alternate track will be run over and die. Do you change tracks?
I change tracks and hit the 1 person. The only argument I can see for staying on the current track is that I might feel guilty if I actively made a decision that killed 1 person, but 1 person dying and me feeling guilty about it certainly isn't as bad as 5 people dying.
Certes.
You're the conductor on a runaway trolley. There are 5 people ahead of you on the tracks who do not have time to get off the tracks. If you continue forward, you will run over all 5 and they will die. You cannot stop the trolley, but you can change to an alternate track where there is only 1 person on it. If you choose to change tracks, the 5 people on the first track will live, but the 1 person on the alternate track will be run over and die. Do you change tracks?
I don't know anything about trolleys, but if I had a job driving one, I'm sure that they would teach me how to handle that situation in trolley school.
C'est pas une réponse, ça, madame. C'est pas une réponse.
You're the conductor on a runaway trolley. There are 5 people ahead of you on the tracks who cannot get off the tracks in time. If you continue forward, you will run over and kill
On
all
peut pas
5.
skip.
You cannot stop the trolley, but you can change to an alternate track where there is only one person on it. If you decide to change tracks, the 5 people on the first track will live, but the one person on the alternate track will be run over and die. Do you change tracks?
Wait, I'm a trolley conductor for a living? How did I end up doing that to make ends meet? I mean, geez, forget the people on the tracks. If I ever sank so low I'm driving a trolley, I'd probably jump in front of it just to end my miserable life. Jeez. No thanks.
Il me fatigue ce gonze. Ok, bon. Je sais pas quoi mettre. Si vous pouviez avoir des super pouvoirs, voilà.
If you could have any superpower, what would you choose?
Immortality? I've heard nerds say like, oh, that would be a curse or something like that, but I don't believe that. That's BS. If I could choose anything, yeah, I'd live forever, for sure.
If you could have any superpower, what would you choose?
Shape-shifting. If I could shape-shift, I wouldn't have to work out and watch what I eat every single day. And I could still have this figure.
Mhm.
If you could have any superpower, what would you choose?
Any superpower? You know, I'd have to go with Mr. Mixelplix's magic. Now, it might be a deep cut for some people. He's great. He's an imp from the 5th dimension, DC Comics, and he's part of the Rogues Gallery of Superman. And if you can mess with Superman, you've got some powers. And I just like that he's wily and weird. But his one weakness is he can wind up in prison in the 5th dimension if he says his own name backwards. But come to think of it, I've never said my own name backwards. So, yeah, should be fine. Yeah, let's definitely go with Mixelplix.
C'est qui ce gon? Je connais pas.
If you could have any superpower, what would you choose?
Chlorokinesis.
C'est quoi ça?
It's the power Swamp Thing has that lets him be one with plant life. I'd love to be able to communicate with nature on its own level. Plus, if I had a power like that, I'd really be able to help save the planet.
Ok, madame.
If you
Si vous le dites.
could have any superpower, what would you choose?
I would choose the superpower to heal like Wolverine. That would just come in so handy for me. It would save so much time. I wouldn't have to go to hospital every single time I got attacked by a wild animal or caught some terrible disease or was in some almost fatal accident.
Ok.
If you could have any
Oh, elle, ça va être tuer les gens.
what would you choose?
Necromancy. Anyone can take a living person, turn them into a dead one. To take a dead one, turn them back into a living one. That would really be something. Just imagine if you really hated somebody, you could kill them, bring them back, kill them again, bring them back, kill them again. And then they'd have to live with the anticipation, knowing that eventually you're going to find them. They just don't know when. They don't know how. Plus, having your own legion of the undead would be pretty useful.
Eh bah yes. Qu'est-ce qu'on pourrait leur demander d'autre? Bah, quelle est la loi que vous avez
What is the
brisée?
most serious law you've ever broken?
I used to shoplift as a kid. I also used to do a ton of underage drinking. I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know which one's worse, but whichever one's worse, I guess, would be my answer.
What's the most serious law you've ever broken?
I used to have steaks flown in from this place that I love in France.
Mhm.
I stopped when I found out it was illegal to import meats. I don't know how serious of a crime that is, but I'm glad I never found out the hard way.
What's the most serious law you've ever broken?
I would say the most serious law I've ever broken is sneaking into a movie. So, in 2015, Star Wars The Force Awakens was coming out, and there was an advanced sneak preview screening beforehand. And it was invite only.
Okay.
So I figured out a way around that since I wasn't invited, but I did want to see it. I'm not going to tell you what theater it was or what theater chain because I do not want to get a phone call from their attorneys. But the night before this advanced screening, I went to a movie at that theater, and then I stayed in the theater all night long. I hid in the bathroom, slept there, and then the next day, I was in the theater for the screening. And there were a couple of seats open. It wasn't completely full. So I got into the sneak preview. I saw The Force Awakens early. I'm not proud of it. It's probably a big felony, but I would do it again.
Ok. Monsieur est un peu bizarre, mais enfin.
What is the most serious law you have ever broken?
I smoked a lot of weed in states where it wasn't legal yet. I guess I've technically
Bizarrement, ça
assaulted,
m'étonne
which
pas
would be a
trop.
more serious crime. I was never a drug dealer, but if I bought a bunch and then some of my friends bought off of me, I guess that's technically selling drugs, even if I'm not charging them a markup. In terms of legal penalties, that would be the most serious. The penalties for drug-related charges are ridiculous in this country.
D'accord.
What's the most serious law you've ever broken?
International piracy law. When I was lost at sea one time, I thought all was lost. But a pirate ship came by and actually rescued me. Now, you've heard bad things about pirates, and so had I, but they could not have been nicer. They gave me a job to do on ships so that I could earn my keep when I was there. And everything was going great until they got superstitious. They are superstitious, so they thought for some reason it might be bad luck that I was on board with them. So they were just about to drop me off when we got raided by a Russian Navy ship who put us all in a Russian jail for 5 years for piracy.
Ah, pas terrible. Bon, elle, ça va être le
What's the
meurtre.
most serious law you have ever broken?
See, the problem with that question is that you need to be caught, tried, and convicted for you to be breaking the law. Now, say I shoot someone. Was it self-defense? Was it manslaughter? Was it murder? Until it gets in front of a jury, we just don't know. And I'm not dumb enough to get caught and have to be put in front of a jury.
Elle me fume. Ok, dernière question de ce round. Quelle est la pire manière dont vous ayez trahi un ami?
What is the worst way you've betrayed a friend?
Oh man, dude. For years, my friend John used to sell my friend Keith weed, but it wasn't weed, it was kale. Like, he would sell him kale instead of weed. And yeah, Keith didn't know. Like, for years, I was watching Keith, like, pack bongs with kale, and that wasn't working. So then he would, like, make kale brownies, and he had no idea. And yeah, I should have told him, but it was just too funny.
D'accord, bon.
What is the worst way you've betrayed a friend?
I sorta stole someone's boyfriend once. Well, it wasn't her boyfriend. My friend Brooke had a really big crush on this musician, and I told her to DM him, but she was too nervous to, so I DM'd him for her.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't interested in her, so he ended up asking me out, and we dated for a bit. I can tell it made my friend a little uncomfortable, so that was one of the reasons why I broke up with him.
Mm-hmm.
What is the worst way you've betrayed a friend?
Oh, I try not to betray friends, but okay. I spoiled Avengers Infinity War for several of my friends and coworkers.
D'accord.
So, opening night, I saw it twice. I got my tickets in advance for 2 showings right in a row, back to back. I was at the theater for like 6 hours just downloading Infinity War, and it was awesome. But I'm like, okay, Friday, maybe people haven't seen it yet. Over the weekend, I saw it 2 more times. I go into work Monday. I assume that everyone has seen it. It's a phenomenon. It's like the movie grossed like $2 billion. I don't know how much everyone saw it. I assume they all saw it opening weekend. And I started going on about the people we lost, the Avengers we lost, the snap. I really spoiled that movie for a lot of people. I had a lot of apologizing to do that day. And if you're watching, let me just say once again, I am so sorry. I promise you, I am now keeping it spoiler-free.
Aïe, 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 aïe. Bon.
What's the worst way you've betrayed a friend?
I gave a lot of my friends chlamydia. In fairness, some of them probably had it already. We're all very open about our sexuality. That's
Allez, bam.
just the type of people I vibe with.
What is the worst way you've betrayed a friend?
Well, that would be my friend Emily from high school. We were paired together for a science project, and she looked after this egg that we were given for the first week, and I was to look after it for the second week. And I did it great. The egg was perfect, and I was carrying it into school on the last day of the project to give to Emily to hand to the teacher. I got chased by a coyote, and of course I dropped the egg, and then the coyote ate the egg, and I just thought, I can't let Emily down. Like, I don't want to betray my friend and disappoint her. And I remembered, though, that I had seen a bird's nest on the way to school a few days before, so I went back. And sure enough, there's an egg in the bird's nest. It was maybe like a slightly bluer shade of grey than the egg we'd be given, but I thought, nobody's going to notice. So I took it into school, handed it to Emily. She was just about to give it to the teacher, and a red-tailed hawk flew in the window and violently attacked Emily for touching her baby's egg. And so not only did we not get an A, Emily was in intensive care for 3 weeks and things were never the same with us again.
Mais c'est horrible comme histoire. Aïe, aïe.
What is the worst way you
Moi, je suis en train de manger des sushis.
I don't have friends.
Et toi donc?
But I have betrayed people. When I was in high school, there was a girl in my class who told me she wanted to kill herself.
Mm-hmm.
And I could have helped her, but I didn't. And in hindsight, I do wish I had. I ran into her recently, and she's married to a loser, has 2 ugly children, and works part-time as a waitress. If I had helped her commit suicide back then, she wouldn't be suffering like that. I offered to kill her now, but apparently it's too late.
Ah bah ça.
She doesn't want to die anymore.
Et ouais.
That's the end of
Allez, c'est à votre tour.
We'll soon find out who will be going home after this.
On dégage qui?
Today's episode is brought to you by Rebecca Cartwright. Have you been injured in an automobile accident or hurt on the job? Has your case already been settled and you've been awarded a large sum of money? Call Rebecca Cartwright, 555-1258. Rebecca is 25, single, and looking for a long-lasting relationship. Must love dogs. Now it's time for the
Oh la
audience to
ref.
vote. Please enter the selection of the contestant you think should be going home.
Who should be sent home? À vous de nous dire. Qui on dégage? J'avoue, j'ai pas vraiment d'avis personnellement. Mais franchement, le jeu est cool. Bon, il est pas incroyable non plus, mais il fait le taf. Hop, ta-ta-ta-ta-tam. Bon, si personne ne veut choisir, je pense que je vais dégager Sam.
The votes are in. The audience has voted to send home Sam.
You know, coming in, I knew I had a 1 in 6 chance. Not a bad chance, but not perfect. So, I'm not surprised I have to go home.
Ok. D'accord. Ok. Quel est votre plaisir coupable le plus embarrassant?
What is your most embarrassing guilty pleasure?
I love bad movies. You know, movies that are so bad that then they're good. Because it's just like so entertaining how bad they are. Like Sharknado. That shit sucks, but it's good, you know? Or like, what does the fox say? Oh, that's a
What does a
song, but,
fox say?
it's so bad that I like that song, stuff like that. Yeah. Bad
Pardon.
things become good
J'aimais
things.
bien cette chanson quand j'étais au collège. Je crois que c'était au collège. Je sais plus. What does a fox say?
What is your most embarrassing guilty pleasure?
Prima Cinema.
Quoi?
It's this service where you can watch a new movie at home the day it's released in theaters. I love watching movies. And I have a home theater, so why wouldn't I use it?
Mais c'est pas un plaisir coupable embarrassant, ça.
What is your most embarrassing guilty pleasure?
Walking naked through the woods. I'm much more comfortable around trees and flowers than I am around people.
Ok. Toi?
What is your most embarrassing guilty pleasure?
I love window shopping at those really fancy stores that only rich people shop
Mm-hmm.
at. Like Walmart, I go and I look and I think, oh, if I was wealthy, I could have that and that and that. It would be so glamorous if I could really afford to buy things there, but, who can?
Ok. Bon, rien d'incroyable. Hein.
What's your most embarrassing guilty pleasure?
I like to turn off movies at the sad part, right before the end, and say that's the ending. It works for every movie. For example, in action movies, where it looks like the hero is lost. In romantic comedies, where the couple breaks up, and it looks like they'll never see each other again.
Mm-hmm.
You get a much more satisfying ending that way. You should try it.
Ouais. Quelle est la chose la plus bête que vous ayez faite?
What is the dumbest thing you ever did?
Yeah, so I was the toughest kid in my high school, right? Everybody knew that about me. There was this guy, though. He was 6'8", freakishly tall, big guy. Everyone was like, oh, he's tough. Like, oh, he could take you. I hated that. What, you're tall, so that gives you grit? Bullshit. So, plus the guy, he was in honors classes. He must have been a nerd. No way he could take me.
Mm-hmm.
One day, it got to me. I called him out in the hallway. I egged him on. He didn't want to fight. I said, let's go. Not only did he beat my ass, but he beat it so badly. It was just, I was bruising for days, man. Best part is, though, we became best friends, and yeah, the rest is history. I don't know, I picked a fight with a giant, got my ass beat. That was stupid. Yeah, that was stupid.
Mm-hmm. Bon, c'est cool qu'il ait réussi à trouver un ami, mais...
What is the dumbest thing you ever did?
Bon.
I once bought this outfit and I posted on Instagram, #newoutfit. What I didn't realize is that I posted in the same exact outfit that I bought a few months earlier. People thought I was lying, but I just forgot that I bought the same outfit. People still bring it up in the comments to this day.
Bon, elle est un peu con-con, mais bon.
What is the dumbest thing you ever did?
We heard they were going to cut down a huge area of forest, so about 20 of us went out there the night before to protest.
Mm-hmm.
We chained ourselves to trees so they'd have to delay their logging until they could get rid of us. Only we were in the wrong place. They were logging about a half a mile away, so no one knew we were there for almost a week. By the time someone found us, we were out of food and water, and we thought we were going to die. The guy who found us went to ask the loggers for help, and they had to cut down the trees we were chained to in order to free us. All we accomplished was getting an extra 20 trees cut down. And
J'avoue que
fined
c'est
in the
con
process.
ça. Oh, c'est trop con. Oh, les pauvres. Enfin, en même temps,
What
quelle
is the
idée de faire
dumbest
ça,
thing you
mais...
ever did?
Oh, well, that was sleeping in a dumpster. I mean, it seems like a good idea, right? You know, there's a lid on them, keeps you dry when it's wet. Unfortunately, I fell asleep and the garbage truck came by, and I woke up to find myself being tumbled into the garbage truck and being compacted in beside everything else. It took me 3 days to free myself from the block I was in the landfill.
What is the dumbest thing you ever did?
This rich couple used to pay me to sit for their dog. And one day he died on my watch. So I buried him in the backyard, replaced him with a look-alike from the local pet shop. The couple comes home. The new dog won't stop barking, yapping, nipping. I said he was acting normal during my watch. I got paid and I left. Anyway, he ends up biting one of them. So they put him outside, where he digs up the original, who turns out wasn't as dead as I thought. So they decided they needed to call me, text me more than dozens of times, asking me why I would bury their dog alive and try and replace him with an evil clone. I figured there was no way explaining my way out of that one, so I didn't reply.
Bon. Bon, c'est quoi tes vacances préférées?
What is your favorite holiday?
Well, when I was growing up, it was Christmas, hands down. It's probably every kid's favorite holiday growing up. But now it's Thanksgiving, for sure. You know, day off from work, food, lots of good food, and football. My 3 favorite things.
What is your favorite holiday?
My birthday falls on Christmas, so I get double presents every year. What can compete with that?
Ok.
What is your favorite holiday?
Arbor Day. I like that there's a holiday that's for trees and not humans. I always try to spend that day hanging out in the woods, away from people.
What's your favorite holiday?
Oh, well, that's easy. It's Thanksgiving. You know, when you're homeless like I am, it's really hard to find places to sleep. But on Thanksgiving, I can sleep in front of any storefront, entrance, window, and everyone just thinks I'm queuing for the Black Friday sales, and I get left alone. It's pure bliss and just warms my heart every Thanksgiving.
Ok. Et toi? Halloween,
What
je
is
suppose?
your favorite holiday?
I think it's a tie.
Quoi?
Between Memorial Day. There's more murders in the US on Memorial Day than any other day of the year.
Oh.
And All Hallows Eve, when the boundaries between the land of the living and the land of the dead are the thinnest.
Avez-vous déjà trompé quelqu'un?
Have you ever cheated on anyone?
Have I ever cheated? In my entire life, like cheated? Of course I have. Who hasn't? I mean, everyone cheats. I've been cheated on by girls. I've cheated on girls. I mean, that's just life, man. Everyone cheats.
Ok.
Have you ever cheated on anyone?
No, I would never do that. And I've proven it. I was asked out by Ryan Gosling, and I said no. I was dating a guy at the time. We weren't serious, but I don't cheat.
Ah ouais, madame, excusez-moi.
Have you ever cheated on anyone?
Yes and no. No, not really. I don't believe in monogamy. I would never have a one-on-one relationship. I do mess around with multiple partners, but they all know that we're in an open relationship, so it's not cheating. They're all allowed to have multiple partners too, and most of them do. Even saying that they're allowed to have multiple partners sounds wrong to me. I just don't understand monogamy. How can you tell another person they aren't allowed to do things that make them happy? That just seems so controlling to me. I could never do that to someone, or let someone do that to me.
Mhm.
Have you ever cheated on anyone?
Certainly not. I have been ever faithful to my one true love, my husband, who I've not seen since the fishing trip, but he's my one and only.
Have you cheated on anyone?
Of course I have. I don't answer to men. If I choose to hook up with a guy, he should be eternally grateful. I certainly don't have any obligations to him afterwards.
Ok. Quel est votre talent le plus inutile?
What's your most unusual talent?
I could change my own oil. I could also fix a flat. You know, people used to know how to do that stuff. That was like common knowledge. But nowadays, no one knows how to do jack shit. Everyone's like relying on others or the internet, or just people don't know how to do stuff. No one can do common guy stuff or girl stuff, whatever.
Merci pour le
anymore.
larquito.
I don't know. Everyone's so sheltered.
What is your most unusual talent?
I'm a really good cook. If I had to live in the old days where people had to cook their own
Et en quoi c'est
meals,
inutile?
I could buy just fine.
Ok.
What is your most unusual?
Ah non, c'est pas inutile, c'est inhabituel, je crois.
I know how to survive in the wilderness. I can tell what's edible. I can build a shelter and a fire. I can clean water so it's safe to drink. Just survival skills in general. I don't like being dependent on money or on society, so I learned how to get by on my own.
Ok. Oh putain, elle, ça va être quelque chose.
What is your most unusual talent?
My most unusual talent. Because, I mean, I've got quite a few talents, but... You know, it's funny because some people think that it's unusual that I can digest grass. Now, I couldn't always digest grass. Humans are not known for their ability to digest grass, but if you really persevere
Mais madame,
after the first, 40 to 50 upset stomachs,
vous allez pas bien?
your body does change and it can do it and adapt. And I mean, I don't recommend if you've got any kind of, IBS or anything, but other than that, totally works for me, saves me a fortune.
What is your most unusual talent?
I'm an expert at falconry. I have a small collection of extremely well-trained birds of prey. I find owls to be particularly useful.
That's the end of this round. We'll soon find out who will be going home after this message from our sponsor. Today's episode is brought to you by onesock.com. Does it always seem like you have an odd number of socks for some reason? Onesock.com lets you buy one individual sock so you can finally even things out. That's onesock.com. Use offer code TRUTH and they'll include a second sock absolutely free. Now it's time for the audience to vote. Please enter the selection of the contestant you think should be going
Ils
home.
ont pété une durite. Du coup, qui c'est qui devrait partir? Je sais rien, moi. Oh, Alexis, elle est un peu con-con quand même.
The votes are in. The audience has voted to send home Alexis.
That's okay. This was fun. And isn't that the point of a game show?
Ok. Une journée typique.
Describe a typical day in your life.
I wake up, I eat, I go to work, I come home, I eat, I watch TV, and then I go to bed.
Ok.
What's your most unusual pet peeve?
I can't stand it when people are FaceTiming or like on speakerphone around me, like as if I'm not there, stomping around with their big loud conversation, like you're holding me hostage to your conversation. I don't give a shit. Go somewhere else. What happened to, phones that you had to hold up to your ear so I didn't have to listen to you? That shit drives me crazy.
D'accord. Bon.
What is your happiest memory?
Watching the Philadelphia Eagles beat the Patriots in the Super Bowl. I've been an Eagles fan my entire life, and I was beginning to think I'd never see them win a Super Bowl. Okay? Not only did they win, but they won in a shootout against Tom Brady in a game that had more offensive yards than any other game in history, even regular season games in history. And they did it with their backup quarterback.
Okay.
It was amazing.
Il me fait peur, le monsieur.
What is your proudest accomplishment?
I broke so many school records when I played high school football that I couldn't even name them all. I knew I wasn't good enough to go pro, but I'm willing to bet that a lot of those records still stand today.
If you found a wallet, would you return it?
I mean, if there was cash in the wallet, I'd keep that. Finders keepers. Yeah, I'd return the wallet. I've actually heard if you put a rubber band around the wallet and drop it in the mailbox, the post office will return it. I don't know if that's true, but yeah, that's what I do.
Super. Attendez. Tac. Voilà. Voilà. Donc pareil.
Describe a typical day in your life.
I live in my van now by choice. When I wake up, I usually drive to the gym so I can work out and get a shower. After breakfast, I usually work one of those food delivery apps for about an hour. I can't stand a normal job, but I can handle those apps in small doses. Once I'm done, I relax for the rest of the day. I go to the beach a lot. Every day feels like a day off because I don't have a regular day job or a boss to deal with. It's pretty great, to be honest.
Bah, si ça te va, c'est cool. Mince.
What's your most unusual pet peeve?
Oh, it drives me crazy when people throw away plastic bottles with the cap screwed on. I understand that people are busy and can't always do much to help the environment, but all they have to do in this case is not screw the cap back on. If they put the cap on, then there's air trapped in the bottle and it won't flatten out in the landfill. Just leave the cap off and the bottle will get crushed and will take up way less space. It literally takes less than no effort.
D'accord. Mince.
Describe A typical day in your
Je peux
life.
voir ça.
A typical day in my life is searching for my missing daughter, Mallory. And, really it is one of the big benefits to being homeless and unemployed is that I have no ties. I've nothing holding me back and stopping me from hitchhiking out there, getting on the road, heading to the last town that I've heard that she was in. When I get to the town, usually I find out that she's just left there suddenly. So I'll search for a soup kitchen or a dumpster, get something nice to eat, and then maybe a place to shelter until I hit the road again the next morning trying to find Mallory.
Ça me fait de la peine. Du coup.
What's your happiest memory?
Et recoucou Beru.
That's easy. First time I went to Burning Man. It wasn't that I loved Burning Man. Back then, I worked myself to death at my office job. I only averaged maybe 50 hours per week, but the stress, it stayed with me all the time, so it felt like 100. Burning Man was the very first vacation I ever took. Once I got to feel what it was like to be free from work for multiple days straight, it changed my life. I stopped working a corporate job, stopped obsessing over money, and now I'm finally happy.
Ok.
What is your proudest accomplishment?
Commence à m'énerver, elle.
I organized a demonstration to save a park, and it worked. They were going to level the place and build a distribution center. We had people protesting at the site for 3 weeks straight and got over 1,000 names on the petition. They ended up building the distribution center on the site of a nearby abandoned mall instead, so we didn't lose any jobs or anything. It was a complete win.
Ok, si tu retrouves un portefeuille.
If you found a wallet, would you return it?
I would return it, but I wouldn't be doing the owner a favor by doing so. People are obsessed with money and credit cards. They think money will buy them the freedom to enjoy life. Really, the quest to acquire wealth just makes you a slave to your employer. Still, it's their wallet, so of course I'd return it.
Ok. On reprend avec elle.
What is your most unusual pet peeve?
Unusual pet peeve. Well, I tell you, there's a phrase that people overuse all the time, and it really does my head in because people say lightning never strikes twice. Well, I can tell you it does. It struck me 4 times, so that phrase is total nonsense. It's a bum steer.
Ok.
What's your happiest memory?
Well, that's a no-brainer. My happiest memory is the day my beautiful daughter Mallory was born. I had her in the hospital and everything. I mean, I was already in the hospital because I'd been bitten by a raccoon. And I suppose it would have been easier if I'd had a doctor present, but I got stuck in an elevator on the way to the maternity floor. There I was, with the raccoon I brought with me to get tested for the rabies. It got loose and I had to fend that off for a while. Even so, out Mallory came and life was perfect.
Ok, quel est ton accomplissement, madame?
Proudest accomplishment.
I was a world record holder.
Ah bon?
I was the last known person to contract smallpox.
C'est quoi ça?
For a week. Somebody else did get it after me. I don't know their name. I mean, I don't really remember the week because I did have a terrible fever and a really itchy rash, but they say everyone gets their 15 minutes of fame, and that was mine.
Ok. Si tu trouves un portefeuille, tu fais
If
quoi?
you found a wallet, would you return it?
Absolutely, I would return a wallet. I mean, if I was ever lucky enough to own something as precious as a wallet, I would really hope that someone would return mine to me if I ever lost it.
Décrire une journée typique.
Describe a typical day in your life.
I wake up. I eat breakfast. I feed my familiars. I go to work. When I get home, I like to relax and work on my bug collection.
Ok.
What's your most unusual pet peeve?
I hate it when people whistle. Or sing. Or hum. Or smile. Or breathe.
What is your happiest memory?
When I was in the 4th grade, our teacher had a seizure in front of the whole class and died. We got to go home early. It was a double win.
Ah oui, d'accord. Vous allez bien, madame?
What's your proudest accomplishment?
I once had these neighbors who liked to hang outside on their porch all day, blaring terrible music. I thought I could take a bat to their stereo myself and end it, but they, of course, had cameras. So I took a picture of their stereo and posted it to Craigslist under the free stuff category. Got somebody else just to take the whole stereo away. As a bonus, they also took all of their patio furniture. They never hung around outside after that.
Ok.
If you found a wallet, would you return it?
I found a wallet once. I looked up the owner on social media. It turned out to be some racist, sexist loser who was inexplicably married. I kept the cash, and I went to return the wallet to his home when I knew he would be at work. I told his wife that he left it behind during a one-night stand.
Oh, elle est
That's the end of this
machiavélique.
round. We'll soon find out who will be going home after this message from our sponsor. Today's episode is brought to you by placebos. Are you a hypochondriac? Ask your doctor if placebos are right for you. Now it's time for the audience to vote. Please enter the selection of the contestant you think should be going
Bon,
home.
Tom, dégage.
The votes are in. The audience has voted to send home Autumn.
Oui, parce que ça m'a aussi hydraté.
Ah, it's probably for the best I didn't win. Lots of money rarely leads to happiness.
Ok. Comment t'étais quand t'étais gosse?
What were you like as a child? I was just like every other kid. I played with toys. I watched cartoons. I mean, what else would you expect me to say to that?
What do you do for a living?
I work at a distribution center where I drive a forklift. Pays pretty
Et coucou
decent.
maquillage, comment ça va?
Overtime.
If you were going to be stranded on an island with one person of your choosing, who would it be?
Ça va, ça
My
va.
first thought's Margot Robbie, but she has kids, and I'm not going to separate a mother from her kids. So, Megan Fox.
Megan Fox has kids too.
Bummer. Does Dua Lipa have kids?
I don't think so.
Dua Lipa, then. Final answer.
If you
Ça
could
va,
have
ma semaine a
any
été
job,
ok.
what would it be?
Plus calme aurait été
Sports
mieux.
commentator. I'm pretty sure you can only do that if you're like an ex-athlete, but if I could somehow get that job, I'd love it.
Quel est ton rêve
What
d'enfant?
was your childhood dream?
I had a ton of dreams as a kid. What I wanted to do changed all the time, you know? I mean, wouldn't that be true for just about everyone? Who spends their whole childhood focused on one goal?
Ok.
What were you like as a child?
I was a hoop trundler. You know, when you get the wooden hoop and you run it down the street with your wooden stick. Oh, I was getting so good at it. I could go really fast and really far. I had to stop because I got rickets.
What do you do for a living?
Well, I sold furniture for a while. Then I ran out of furniture. Then I sold shoes for a while. Ran into a similar problem. Now I'm unemployed.
Ok.
If you were going to be stranded on an island with one person of your choosing, who would it be?
Is it okay to say myself? Pick myself? Because that one time that I was stranded on a deserted island before, it was just me and I got used to it. I mean, when I say deserted island, it was more like one of those floating garbage piles that gather together in the ocean that Greenpeace hate. Anyway, I'd still choose me.
Ok. Si tu pouvais avoir n'importe quel job.
If you could have any job,
Et du coup, et toi,
what
maquillage, ta
would it be?
semaine, ça a été?
Any job in the whole world, I would choose to be a wealthy banker.
Oh.
Because they get paid a fortune and their hours don't seem bad at all. I mean, maybe when the line gets really long up to their till, that might get stressful managing that. But apart from that, I mean, what's the downside?
Ton rêve d'enfant?
What was your childhood dream?
Oh, I totally remember my childhood dream. It was magical. I mean, we didn't have any money to afford a TV set, but my neighbours did. And we could see it if you just, peered out the window a certain way. We could see across into their living room, and they would always watch game shows. And all I wanted was to be a winner on one of those game shows, and just, oh my goodness, that was it for
Ma
me.
pitchoune. Ok, la dernière.
What were you like as a child?
I had a big bullying problem when I was in school.
Mm-hmm.
I would speak to guidance counselors, the principal about it. But every time we thought it was under control, something would happen. Like one day, a group of children decided to hold a spelling bee at lunch. For fun.
Mm-hmm.
What was I supposed to do? Not beat any of them up.
What do you do for a living?
I have a small stand in Hollywood where I read people's fortunes from tarot cards. Now, tarot cards don't actually predict the future, but most people don't know that. Most fortune tellers will also keep their predictions vague so they can't get caught when they're lying. I don't do that. I tell all of my customers that they're going to die in a horrific car crash about 2 years out from the day they come see me. I love seeing their reactions. Plus, The really stupid ones pay for longer sessions so they can ask me a bunch of follow-up questions.
C'est machiavélique.
If you were going to be stranded on an island with one person of your choosing, who would it be?
Jeff Tucker.
Hein? C'est qui ça?
He's an old boss of mine.
Ah.
I really hate him.
Ah.
If he were trapped on that island with me, I could torture him endlessly.
Oh.
And he'd have no chance to escape. I could be entertained for years that way.
Oh. Vous êtes vraiment machiavélique, madame.
If you could have any job, what would it be?
Supreme ruler of Earth. You said any job. Who wouldn't want to rule Earth? If anybody says anything else, they're lying, and their lie detector should go off. Totalitarianism can be a very effective form of government with the right ruler. Look at Vlad the Impaler. Sure, he has his critics. Some have said his methods were too harsh. But look at his empire and how smoothly it was run. Hardly any crime. I could do that. I could be the next Vlad the Impaler.
Ok. Du coup, quel était ton rêve d'enfant?
What was your childhood dream?
I've always wanted to be possessed by a demon. That's still my dream. Maybe one day I can make it happen.
D'accord.
That's the end of this round. We'll soon find out who will be going home after this message from our sponsor. Today's episode is brought to you by the letter K. Now it's time for the audience to vote.
Oh, c'était rapide.
Please enter the selection of the contestant you think should be going home.
Qui dégage? Oh, Lilith, hein. On l'a gardé pour le fun, mais... On va dégager Lilith.
The votes are in. The audience has voted to send home Lilith. Please keep in mind that this was not my decision.
Ok. Ok, qu'est-ce que tu ferais avec l'argent?
What would you do with the money?
Well, my ex-wife would probably get most of it. She's supposed to get half my income, but the judge hates me, so she always gets the bigger half. But if I got money, I'd pay off my credit cards, finish paying off my bike, and finally have some money in the bank for once. That'd be nice.
What is your most embarrassing memory?
Man, I once tried dating two girls in the same night, and that did not go well. I was out with this one girl, and we were having a great time, and then I drove her home. I went inside. We fooled around a little bit. That was fun. And yeah, I said goodbye, went to this bar, and I met this other chick, and she was digging me, and I was digging her, and yeah, we left. I took her home, and it's the same home. Like, they're roommates, dude. So I'm like, don't push your luck. Let's go home. But no, man, I don't know. I thought, like, maybe the first girl would be sleeping, or, like, best case, you know, who knows? You know what I mean? So, yeah, I went inside, and sure enough, the first girl's sitting there, like, watching TV. These girls laid it on me. They got up. They yelled at me. I'm like, I'm sorry. You know, you're beautiful, both of you. Yeah, that sucked. That was, whew, not my finest hour. Yikes.
What is your most controversial or unpopular opinion?
I think more people should ride motorcycles. Motorcycles are sweet, dude. Like, oh, people like their hybrid cars, they only get 50 miles per gallon. Motorcycles get that kind of mileage, and they're cool,
Mhm.
and no traffic, and they cost like a fraction of the price of a car. $5,000 for a bike, and that's a good one, dude. Yeah, bikes are sweet. Easy to find parking too, wherever, whenever.
What is your biggest fear?
My biggest fear is dying. I mean, duh. Like, I don't want to die. I mean, not in any particular way. You know, people are like, oh, I don't want to drown
Mhm.
or get eaten by a lion. Like, I don't care how I go. I just don't want to be dead, you know?
Legit.
What advice would you give to your younger self?
Don't marry Annie, my ex-wife.
Il reste bloqué là-dessus.
God, I doubt my younger self would listen to me because she's still smoking hot. But yeah, that's the advice I'd give, you know. I mean, we were high school sweethearts, and I thought it was going to be great. But boy, was I wrong. Oh, she's a nightmare. And now I'm stuck paying alimony. Lucky me.
Too bad.
What would you do with the money?
I would hire a private investigator to help me find my daughter Mallory. We got separated on a fishing trip quite a few years ago now, and I spent all my time and my resources finding her, going from city to city, but she's always moved on. So, yeah, a private investigator could be life-changing for me.
Ok.
What is your most
Je pense que je lui donne à elle la récompense.
Oh, gosh, there's been quite a few things in my life that are embarrassing, but you know, those people on trains that go around checking everyone's tickets that they've got the right tickets. Well, it was my high school reunion, and I pretended that I was one of those people, that was my job, so that everyone
Oui, c'est possible qu'elle ne veuille pas être retrouvée, mais là, du coup, si elle le sait pas.
And they told everyone that I wasn't. They didn't I didn't have that job. They knew I didn't. Like, they never saw me at work. It was so embarrassing. They really dropped me in it.
What is your most controversial or unpopular opinion?
Most people think you need milk to eat cereal. I completely disagree. It's so extortionate. The prices of milk nowadays. I mean, no way. I just use water, and it's delicious. I love my cereal with water when I can find cereal.
What is your biggest fear?
Oof. My biggest fear is flying. And it's always been my biggest fear, even when I was a little girl. I was petrified of flying. And so my parents got me an emotional support dog called Mr. Fluffers. And they told me that as long as I had Mr. Fluffers with me when I was flying, everything would be all right. So off I went on my first plane trip with Mr. Fluffers, and I knew everything was going to be all right. Even when the plane crashed into the mountains, I still knew everything was going to be all right because I had Mr. Fluffers. Unfortunately, it was about 3 weeks that we had before the search and rescue team found me and other survivors. 3 weeks without food. So I suppose, you know, we wouldn't have been all right if Mr. Fluffers hadn't been there initially.
Ok.
What advice would you give to your younger self?
Oh, I would tell my younger self to stay away from drugs.
Mais oui, certes.
I did far too many pharmaceutical studies. I was warned, don't do more than one at the same time, but the money was so good. I got greedy and I signed up for 18. Most of the horrific side effects have faded over time. However, I still get terrible hallucinations when I pee, and it hurts real bad to my left eye when I blink.
That's the end of this round. We'll
Allez,
soon find
zinzin.
out who will be going home after this message from our sponsor. Today's episode is brought to you by Vegas Tales, the full-motion video game from the makers of Truth. A wealthy resort owner is dying and needs you to help
La
decide
petite pub
who
là.
should inherit his estate. You'll be interviewing some over-the-top characters and helping choose who will become extremely wealthy. Be careful, as there may be more to some than meets the eye. Vegas Tales is available now on your favorite gaming platform. Now it's
Yay!
time for the audience to vote. Please enter the selection of the contestant you think should be going home.
Qui devrait être... Oh, bah, moi, Joe, il dégage. Hein. Joe, il m'insupporte. Hein. Joe, il dégage. Allez.
The votes are in. The $1 million prize is going to Claire.
No way! I can't have won. I've never won anything in my life before. This is insane. Well, apart from that one time I won a free video rental at Blockbuster, but they went out of business the next day, so that doesn't really count. This is awesome! Thanks so much!
Ok. Ah, bah si, du coup, la fille... Attendez. Claire avait prévu d'utiliser l'argent pour engager un détective privé pour l'aider à trouver sa fille Mallory. Mais elle n'en a pas eu besoin après tout, parce que Mallory, en fait, a allumé la télé à la fin de l'émission, et du coup, elle a vu que sa mère était toujours en vie. Du coup, elle a immédiatement cherché à la contacter à travers l'émission. Les deux, maintenant, vivent ensemble à Las Vegas. Si Claire n'avait pas été la gagnante, Mallory ne l'aurait pas vue à la télé, et les deux n'auraient toujours pas été réunis. Oh, c'est choupi quand même. Bah, c'est cool. Bon, en théorie, il aurait fallu faire pour tous les autres, là, pour les succès. Bon, un peu flemme, là, je vous avoue, de se retaper les dialogues. Donc, pareil, ça, ce sera à faire en off de mon côté. Hop. J'ai les deux là. Paf. Et là, on va passer sur toute autre chose. Oula. On va aller sur Darkside Detective. Hop là, voilà. Ok. Avec l'inspecteur Francis McQueen. Puis sur X pour commencer. Oui. Donc, il y a 9 enquêtes. On va commencer avec Malice au pays des merveilles. J'ai été envoyée à la résidence des John. Putain, c'est fort, non? Attendez, on peut aller dans les paramètres? Ouais, ça doit être mieux, là. Ok, donc on disait... j'ai été envoyée à la résidence des Johns. Dooley m'a mis à temps avec plus d'informations. Go! Wow, j'ai failli te tirer dessus, McQueen. Tu devrais pas rappliquer en douce comme ça. Dooley, tu m'as vu arriver en voiture. La sirène était allumée. Tu m'as même fait un signe de la main quand je me suis garée. Je crois que cet endroit me rend un peu nerveux. Bon, qu'est-ce qui se passe ici? Scully vient de m'appeler pour me dire de venir le plus vite possible, mais rien de plus. Une fillette de 7 ans appelée Alice a disparu depuis hier, mais rien n'indique qu'elle ait quitté la maison. Ça ressemble aux histoires à dormir de... Je veux dire, au genre d'affaires que t'apprécies, inspecteur. Bon, main au boulot. Après toi, inspecteur, enfin, quand on aura marre de rester sous la pluie. Notre fidèle voiture de patrouille. Moi, je l'appelle la popo mobile. Ok. On peut aller sur le côté, non. Go. Agent Dooley, vous pouvez m'expliquer pourquoi il y a un clodo trempé sur ma moquette? C'est l'inspecteur Francis McQueen, monsieur Jones. Il est ici pour mener l'enquête. Ah, je vois qu'on m'a envoyé le meilleur de Twin Lakes. Oh oui. Jolie goélette. Haha, t'y connais rien, c'est pas une goélette, c'est un voilier. Une goélette, c'est un voilier, Dooley. J'espère que vous ne fumez pas en présence de votre fille. Dieu merci, inspecteur, je suis rarement en présence de ma fille. Ah bah super. Alors, dites-moi, inspecteur, comment puis-je vous être utile? Parlez-moi d'Alice. Je vais être franc avec vous, inspecteur, je ne communique que rarement avec elle. Sa conversation est extrêmement limitée. N'acceptons. Exactement, un âge particulièrement pénible. C'est d'ailleurs la raison pour laquelle nous avons une nourrice. Elle doit être quelque part dans la maison. Ah bah d'accord. Où étiez-vous la nuit dernière? Comment se fait-il que vous n'ayez pas remarqué son absence? J'étais sortie. Comme par hasard. Est-ce que vous avez un alibi? Là où j'étais ne vous regarde pas, inspecteur. Ce sont mes impôts qui payent votre salaire. Ils payent aussi la cellule et la salle d'interrogatoire dans laquelle je vais devoir demander à l'agent Dooley de vous accompagner. Très bien. Appelez ce numéro, vous aurez votre réponse. Club privé, les nuits de Belle. La classe. Ah, Belle, que de souvenirs. Wait a minute. Hein? Quoi? Il était où alors? Dans un club de Belle? Bon, bref. Au revoir. Je vous ai suffisamment importuné. Et je n'ai rien de plus à vous dire, inspecteur. Merci de bien vouloir me laisser. Waouh, ils doivent être millionnaires, ces gens. Ça, c'est le salon. On peut aller à l'étage, ok. Donc, on va aller là. Cette horloge me rappelle mon grand-père. C'est une horloge, ton grand-père? Hein? Mais non, il avait une horloge. Ah, dommage, moi qui croyais que j'avais enfin trouvé quelque chose d'intéressant sur toi. Hein? Et je suis quelqu'un de très intéressant. Mais bien sûr, inspecteur. Trouve pas ça bizarre qu'ils aient pas de cuisine ni de salle de bain dans cette baraque? Tu sais, Dooley, la crise a touché tout le monde. Un seul de ces cristaux vaut plus que mon salaire annuel. On pourrait peut-être en prendre un? Ah oui, c'est vrai, t'avais réussi le test anticorruption, toi, hein? Félicitations, inspecteur. Chipépé. Débarras... Il y a une ampoule à lumière noire, je devrais peut-être la prendre. Il nous manque plus qu'une boule à facettes. Ah non, il nous manque plus qu'une boule à facettes, des costards blancs et du gros son, et on peut trop se faire une pure soirée. La pure soirée, on se la fera quand on aura retrouvé la gamine. Tu m'as vraiment suivi dans un débarras, au cas où t'aurais eu besoin de backup. Si tu l'es. Fermé, je me demande où peut être la clé. Alors dites-moi, inspecteur, comment puis-je vous être utile? Serait-il possible d'accéder à votre bureau? Je serais ravie de pouvoir vous aider, inspecteur, mais j'ai malheureusement égaré la clé, j'en suis désolée. Ok. Un drôle d'endroit pour installer un téléphone. Il ne devait plus avoir d'endroit où dessiner. Je veux dire, où le mettre. Une demeure de ce standing mérite mieux que de vulgaires fleurs en plastique. Pardon. Le diluant à peinture a dû tomber quand l'étagère a cédé. Il n'en reste pratiquement plus à l'intérieur. Juste un tas de souvenirs oubliés, ok. Si ça se trouve, elle n'est pas cassée, c'est juste l'ampoule qui a grillé. Du coup, on va lui mettre l'ampoule noire. J'espère que ça ne va pas révéler des secrets qui auraient dû le rester. Qu'est-ce que c'est que ce truc? Eh bien, voilà qui n'a pas l'air inquiétant du tout. Portail vers le côté obscur. Le motif semble effacé par endroits. Je me demande ce qui se passerait si je le reconstituais. Ils ont l'air lourds. Je n'aimerais pas m'en prendre un sur la tête. Une boîte sur laquelle il est écrit « Rêve brisé d'âne ». Ça me plaît pas du tout, inspecteur. Personnellement, j'aurais plus vu du vert phosphorescent. Ça fout plus les jetons. On peut utiliser le diluant. Non. Chambre de la fille. Je doute qu'une dizaine de paires de chaussettes roses puissent me servir à grand-chose. Ce n'est pas le moment de dessiner, inspecteur. L'encre de ces feutres est visible à la lumière noire. Ça devrait pouvoir m'être utile. C'est la première fois que je vois un cheval à 5 pattes. Il en a 4, là, qu'est-ce qu'il raconte? Je ne pense pas qu'elle se destine à faire les beaux-arts. C'est peut-être un dessin... Tu crois? Je vais lancer un avis de recherche, alors. Non, Douli, fais pas ça. JPP. Dis-moi où elle est, le nounours? Je plaisante, je sais bien que t'en sais rien. T'es qu'un ours en peluche. Un pauvre ours en peluche qui sait rien du tout. Ça fait quand même beaucoup de roses. Je pense que j'aurais fugué aussi à sa place. Elle a pas fugué. Bonjour, est-ce que je peux vous poser... Mon bébé a disparu. Est-ce que vous pourriez me parler d'Alice? Elle a disparu, mon bébé. Est-ce qu'il y a quelque chose que je... Faut que vous la retrouviez. Il y a une sorte de portail étrange. Vous l'avez retrouvé? Vous avez retrouvé mon bébé? Pas encore, mais je voulais vous demander. Il faut que vous la retrouviez, je vous en supplie. Ramenez-moi mon bébé, mon bébé. D'accord. À plus tard. Vous devez la retrouver. Ce n'est pas très poli de fouiller dans les tiroirs des gens sans demander avant. Oh, ça va. Alice et sa mère ont l'air heureuses sur cette photo. Difficile de croire qu'il s'agit de la même femme à qui nous avons parlé. Le stress ne l'a pas épargnée. Elle a l'air tout ce qu'il y a de plus adorable. T'inquiète pas, inspecteur, tu vas la retrouver. Un waterbed, c'est la première fois que j'en vois un en vrai. On dirait qu'on a cherché à cacher quelque chose en dessous. Oh, ça m'étonnerait. Page étrange, il n'y a rien d'autre là-dessous. Parlez-moi d'Alice. Elle est trop gâtée, elle met son nez là où elle ne devrait pas. Mais j'imagine que c'est ce qui arrive quand on a des parents extrêmement aisés. Depuis combien de temps travaillez-vous pour Monsieur et Madame Jones? Monsieur et Madame Jones, ça fait penser à un titre de film. Et à celui d'une chanson aussi. Tu crois vraiment que c'est le moment? Oh, excuse-moi d'être cultivé, hein. Bref, répondez à la question, s'il vous plaît. Suffisamment longtemps pour n'avoir aucune raison de leur en vouloir pour quoi que ce soit. Vous êtes la nourrice, c'est bien ça? La nourrice, tout ce qu'il y a de plus innocente, en effet. Avez-vous les clés des différentes pièces de la maison? Je suis nourrice, pas femme de chambre. Certes, mais ça ne répond pas à ma question. Oui. Parfait. Puis je vous emprunter la clé du bureau. Naturellement, il n'y a absolument rien de compromettant à l'intérieur. Que pouvez-vous me dire sur le portail démoniaque qui se trouve au grenier? Absolument rien. En tout cas, ce qui est sûr, c'est que je n'ai rien à voir là-dedans. Je n'ai pas bougé d'ici. Plus de questions pour l'instant. Je vais me remettre au travail alors. Et absolument rien d'autre. Fermé, je me demande si... Et hop, la voie est libre. Sur Roy Jones, il faut quand même avoir un sacré goût pour avoir un tableau de soi-même chez soi. Sa collection de magazines. Waouh, il est obsédé par les cruches, on dirait. Bien joli père, mais c'est pas possible. Splendide collection de livres, en jugé par la couche de poussière. Il semblerait qu'il n'ait pas été ouvert depuis longtemps, c'est dommage. Vieille lanterne à pétrole, on dirait qu'il en reste à l'intérieur. Vu comme elle est moche, cette statue doit valoir une fortune. Et il y a que 2 fauteuils dans toute la maison. Dis pas n'importe quoi, Douli, il y en a d'autres, c'est juste qu'ils sont hors champ. Moi, je fais pas confiance à un type qui a trop de livres. Et c'est combien trop pour toi? Je sais pas, 6. Et t'en as combien toi des livres? Ce genre de question me met mal à l'aise. Ok, bon. Non, c'est pas là que je voulais aller. On va utiliser les allumettes sur la lanterne. Je devrais sans doute essayer de l'allumer juste au cas où. Hein. Voilà. Là, on va utiliser la page étrange. Bon, je crois que j'ai tout ce qu'il me faut. Essayons de reconstituer les symboles manquants et voyons quelle sombre magie opère derrière tout ça. Ok. Ça devrait être bon. Cool. Je pense que c'est le bon moment pour arrêter de faire quoi que ce soit en fait. Même moi, je ne suis pas assez inconscient pour entrer là-dedans sans lumière. T'inquiète. Allez, Douli, on y va. Désolé, inspecteur, mais il n'y a pas moyen que je m'approche de ce truc. Je vais rester monter la garde. L'étiquette dit « Les vieillis, 1880 environ ». Pour quelle raison est-ce que quelqu'un voudrait garder ça? Ne regardez pas là-dedans, monsieur. C'est là que vivent les rats à 3 yeux. Ah. Une boîte sur laquelle il est écrit « Première robe de culte de bébé ». Des gloussements hystériques semblent provenir de l'autre côté de la porte. Je suis content qu'elle soit bien fermée. On dirait l'autre grenier. Il y a même l'étagère cassée. Sauf qu'ici, tout est bleu et froid. Bonjour monsieur, bonjour petite. Vous êtes ici pour me ramener chez moi? Oui. Ouf, je commençais à avoir faim et les bruits qui viennent d'en bas me font un peu peur. Allez, partons vite d'ici. Oh. Pas si vite, inspecteur. Où est Douli? L'autre idiot? Je vais régler son compte. Vous avez suffisamment fouiné comme ça. Je vais vous garder prisonnier ici. Emmenez la fille avec vous, au moins. Oh, mais j'y compte bien, je suis sa tutrice légale, après tout. C'est mon travail de veiller sur elle, surtout si quelque chose devait arriver à ses parents. Si jamais ils se retrouvaient prisonniers dans la version de leur chambre située du côté obscur, par exemple, ce qui serait arrivé ici, Alice n'avait pas fouillé dans mes affaires et qu'elle ne s'était pas retrouvée coincée ici. J'ai essayé de faire profil bas jusqu'à votre départ, mais je pensais que vous auriez abandonné plus vite. Quel genre de policier abandonnerait un enfant disparu à son sort? La quasi-totalité des forces de l'ordre de Twin Lakes. C'est triste, mais vous avez sans doute raison. Super. Alors c'était ça votre plan, mettre la main sur l'héritage? Reconnaissez que c'est le crime quasiment parfait. Oui, c'est vrai. Même si vous arrivez à vous débarrasser de moi, qu'est-ce que vous croyez qu'il va se passer? Alice sait ce que vous mijotez, c'est une petite fille très intelligente. Si elle l'est tant que ça, elle se rendra vite compte qu'elle aura intérêt à garder le silence. Une fois que Douli aura repris connaissance, vous pourrez faire une croix sur vos beaux projets. Vous avez raison. Je vais devoir faire en sorte que vous l'attiriez jusqu'ici. Allons-y. Allez, cherchez votre ami et ramenez-le ici. Et pas de coup fourré. Ouais, t'inquiète, pas de coup fourré du tout. Tiens, goûte-moi ça. Non! Bye bye. Enfin, la seule solution, c'est la dissolution. Allez, réveillons Douli pour que je puisse lui raconter ma blague. C'est comme si c'était la première fois que tu l'entendais, d'accord? D'accord, monsieur. Donc en fait, c'est après avoir fouillé dans les affaires de sa nounou que la gamine s'est accidentellement retrouvée emprisonnée au grenier. À l'intérieur du côté obscur, oui. C'est un résumé extrêmement succinct de ce qui s'est passé, mais c'est ça. Dommage que la nounou soit folle alliée. Elle était canon. Douli, elle pratiquait les arts occultes. Elle projetait d'emprisonner des gens innocents dans un univers parallèle, de kidnapper leurs filles et de leur prendre tout leur argent. Et oh, j'ai dit que c'était dommage, non? Je me demande où la nounou avait trouvé ses ouvrages sur les arts occultes. C'est assez rare de tomber sur ce genre de truc de nos jours. Bah, je chercherai la réponse une autre fois. Pour l'instant, il faut que je vois quel formulaire utiliser pour classer cette affaire. Aïe, aïe, aïe. Hop, deuxième enquête. Maman, j'ai raté l'ouvrage! Douli m'a dit d'aller à la bibliothèque. J'imagine qu'il a dû voir l'étrange orage qui s'est formé au-dessus. Coucou Len. Bon, de quelle affaire s'agit-il cette fois, Douli? Je t'écoute. Affaire? Non, c'est juste que j'ai des livres en retard à prendre. Donc cette espèce de vortex violet qui flotte au-dessus du bâtiment n'a rien à voir avec notre présence ici? Sois sérieux 2 secondes, McQueen. Tu comptes faire quoi? Arrêter la météo? Ce que t'es prêt à faire pour justifier l'existence de la division, quand même. Allez, plus vite on aura fini, plus vite on pourra repartir. Super. À ton avis, combien d'affaires on va devoir résoudre avant qu'ils nous donnent une voiture dont le toit fuit pas quand il pleut? Ça nous maintient éveillés, sur nos gardes même. Ceci est une bibliothèque. J'ai rarement vu plus informatif. Ces statues me mettent mal à l'aise. Elles ne sont pas exactement très accueillantes. Je sais pas, elles pourraient pas lire un livre ou porter des lunettes ou quelque chose. Avant que le bâtiment ne soit transformé en bibliothèque, c'est ici que le maire avait installé sa collection de lions. Ah d'accord, bah oui, en effet, je comprends mieux. Ça sera vite réglé, t'inquiète. Et oui, nous avons eu peur. Hein. Comment il s'appelle, Hélène? Des pénalités? Pour des retards? Comment vous voulez que des livres soient en retard? C'est pas comme s'ils devaient aller à beaucoup de rendez-vous. N'essayez pas de vous en tirer avec votre charme, Patrick. Le règlement, c'est le règlement. On ne pourrait pas trouver un petit arrangement? Merde. Bon. Dis, Douli, t'es pas en train d'essayer d'annuler tes pénalités de façon illégale, j'espère. Ton vivant, sans doute, non? Non. Vous voulez un arrangement? D'accord, j'annulerai vos pénalités si vous arrêtez cet insupportable gamin. Quel gamin? Celui qui est responsable de l'orage et des fantômes aussi. Hein? Mais quel fantôme? Rappelez-moi ce que vous disiez à propos des fantômes. Oh bah le bâtiment est hanté, les trucs classiques, vous savez. Quel truc classique? Des lumières qui vacillent, des livres qui flottent dans les airs, des bruits étranges, des orages violets menaçants. Ça effraie les lecteurs, tout ça, vous savez. Et donc d'après vous, c'est un enfant qui est responsable? En tout cas, c'est lui qui passe le plus de temps ici. À tel point que je trouve ça suspect, oui. Je vais mener l'enquête. Faites donc, sinon j'avais pensé à demander 2 prêtres un peu bizarres ou à une start-up de chasseurs de fantômes douteux de venir s'en charger. Quels sont les livres que Douli avait empruntés? Alors, il avait les règlements pour les nuls, Roswell, Nouveau-Mexique, et si c'était les aliens qui menaient des expériences sur nous, et les lois. De quoi s'agit-il et en avons-nous réellement besoin? Et le secret bibliothécaire, alors? Ça n'existe pas, ça, mon pote. J'en déduis que t'as laissé tomber le code civil. Il n'y avait pas assez d'images. Qu'est-ce que vous lisez? Guy Light, Les Crocs de l'amour, l'histoire déchirante d'une jeune fille qui tombe amoureuse d'un contre-vampire. Un quoi? Un contre-vampire. Il ne peut sortir que pendant la journée. Comme un être humain. J'en suis à la partie où c'est le bal de promo, il a promis de l'accompagner, mais l'horaire du bal a été avancé et maintenant, il doit avoir lieu la nuit. Qu'est-ce qui se passe s'il décide de sortir une fois la nuit tombée? Il commence à avoir très sommeil. Ça a l'air intéressant. Hein? Ça a surtout l'air bien nul, ouais. Super. Si vous avez besoin de quoi que ce soit d'autre, je serai ici, sauf si je suis ailleurs. D'accord. Panneau silence, s'il vous... Chut. Vu d'un certain angle, on dirait que Douli a une coupe de cheveux un peu folle. Et moi, ça va. C'est votre pile de romans à lire? Oh, je les ai déjà tous lus, ceux-là. C'est juste que comme il manque un des pieds du bureau, je les utilise pour maintenir l'ordinateur en équilibre. Ah. Je croyais que tu trouvais ça suspect d'avoir des livres chez toi. Et ça l'est. Quel genre d'ouvrage secret tu veux lire chez toi que tu peux pas trouver dans ta bibliothèque locale? Peut-être que les gens aiment juste avoir leurs propres livres chez eux. C'est peut-être une question de germe. De germe? Tu crois vraiment tout ce qu'Hollywood te raconte? Aïe aïe. J'ai offert ça à Doris la dernière fois que j'ai voulu échapper aux pénalités. Mais ce coup-ci, j'ai l'impression qu'il va falloir que je fasse mieux. Une vieille photocopieuse, je doute qu'elle soit très utilisée dernièrement. Oh si, quand tu dois renouveler ta carte chaque année, Doris effectue une photocopie de tes fesses et l'ajoute à ton dossier. Elle a fait des photocopies des fesses de tous les membres de la bibliothèque. Maintenant que j'y pense, juste des miennes en fait. J'imagine que c'est le prix à payer pour toutes ces heures passées à faire de l'exercice. Les roses sont rouges, les violettes sont bleues, vos droits d'emprunt sont suspendus en raison de retards trop nombreux. On dirait que certains de ces manteaux sont là depuis des années. On devrait regarder ce qu'ils ont dans les poches. Faut voir si on trouve pas d'indices, bien sûr. Bien sûr. On ne sait jamais quand je pourrais avoir besoin de couper quelque chose en 2, ou 3, ou 4, ou 5. On dirait que l'ordinateur est cassé. Il est pas cassé, il est vide. Ça leur permet de stocker plus de livres à l'intérieur. Qu'est-ce qu'il raconte? J'adore la liberté d'accès qu'on a dans ce boulot. Réservé au personnel? Pas pour nous. C'est pas faux. Il n'y a pas de salle à côté, non. Vieil ascenseur, où est l'escalier? Nous n'en avons plus. Il y a eu un accident il y a quelques années et ironiquement, l'escalier de secours est la seule chose qui est brûlée. Bon, d'accord. C'est pas des compétences nécessaires pour mettre en place un bouton normal, alors un bouton comme celui-ci. Ok. Donc on va aller dans la SF. Les feuilles de cette plante sont assez étranges. Quoi, ça? C'est juste le tronc où Doris fait sécher ses bas. Ah. De quoi est-ce qu'un rabbin et un prêtre discutent dans une bibliothèque? Je sais pas, vas-y. De rien. Une bibliothèque est un lieu de silence, de solitude et de recueillement, chose qu'ils respectent l'un comme l'autre. Va vraiment falloir que tu bosses sur tes vannes si tu veux faire du stand-up. Attention à ne pas cligner des yeux. Oh la ref. Section enfant. Et celui-là, les mots sont courts et je pense que je peux lire tout le livre de la première à la dernière page. Ah, mais est-ce qu'il est adapté à mon âge? Parce que moi, j'ai lu un livre sur les livres adaptés à mon âge et c'est tous des livres avec des garçons et des sorciers et des chiens qui parlent. D'accord, je vais le lire alors. J'espère que je vais aimer parce que j'ai déjà lu tous les livres avec des garçons, des sorciers et des chiens qui parlent de la bibliothèque. Pourquoi les parents n'aiment pas leurs enfants? J'espère que j'aurai un robot domestique un jour. Trop de responsabilités, il faut lui donner à manger, lui gratter le ventre, lui apprendre à renverser l'humanité. Pourquoi tu voudrais lui apprendre ça? Tu m'excuses, mais je préfère être du bon côté quand l'inévitable arrivera. J'ai toujours aimé les trains et les trams, pas les monorails par contre. À se croire meilleurs que tout le monde parce qu'ils sont suspendus en l'air. Il y a peu de choses plus gênantes que des enfants qui parlent à leur ami invisible. A, B, C, has easy as 4, 5, 6. Un courant d'air glacial sort du conduit d'aération. Ça ne peut pas être bon pour la santé de ce gosse. Si on se fie aux traces de poussière, je dirais qu'il a été déplacé récemment. Un stéréoscope? J'adorais ces trucs-là quand j'étais gamin. Je vais le prendre et voir si je peux lui trouver une utilité. C'est dans les moments comme ça que je regrette de plus être à la circulation. Oh, pitchoun. Conte d'Émile et Nuit. Ça ne semble pas tout à fait normal. Pas mal ton truc. Dans quel bouquin de magie t'as appris ça, gamin? C'est pas de la magie, c'est... rien. Toi, ta tête me dit quelque chose. Je t'aurais pas déjà arrêté avant? À qui est-ce que tu parles, gamin? Je vous dirai rien, je sais ce qui arrive aux balances. Les médias modernes rendent vraiment notre boulot de plus en plus difficile. Un vieux jouet qui permet de visionner de courtes séquences sur pellicule. Ah oui, donc il faut des pellicules, chose que nous n'avons pas. Tiens, pour une fois, je me serais attendue à devoir résoudre une série d'énigmes plus ou moins logiques pour obtenir ça. Vieille carte de bibliothèque. Nécrologie fantastique, noyée au cœur de lune, étranglée avec son propre soutien-gorge. Quand j'étais jeune, je voulais devenir astronaute jusqu'à ce que j'apprenne qu'il fallait aller dans l'espace. On dirait qu'une partie de l'aluminium de la fusée commence à se détacher, ça pourrait être utile. Si on vivait au Moyen-Âge, on mènerait les aventures de on mènerait les aventures du bailli, du côté obscur et de son fidèle écuyer Douli. Ok. Saga Africa. Ambiance délabre house. J'ai jamais compris cette section. Comment est-ce que quelque chose peut être à la fois de la science et de la fiction? Des fois, je me demande ce que je pourrais faire de toi. Me filer une augmentation? Clairement pas. J'adore ce jeu, pas toi? Si, moi aussi, mais c'est la première fois que je vois des pions du jeu de dames aussi élaborés. Il me fatigue. Disons que ce sera le plan B. Ah. Bon. Retournons là-bas. Salle de lecture, hobby. Le professeur Théodore Bibliothèque, inventeur de la bibliothèque. Il n'y a pas un mot de vrai là-dedans. Est-ce que c'est le même impair marron que tu portes tout le temps ou est-ce que t'en as une dizaine d'autres identiques chez toi? C'est une bonne question. Tout de même. Hobby, bricolage. Manuel de bricolage. Comment faire du bricolage vous-même? Perso, je suis vraiment bon en bricolage. Je m'arrange pour que ma sœur fasse tout pour moi. Pourquoi est-ce qu'ils sont tous faux? J'imagine qu'ils ne tiennent pas à ce que des enfants s'amusent à peindre les bouquins. Pourquoi... non, ça me vient de le faire. Une seconde, ce sont des photocopies de dessins d'enfants. Eh bien, dites donc, monsieur le bourgeois, avec ses poches pleines de thunes, le gars, il est suffisamment riche pour pouvoir s'offrir des œuvres originales d'enfants artistes. Je te jure. Hein. On dirait qu'il est en train de sauter. Tu sauterais sans doute aussi si quelqu'un t'avait mis un poteau dans le derrière. Pas faux. Quelqu'un semble avoir oublié de la colle. Pas aussi pratique que du ruban adhésif, mais ça pourrait quand même être utile. Utilise du ruban adhésif comme pantalon, pour un entrejambe durable. Pas sûr. Je ne vois pas pourquoi on reste collé ici, inspecteur. T'aurais pas pu dire ça quand j'ai récupéré la colle, non? Des fois, j'ai l'impression que tu ne vois rien d'autre en moi qu'un faire-valoir comique. Eh ben, ça... Oh, bonjour mademoiselle, je ne m'attendais pas à trouver quelqu'un ici. Bonjour, je m'appelle Raxa. Je suis ici pour étudier les phénomènes étranges. J'imagine que c'est également la raison de votre présence ici, inspecteur. Oh, oui, tout à fait. Toujours en train d'enquêter sur quelque chose d'étrange, c'est tout moi. Dites, ça vous dirait de partager les résultats de vos recherches avec moi? Eh bien, ce n'est pas grand-chose, mais il semblerait qu'il y ait une étrange concentration d'énergie dans la pièce d'à côté. Là, je cherche sur internet s'il n'y a pas quelque chose qui me permettrait de découvrir de quoi il s'agit exactement. Très bien, dites-moi si vous trouvez quelque chose. Qui n'a pas besoin de créer au XXIe siècle? La plupart des gens, c'est pas faux. Qu'est-ce qui t'arrive, Douli? Je te sens tendu. Cette histoire de salle de lecture, si je comprends bien, ça veut dire qu'on devrait être en train de lire là, non? Ou est-ce que ça veut dire qu'il est interdit de lire autre part? Ou alors est-ce que c'est la salle elle-même qui s'occupe de la lecture? Et si c'est le cas, qu'est-ce qu'elle lit? T'as vraiment une manière spéciale de penser, Douli. La commissaire Scully dit que c'est pour ça qu'elle m'a affectée à la division. J'espère qu'il n'y a pas d'ouvrage de contrebande dans cette pile. Si seulement. Enfin, vous voyez ce que je veux dire. Le temps donne toujours l'impression de s'être arrêté dans les endroits ennuyeux comme les bibliothèques. Alors, inspecteur, on chasse les fantômes? Il s'agit d'une information classique. Parce qu'il y a pas mal de trucs inexplicables qui se passent par ici. Ah, vous les avez remarqués vous aussi? Je termine un cursus de spécialisation en sciences occultes à la TLU. C'est encore possible de faire ça? Je croyais que toute cette filière avait été supprimée. J'imagine que ça doit leur prendre du temps de répertorier toutes les branches et de les interdire. Je vois. Ceci dit, ça reste une filière assez confidentielle. Et qu'est-ce qu'il est possible d'étudier en parallèle? Oh, ce que vous voulez. Personnellement, j'ai choisi l'informatique pour ne pas me retrouver avec 2 matières proposant peu de débouchés professionnels. Sage décision, Raxa. D'expérience, je peux vous dire que l'occulte ne rapporte pas des masses. Donc, salle de lecture microfilm. Comment on peut accumuler assez de documents pour avoir besoin de les stocker dans un meuble à part? Une bibliothèque. Tu penses que ça existe, toi, Mégafilm? Il semblait mettre une sorte d'énergie, comme le disait Raxa. Il se peut que ce soit un indice, c'est une éventualité. Il y en a trop pour que je puisse tous les prendre. Même mes poches ont leurs limites. Il est cassé. Si je veux savoir ce qu'il y a sur les microfilms, je vais devoir trouver une autre solution. Voyons voir ce qu'on trouve sur le net. Haha, vous n'avez pas dit le mot magique. Entrez le mot de passe. C'est vrai qu'il va falloir que je trouve le mot de passe. Le véhicule est trop grand, on a encore un problème de format incompatible. Bon, je viens d'endommager du matériel de haute valeur historique. Espérons que ça n'ait pas été en vain. Ah, ça, monsieur. Ça tient. Jetons un œil à ce que je n'ai pas malencontreusement sectionné de l'histoire récente de Twin Lakes. Les Spider-Moths recommencent. En lisant qu'ils recommencent, on dirait qu'ils avaient reproduit un genre d'exploit sportif alors qu'en fait, ils venaient juste d'incendier le stade de l'équipe adverse. Et coucou Gotan, ça va et toi? Et réduction du personnel à la bibliothèque. Suite aux récentes restrictions budgétaires, le personnel de la bibliothèque municipale a été réduit au strict minimum. S'ils parlent de Doris, c'est plutôt strict au maximum qu'ils auraient dû dire. Ils veulent dire qu'il ne reste pratiquement plus d'employés. Ah ouais, il n'y a plus que Doris en fait. En plus, elle fait ça bénévolement, elle est à la retraite. C'est dur pour tout le monde en ce moment. Le dollar à son plus haut, bas, bas, gauche, droite, BA. Je n'aurais pas dû lire ça à haute voix. Je me demande si je n'ai pas invoqué quelque chose sans le vouloir. D'après un inspecteur aliéné, ces graffitis étaient un rituel visant à révéler les morts vivants. Je me souviens de cette Qu'est-ce que... bonjour, qui êtes-vous et comment êtes-vous arrivé ici? Je suis ce qui ne peut jamais être oublié. La vase qui inonde vos cauchemars, le connaisseur de l'inconnu. D'accord, ça ne m'avance pas beaucoup, je dois dire. L'aide est là pour ceux qui savent comment la saisir. Très bien, essayons alors. Dites-moi, ô connaisseur de l'inconnu, que se passe-t-il ici? Je n'en ai aucune idée. D'accord. Mais je sais toutefois que ce lâche de Yeats protège une pièce secrète à l'intérieur de laquelle se trouve un immense pouvoir et de précieux trésors. Pouvoir vraisemblablement responsable de l'invocation spectrale de ma personne et des autres qui se trouvent en ces lieux. Petit moment pour souffler. Ah, profite, pose-toi. Les autres? Quels autres? Les autres? Et inspecteur, à qui est-ce que tu parles? Je parle avec... Tu sais quoi? Je sais même pas comment je pourrais t'expliquer. Bon, allons dans les autres pièces. M'accorderez-vous, cher monsieur, un instant de votre temps? Un autre? Un autre? Ah, un autre esprit, oui, eh bien, par votre question, vous avez répondu à la mienne. Pardonnez ma curiosité, mais j'aimerais savoir si, lors de vos errances, vous n'auriez pas croisé la route de ce vaurien de Crowley. Un individu mystérieux portant un chapeau ridicule? Lui-même, je savais qu'il rôdait quelque part dans les environs. Il a mentionné l'existence d'une pièce secrète? Oui, mais je ne puis m'étendre davantage sur le sujet, pas tant que la bête sera là. Mais je voulais juste... Pas un mot de plus, monsieur, pas un seul. D'accord. Vous êtes auteur, vous aussi, je ne vous reconnais pas. Yep, mais pas comme les autres pingouins, là, avec leur fiction littéraire. Moi, j'écrivais des trucs utiles, genre comment faire des branchements électriques, de la plomberie. Vous croyez que vous pourriez réparer l'ascenseur? Avec des outils adaptés, je pense, ouais. Mais il me faudrait un bouton neuf pour remplacer l'autre. Tiens. C'est pour quoi faire tout ça? Vous pensez pouvoir utiliser ce bouton pour réparer l'ascenseur? Oui, mais ça ne servira à rien. Il faudrait qu'il soit conducteur pour que le circuit fonctionne. Ça devrait rendre le bouton conducteur. La carte de bibliothèque d'un dénommé Paul Conway. Un homme a l'air particulièrement suffisant. Est-ce que le bouton permettrait de remplacer celui de l'ascenseur? Faites voir. Oui, je pense que ça devrait aller. Donnez-moi quelques minutes pour l'installer. Merci d'avoir réparé l'ascenseur, Gail. Contente d'avoir pu vous aider, c'était sympa de pouvoir me rendre utile. Du coup, on va aller dans la section horreur. Tiens, t'as vu? On dirait que Doris a enfin réparé le bouton de l'ascenseur. Non, c'était... Oh, laisse tomber. Une série de livres qui semblaient n'appartenir à aucune autre section de la bibliothèque. Il y a par exemple Comment cuisiner un dinosaure, si vous arrivez à en capturer un. Internet et autres modes passagères. Architecture de l'esprit par Sarah Bellum. Ou encore Comptabilité et MMO. Devenez le banquier virtuel que vous avez toujours rêvé d'être. On dirait qu'il est possible d'accéder au toit par là. Heureusement, c'est fermé, vu le temps qu'il fait dehors. Je préfère rester à l'intérieur. T'arrives à peine à faire frissonner les midinettes. Oh oui. C'est juste parce qu'elles sont pas capables de concevoir l'épouvante que j'évoque dans mes écrits, Eddie. Par contre, toi, tu joues sur des clichés bateaux. Tes Penny Dreadfuls, ils ont rien d'horrible. Dans le meilleur des cas, c'est du macabre à sensation. Tes meilleures œuvres ont même pas été écrites par toi, charlatan, imposteur, escroc spectral. Si c'est vraiment ce que tu penses, pourquoi est-ce que tu caches mes travaux, Eddie? Je te l'ai déjà dit, c'est pas moi qui ai pris ton livre. J'imagine que tu l'as caché parce que son contenu était trop terrifiant pour toi. Ah, qu'est-ce que tu peux m'agacer? D'accord. Kelvin a mangé un flic, dernière volonté, coup de grâce de la dernière fois, t'as eu de la chance. 100 lieux inhospitaliers, guide illustré. Compendium. C'est moi ou ils sont pas très bien rangés ces bouquins? Ouais, Doris a dit que c'est pour encourager l'exploration et la découverte de nouveaux livres, mais je pense surtout qu'elle est trop occupée à écrire les siens. Laxatif sans recette. OMG. Monsieur Reagan. Je se comporte de manière si puérile, il n'y a aucun doute quant au fait que je sois le meilleur auteur de terreur. J'ai marqué les esprits de toute une génération avec ma vision athée de l'horreur. Vision athée? Ah, quelle fadaise. C'en est trop, tu vas regretter ces paroles. Je t'attends, scribouillard chétif. Arrêtez vous deux, sinon je vous mets dans une sorte de prison surnaturelle. C'est lui qui a commencé. Mensonge, c'est à cause de toi et de ton... Je ne veux pas savoir qui a commencé, je veux juste que vous arrêtiez. Alors, vous allez attendre sagement que je revienne et je ne veux pas entendre un bruit. Qu'est-ce qui se passe ici? Je n'ai pas pris son fichu livre, c'est cette femme Blyton la coupable. Pourquoi vous ne lui dites pas? Parce qu'il refuse de m'écouter, pardi. Il est convaincu que j'ai caché son livre pour que plus de gens empruntent mes œuvres que les siennes. C'est absurde, mais ces sautes d'humeur me laissent indifférent. Mes travaux sont largement supérieurs aux siens. Oi yo 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 yo. On va retourner au SF. Et voilà, il joue. Adams et Pratchett. Oh bonjour, j'adore ce que vous faites. Merci. Mais non, pas toi. Oh. J'ai lu toutes vos histoires de détective. J'adore comment tout y est exagéré. J'adore ce jeu. Non, ok, ça bouge pas. Bon, il parle pas. Très bien. Je pense que vous devriez lire celui-là. Je l'ai lu et j'ai bien aimé. De quoi est-ce que ça parle? C'est l'histoire d'un garçon qui voit des morts. Oh, ce n'est pas pour moi alors. J'ai peur des fantômes. Veuillez m'excuser, mais est-ce vous qui avez volé le livre de Lovecraft? Lui et Poe passent leur temps à se disputer sur lequel des deux a écrit l'ouvrage le plus terrifiant. Du coup, j'ai pris ce livre dans l'espoir que cela mette fin à leur querelle. Il semblerait que ça ait eu l'effet inverse. Eh bien, je suis désolée, mais je ne leur rendrai pas tant qu'ils n'arrêteront pas leurs enfantillages. C'est hors de question. Et comment suis-je censée les convaincre d'arrêter? Ça ne me concerne pas. Vous voulez le livre? Vous mettez un terme à leur dispute. Il doit bien y avoir un livre plus terrifiant que les leurs dans la bibliothèque. J'imagine que ça éliminerait leur raison de se quereller. Certes. Rip Pratchett. Ah. Un auteur que t'aimes bien, Len? Ok, j'aimerais emprunter le livre que vous êtes en train de lire. Il vous faut une carte de bibliothèque pour pouvoir emprunter des livres. Est-ce qu'il serait possible de m'en faire une? Non, je suis trop occupée par mon livre pour ça, désolé. Douli, je peux utiliser ta carte? Elle présente plusieurs pénalités non réglées. J'espère que là, tu regrettes de pas m'avoir laissé conclure mon arrangement, hein. Pourquoi la fenêtre qui donne accès au toit est-elle fermée à clé? Pour des raisons de sécurité. Est-ce que je pourrais avoir la clé? Je crains que non. Pourquoi ça? Pour des raisons de sécurité. Je pourrais avoir le mot de passe pour internet, s'il vous plaît? Pour que vous puissiez accéder à mes meilleurs manuscrits? Vous pouvez courir. Doris, j'ai besoin de ce mot de passe pour pouvoir mener mon enquête. Et moi, j'ai besoin de ces livres, que ces livres restent à l'abri des regards, jusqu'à ce que mon génie soit enfin reconnu. Donc c'est non. Et bah tiens, une carte. J'aimerais emprunter le livre que vous êtes en train de lire. Il vous faut une carte de bibliothèque pour pouvoir emprunter des livres. Une carte comme celle-ci? Comme celle-ci, oui. Parfait alors. Mais pas celle-ci. Elle n'est visiblement pas à vous. Ce n'est même pas votre photo dessus. Je n'ai absolument aucune envie de mettre mon visage là-dedans, mais j'ai vraiment besoin d'une photo de moi. C'est tout que je suis prêt à faire pour ce boulot. J'ai les Sword Edition sur lui. Ah! Non, une suffira. J'ai pas envie de sentir cette odeur une nouvelle fois. Je préférais essayer autre chose avant. On va mettre d'accord. J'ai l'impression d'être de retour en classe de dessin. Ça va être la fausse pièce d'identité la moins convaincante que j'ai eu l'occasion de voir au cours de toutes mes années de service. T'inquiète. J'aimerais emprunter le livre que vous êtes en train de lire. Carte comme celle-ci. Oh, très bien. Tenez, Paul. Paul, mais il s'appelle... Je m'appelle Paul, comme c'est écrit sur la carte. Ma carte. Paul, Paul, Paul. Ok. Donc là, on va remonter en horreur pour leur montrer que le livre, il est terrifiant. Est-ce mon livre? Malheureusement, non. De quoi s'agit-il? Du roman le plus terrifiant jamais écrit. Et il ne l'a été par aucun de vous deux. Faites-moi voir ça. Jeune fille, blablabla, contre vampire, blablabla, histoire d'amour, semble effectivement terrifiant. Sa seule existence suffit à me donner des frissons. Reconnaissez-vous qu'il s'agit d'un ouvrage plus terrifiant que vos travaux respectifs? Acceptez-vous de mettre fin à votre querelle? D'accord? D'accord. Comment un ouvrage aussi horrible peut-il exister? Et surtout, comment peut-il être si populaire? Stoker doit se retourner dans sa tombe. Le pauvre, j'espère qu'il ignore son existence. Ils sont partis. Et maintenant, j'imagine que je pourrais essayer d'éclaircir les zones d'ombre des autres fantômes. Bah là, on va pouvoir récupérer le livre qui manque dans la zone des enfants. J'ai réussi à les faire se mettre d'accord sur l'ouvrage le plus terrifiant qui existe. Je peux avoir le livre maintenant? Parfait. Je ne sais pas ce qui vous pousse à récupérer cette abomination, mais une promesse est une promesse. C'est celui qui a écrit Dracula. Oh, ok. Oh, inspecteur, t'as ruiné l'illusion du gamin. Ok. Quelque chose me dit que je ne devrais pas encore remettre ce livre à sa place. Je vais le garder jusqu'à ce que j'en apprenne davantage sur l'endroit secret dont parlait Yates et Crowley. Oh, je suis fou de moi. Pourquoi portez-vous un stéréoscope, inspecteur? Oh, ça fait partie d'un jeu. Je dois aussi faire semblant de parler avec des personnes invisibles. Pas d'autres questions, j'ai eu toutes les réponses dont j'avais besoin. À plus tard. Je vous répète, monsieur, que vous et moi ne devrions pas converser tant que Crowley rôde, attentif à la moindre de mes erreurs. J'ai rencontré votre ami Yates, il affirme que vous l'espionnez. Je dois avouer que je prends grand plaisir à tourmenter l'homme. Il affirme également que vous cherchez à accéder à la pièce que vous avez mentionnée. C'est exact, je m'ennuie quand même rarement de mon vivant. J'ai besoin de quelque chose à faire ou à lire. Pourquoi n'utilisez-vous pas cet ordinateur pour aller sur Internet? 2 mots. Contrôle parental. Oh, je vois. Peut-être que je pourrais trouver un moyen de contourner le problème. Je vous en saurai gré. En attendant, restez ici et ne touchez à rien. Raxa, vous m'avez dit que vous cherchiez des informations sur Internet. Comment avez-vous fait pour y accéder? Eh bien, inspecteur, on est d'humeur polissonne. Moi? Non, c'est juste que j'ai un ami qui a besoin de contourner le pare-feu de la bibliothèque. Le réseau de bibliothèque est particulièrement bien protégé, c'est vrai. Je pense que Doris craint que quelqu'un ne s'y introduise pour voler ses fanfics en attente de publication. Mais comme j'ai réussi à deviner le mot de passe, je peux librement accéder à Internet. Vous voulez que je vous le donne pour que vous puissiez l'utiliser aussi? Oui, s'il vous plaît. Ouais, on va voir ce qu'on trouve. Ouais, qu'il va faire... Mais... 1, 2, 3, 4, JPP. Crowley devrait maintenant pouvoir réaliser ses recherches en toute liberté, je vais lui dire. Bon. J'ai fait en sorte que vous puissiez rechercher ce que vous voulez sans aucune restriction. Parfait. Comment dire, il n'est pas nécessaire que vous restiez à présent. Très bien, je vous laisse à vos affaires dans ce cas. Fermez la porte en sortant. Ai-je bien senti? Oui, les yeux de la bête regardent ailleurs. Même l'air est plus respirable maintenant. Respirable n'est peut-être pas le terme le mieux adapté. Je vous demande pardon, monsieur? Ça n'a pas d'importance. Évitez juste d'entrer dans cette pièce dans la mesure du possible. Je suivrai votre conseil. Merci. Que savez-vous au sujet de la pièce secrète? Je vous dirai ce que je sais. Il y a effectivement un lieu dissimulé derrière la section horreur du 3e étage. Elle renferme la source de la contamination fantomatique qui affecte ce bâtiment. Comment puis-je accéder à l'intérieur? Un des ouvrages de la section des L agit comme un levier. Tirez dessus et mettez un terme à ce chaos. Bonne chance, mon ami. T'as entendu ça, Douli? Entendu quoi? Ah oui, c'est vrai. Il faut qu'on se rende au 3e étage et qu'on accède à la pièce secrète en utilisant un des livres de la section des L. Et attends un peu, comment tu sais tout ça? Une intuition. Allez, qui ne tente rien. Il y a eu un clic bizarre quand je l'ai remis à sa place. Ok, maintenant on tire là-dessus et... J'imagine que c'est la porte secrète dont parlait Guide s'écrouler. Ces portes sinistres semblent former un pattern que je n'apprécie que moyennement. Laisse-moi deviner, tu vas encore rester ici pour assurer mes arrières? On ne peut rien te cacher, inspecteur. Essaie de ne pas te faire assommer ce coup-ci. Qu'est-ce que... D'où ça sort tout ça? Magica, le guide créé par Aleister Crowley pour le célèbre jeu de sorcellerie. Guide de gnostique des ghouls et spectres. Rituel moderne pour la sorcière du XXIe siècle. On dirait des ouvrages occultes de contrebande. Sacrée trouvaille, en tout cas. Comment se fait-il que je n'ai jamais entendu parler de ça? Le Necronomicon, 1001 blagues à vous faire mourir de rire. Câblage explosé. Exposé. On dirait que ce câble continue vers le toit. Ouvrage rituel. Un exemplaire de grimoire, mon beau grimoire. Il est ouvert à la page Invocation des esprits. Peut-être qu'en le refermant, ça mettra fin au chaos environnant. Ouch! On dirait qu'il est alimenté par ce câblage défectueux. Je me demande où il va. Bizarre de trouver ce genre de choses ici. C'est tout à fait normal de trouver ça dans une bibliothèque, non? Tableau périodique des éléments magiques secrets. Dites-moi, pourquoi êtes-vous ici? À l'instar du papillon attiré par les flammes, je suis attirée par les énergies eldritch émanant de ce livre. J'aime les livres qui font peur et l'électricité. J'ai même allumé des bougies pour que ça fasse encore plus sinistre. Grand bien vous fasse, madame. Un petit trou, peut-être que je pourrais faire tomber quelque chose dedans pour voir où ça atterrit. Le crâne, genre. J'espère que ça va marcher. Il reste plus qu'à découvrir où ça a atterri, en espérant que ça n'ait pas fait trop de dégâts. On vient par là, Coco. Qu'est-ce que c'est que tout ce bruit? Je ne m'entends plus lire. Alors petit, que peux-tu me dire sur ce qui se trouve de l'autre côté de ce conduit d'aération? Je ne voulais pas le faire. Faire quoi? J'étais tout seul, je m'ennuyais, alors je suis partie en exploration et j'ai trouvé plein de nouveaux livres trop cool. Mais celui que j'ai commencé à lire faisait très peur, alors je suis partie en courant. C'est après que les fantômes sont arrivés, mais je les aime bien parce que j'ai des amis maintenant. Vous voyez, il n'avait aucune intention de causer du tort à qui que ce soit. Fauteur de troubles, arrêtez-le, il est coupable d'effraction. Dans votre pièce remplie de livres illégaux? Et si on disait que les deux chefs d'accusation s'annulaient mutuellement? Seulement si vous arrivez à faire disparaître les fantômes, et trouvez-lui un autre endroit où il pourrait aller s'ennuyer loin d'ici. Il pourrait rejoindre mes loups sanguinaires. Loups sanguinaires? Le maire a arrêté de payer la taxe dib. Du coup, on ne pouvait plus être des scouts. Ça te plairait, petit? C'est clair! Super! Mais pour l'instant, on a encore du pain sur la planche. Il faut qu'on coupe le flux d'énergie qui traverse le bâtiment et finit absorbé par ce livre. J'imagine que vous allez devoir accéder au paratonnerre qu'il y a sur le toit. Tenez, voici la clé. Allez, Douli, direction le toit. Et bien sûr, faut encore qu'il pleuve. Et oui, en y repensant, c'était dangereux. Heureusement qu'il n'y avait pas eu de blessés. Vous avez failli me tuer, espèce d'inconscient. Sauf que vous êtes déjà morte. Un bel exemple de brutalité policière. Si tu le dis, madame. Si tu le dis. Puisqu'il le faut, je me suis déjà esquivée sur une des scènes de cette affaire. Du coup, je me demande si j'ai pas joué cette carte-là un peu trop tôt. L'avenir nous le dira, mon grand. C'est pour ça que je finis avec des pénalités de retard. Chaque fois que je ramène un livre, je me retrouve sur le toit au beau milieu de la pluie. Qui ne chercherait pas à éviter ça? Quoi? Je vis aussi des aventures quand t'es pas là, tu sais. J'arrête pas d'exister une fois que Frankie McQueen a fini sa journée. Mais l'inspecteur du côté obscur, tu parles, ça devrait plutôt être l'agent de l'occulte. Je vais grimper à l'échelle, moi, d'accord? Ouais, ça vaut sans doute mieux. C'est le cap qui provient de la pièce secrète. Il continue jusqu'au toit. Faut vraiment que je monte tout là-haut? Quoi, t'as peur? Non, mais... Oui. Boîte de raccordement. Qu'est-ce que je dois faire? Descendre le plus vite possible? On dirait que le circuit relie le livre d'en bas à cette antenne. Je pense qu'il faut couper le circuit puis reconnecter l'antenne au paratonnerre pour canaliser toute cette puissance. Oh, ok. Voilà. Ouch, ma main. Regarde ça, McQueen, on dirait que l'orage se dissipe, c'est dingue. Ok, je crois qu'on devrait pouvoir refermer le livre maintenant. Bye bye. J'ai tout mis dans le coffre, inspecteur, mais je ne vois toujours pas pourquoi on a dû emporter tous ces livres. Douli, c'est de la contrebande. Et assez lourde, je dois dire, comme contrebande. Alors Doris, on a un accord? Vous me faites pas virer pour avoir conservé ces livres, je dépose pas plainte contre le gamin qui est entré dans la chambre forte, et je retourne à mes affaires à l'exception de la partie où je hante les gens. Vous devriez aussi faire réparer ces câbles. Oui, oui, d'accord. Allez, Douli, retournons au bureau. À bientôt au campement, monsieur Douli. Avec plaisir, Devon. Désorient Express. Douli m'a fait venir à la station de métro pour une soi-disant urgence. Ah, McQueen, content de te voir. Je suis partie juste après que tu aies appelé. De quelle affaire s'agit-il? Affaire? Ah mais non, j'avais juste besoin que tu me déposes. La station est fermée. Fermée? Ouais, il y a un train carrément sinistre qui bloque les voies. Enfin bref, allons-y. Un train sinistre? Ouais, un train sinistre. Bon, on ferait mieux d'y aller si on ne veut pas arriver en retard au boulot. Douli, tu me dis qu'il y a un train sinistre. Nous, on est la division du côté obscur. Tu penses pas que... Ah bah non, penser, ça fait partie de ton job, monsieur l'inspecteur. Allons jeter un œil. D'accord, mais il n'y a plus de donuts... Mais s'il n'y a plus de donuts quand on arrive au bureau, c'est toi qui invites. Si tu veux... Tu veux... Tout. Les flics sont nuls. Pas aussi nuls que ton orthographe de gamin, en tout cas. Ouais, gamin, va. Putain, c'est lui qui a écrit, c'est sûr. Il est très automatique. Elle semble marcher, mais je n'ai pas de monnaie. Je vais devoir utiliser cet insigne et mettre à profit mes privilèges de membre des forces de l'ordre. L'inspecteur, mais la barrière est cassée, il va falloir qu'on passe par-dessous. Pourquoi on ne sauterait pas par-dessus plutôt? L'assurance pour le saut était trop chère, du coup, on est juste couvert s'il nous arrive quelque chose pendant qu'on rampe lentement. Décidément, être flic a vraiment rien à voir avec ce que la télévision m'avait vendu quand j'étais gosse. Et oui. Oncle Sam veut pas que vous sachiez les choses que je vais vous montrer, alors ça me rend antipathique. Quand je sens un poulet, son acolyte un peu simplet, venir me faire mes boutiques. Les alexandrins ne sont pas respectés. Licence poétique. Sale flic. Yes. Vous avez votre billet, monsieur? Je vais vous demander qui vous êtes. Le conducteur de train, monsieur. D'accord, vous avez l'air un petit peu Fantomatique, monsieur? En effet, en effet. Êtes-vous un fantôme? Pas du tout, monsieur. D'abord, les fantômes sont bleus. Ensuite, ils ne peuvent pas être vus sans un équipement adapté. Non, nous sommes des habitants du côté obscur. Et pouvez-vous m'indiquer la raison de votre présence ici? Le train est immobilisé, monsieur. Je fais actuellement de mon mieux pour assurer la sécurité des passagers pendant que la situation est rectifiée. Rectifiée? Oui, monsieur. J'imagine que les envoyés de la division du côté clair s'en occupent en ce moment même. La division du côté clair? La division du côté clair. D'accord. Pour quelle raison êtes-vous ici? Comme je vous l'ai expliqué, monsieur, le train est immobilisé. Nous ignorons pour l'instant la cause du problème. Cela est vraisemblablement quelque chose à voir avec les voies, monsieur. Il faudrait que je jette un coup d'œil dans la salle de contrôle afin de m'en assurer, mais je ne peux pas quitter mon poste. Un billet. C'est bien ce qu'il me semblait. J'ai peur de devoir vous demander de partir, Solide. Vous venez de nous appeler Solide? Certainement pas, messieurs. Ce n'est pas mon genre d'utiliser ce type de langage. Revenez quand vous voulez, messieurs. De lait. Alors juste, on va faire une petite pause. J'ai besoin d'une petite pause pissou again. Je suis sorry. Tout de suite. Heureux. Hop là. Ok. Je suis en train de me demander si cette caméra n'avait pas enregistré des images qui auraient pu nous servir, mais je viens de voir que le voyant lumineux de fonctionnement est pas super. Un débouché vide, mais sans la ventouse, juste un bâton alors. Salle de contrôle est fermée pour l'instant. Douli! Oh allez inspecteur, tu sais pertinemment comment ça marche. On dirait qu'il y a quelque chose à l'intérieur. Un reçu. Il y a un RA. Salut. Oh, désolé, la porte était ouverte. Ouais, le verrou est cassé et vu que j'ai pas de pied, je peux pas la bloquer. Bon, bah, on va vous laisser un. Wow, une seconde, mec. En fait, j'ai un petit souci, là. Vous pensez que vous pourriez m'aider? Allez, de quoi s'agit-il? Bah, en fait, j'ai pas vu qu'il y avait pas de papier avant de m'asseoir. Et disons que mon numéro 2 va pas s'essuyer tout seul. Ah, d'accord. On va voir si on peut pas trouver ça. Qu'est-ce que c'est que ça? Je suis pas sûre, mais je pense qu'on devrait le renvoyer là d'où il vient. Pas moyen. Qu'il est pas content. Ta cul. Que t'essaies de le faire dégager. Faut que je trouve quelque chose. Non mais je m'en fous. Je veux repartir. Ah, du PQ. Ça va enlever parfaitement l'évolution de ma carrière depuis que j'ai été affectée. La division du côté obscur. Tenez, monsieur. Je crois que vous n'avez pas dû attendre trop longtemps. Vous assurez grave, les gars. Tenez, prenez cette pièce. Yay! Bon. Pour le tentacule, je ne sais pas. Il y a aucune chance que ça marche. Ah oui, bien sûr. Vous avez obtenu un billet. Yay. Tenez, voici mon billet. Parfait, bienvenue à bord dans ce cas. Oh. J'aime beaucoup vos lunettes. Da. Elles lunettes de fête de moi. Ah, vous allez à une fête? Toujours copain. Partout, c'est endroit de fête quand j'ai lunettes. Et j'ai toujours lunettes sur moi. Ici, maintenant aussi, on fait fête d'entrain. Stylé. Bonjour mademoiselle, bonjour. Où allez-vous comme ça? Comme les autres, j'étais en route vers San Frankenstein-Cisco. Jusqu'au moment où le train s'est arrêté ici. Cet endroit est terrifiant. Ah bon? À quel niveau? Eh bien, pour commencer, il n'y a aucune bête en train de hurler dans le ciel. Personne n'est suivi par des hommes ombres et absolument rien n'est en feu. Rien. En fait, peut-être que nous ne sommes pas faits l'un pour l'autre. Mamie Douli? C'est toi? Désolé, jeune homme, je suis Mamie Gouli. Ceci dit, vous ressemblez étrangement à mon petit Patrick. Je m'appelle Patrick, moi aussi. Vous aimez jouer à mon petit œil étant plus jeune? Oui, mon petit œil voit. Le début de toute fin, le monde se dévorant lui-même, des rivières de sang inondant les rues. Je ne me rappelle pas de cette version du jeu. Oh, voir la fin des temps était le jeu préféré de Patrick. Ah, un portail du côté obscur. On dirait qu'on a trouvé le suspect numéro 1 pour expliquer tout ce qui se passe ici. Vous avez le droit de garder le silence. Si vous renoncez à ce droit, tout ce que vous direz pourrait être et sera utile. Douli, tu fais quoi là? Tu lis ses droits. Et tu m'expliques comment tu comptes l'arrêter exactement? Bah, en lui mettant des menottes, qu'est-ce que tu crois? 10 sur 10 pour l'enthousiasme, Douli. On dirait que le portail violet a un complice. Je vais avoir besoin d'une deuxième paire de menottes. Agent Max Cream, votre tête me dit quelque chose. Le feu reconnaît-il la flamme? L'obscurité reconnaît-elle l'ombre? L'orage reconnaît-il le vent, la pluie? Ah, c'est pas vrai, je sais plus ce que je disais. Alors, vous êtes un agent, vous aussi? Nous sommes tous des agents de la traque éternelle, serviteurs de la mort vide rampante, pasteurs de la cruauté du monde. Bon, eh bien, je suis heureux de voir que tout va bien pour vous. Merci, c'est le fruit d'un énorme travail et de nombreuses nuits passées au bureau. Vous avez une idée de ce qui se passe? Intrus, démons, monstruosités de chair. Des choses qui n'auraient pas dû arriver se sont produites. Les voies du chaos s'entremêlent. Vous n'en savez absolument rien, c'est ça? Non. Petit souci de calvitie naissante, je vois. Pas trop dur à vivre? La mort finit tous par nous emporter. L'entropie est une maîtresse cruelle. Ouais, espérons que ce soit dû au fait de vivre dans un endroit aussi incompréhensible qu'ici. À plus tard, je dois y aller. Nous devrions tous nous rendre aux endroits où nous ferions mieux d'être. Oui. Enfin, des représentants de l'ordre. Hé, désolé mon vieux, mais pour l'instant, vous en savez pas plus que nous. Bonjour inspecteur, vous pouvez nous dire ce qui se passe? Raxa, qu'est-ce que vous faites ici? J'avais pris le train pour rentrer à la fac à un moment où on a été détourné vers je ne sais quel endroit bizarre. Eh bien, on est sur l'affaire maintenant, alors vous pouvez vous détendre. Il veut dire que... Vous embêtez pas, j'ai compris. Dites-moi ce que je peux... Si je peux vous être utile à quoi que ce soit. D'accord. Vous avancez, inspecteur, on continue. Oui? Dum dum tss. Je me demande s'il a réalisé ce qui se passait. Recule, monstre. Oh, calmez-vous. Désolé, je pensais que vous étiez lui. Lui? Le type énervé dans le tunnel, là, qui menace d'essayer ou de... qui menace d'arrêter ou de manger toute personne qui essaie de descendre du train. D'arrêter ou de manger? Oui, et je ne suis pas sûre de savoir qui choisit. Qu'est-ce qui se passe ici? Vous n'êtes pas lui. Je n'ai aucune idée de ce qui se passe. De ce qui s'est passé. On a quitté la station précédente à l'heure, et puis il y a eu tout un tas de lumières bizarres, et on s'est retrouvés ici. J'ignore d'ailleurs totalement où on peut bien être ici. Qui est cet homme dont vous n'arrêtez pas de parler? Il vous ressemble un peu, mais en fait, non, pas du tout. Même maintenant que je vous vois... Enfin, je vous vois en entier. Il fait des allers-retours à l'intérieur du train, à la recherche d'indices, et il grogne quand il nous voit. A-t-il fait du mal à quelqu'un jusqu'ici? Non, heureusement. Il semble plus menaçant que réellement dangereux. En cas d'incendie, priez pour que quelqu'un ait rempli l'extincteur. Il semblerait que ça n'ait pas été le cas. Hey yo, ça fait des plombes qu'on n'a pas bougé. Il se passe quoi là? J'ai peur que... Parce que j'arrête pas de voir passer des gens verts qui flottent dans les airs. Je ne suis pas en mesure... je crois que je l'ai un peu trop chargé le dernier. Je ne pense pas que vous devriez me dire ça. Je suis un agent des forces de l'ordre. Trop mortel. Laissez tomber. Je vais peut-être rester avec ces gens histoire de s'assurer qu'ils vont bien. T'en as marre de faire des allers-retours dans les tunnels, c'est ça? Arrête d'utiliser tes pouvoirs de divination sur moi. Aïe aïe. Allez mec, chante-moi un truc. Hein? C'est vous le musicien de rue, pas moi? Ah, c'est comme ça que ça marche, les musiciens de rue ici, espèce de touristes. Ah d'accord. Eh bien, vous ressemblez à un de ces vivants qui n'arrêtent pas de sortir de n'importe où en ce moment. Agent Douli? Je m'appelle Gouli et je suis le chef de la division du côté clair. Côté clair? Nous sommes des spécialistes. On gère les menaces provenant de votre côté du bois, pour ainsi dire. Mon côté du bois. L'autre monde, celui dont vous êtes venu, fils. À en juger par votre apparence, je dirais que vous êtes inspecteur de police. Un inspecteur qui ne joue pas vraiment de chance. Hé! Étant donné les circonstances, je présume que vous avez traversé le portail afin d'enquêter sur la version de votre monde de la situation actuelle. En effet, pouvez-vous m'aider? Malheureusement non, fils. Ce n'est pas votre juridiction ici. Vous devriez laisser ce qui se passe de ce côté entre les mains de professionnels et retourner vous occuper de notre train dans votre monde. Ça ne devrait pas plutôt être à vous de vous en occuper? Toujours un problème de juridiction, fils. On dirait que, le concept est trop complexe pour vous. Pour un danger non conformiste. Un dangereux non conformiste comme vous. Je devrais peut-être vous mettre derrière les barreaux. D'accord. Je rêve où cette machine est en train de pleurer. Oh no! Viens me chercher à la station qui disait, rien de grave, qui disait, tu parles un crétin. C'est vrai. Je ne veux même pas imaginer quel genre d'horreur peuvent faire là. Une ici. Le maire pointe du doigt. Ok. Une personne invisible. Bienvenue monsieur, nous sommes très heureux de vous accueillir dans notre magasin de costumes. Ah, c'était donc ça le nom, l'enseigne cassée n'était pas très clair. Mon père disait toujours, si c'est pas cassé, le répare pas. Si c'est cassé, ben t'es pas forcé de le réparer. C'était quelqu'un de pratique, mon père. Que puis-je faire pour vous, monsieur? Vous cherchez à intimider votre supérieur au bureau? Vous voulez séduire une partenaire à 6 bras? Vous êtes fatigué de ressembler à un clodo? Hey, c'est notre slogan. Quoi que ce soit qui vous fasse honte, Spider a ce qu'il vous faut. Eh bah, je sais pas vraiment ce qui pourrait m'aider actuellement. Je vais vous le demander poliment, mais une seule fois, monsieur. N'approchez pas vos doigts boudinés de ma caisse. Yes. Ah, l'aide, je brûle! Qu'est-ce que... Haha, je suis un baril à brûler des ordures. C'est normal que je brûle, espèce de tocard. Franchement, t'aurais trop dû voir ta gueule. Je ne suis même pas... Vu le peu que je sais sur comment ce monde fonctionne, un magasin de costumes pourrait aussi bien en vendre que transformer ses propres clients en costumes. L'accès à cette zone est interdite. Membre des effectifs secrets uniquement. Vous faites partie des effectifs secrets? Non. C'est bien ce que je pensais, vu que Monsieur Max Crime et moi sommes les seuls à l'être ici. Du coup, à moins que vous ne soyez l'un de nous deux, je vous suggère de ne pas insister, fils. Oh, faut qu'on se rase. Elle est pleine de 1 et de 0. Comment on est censé porter ça? Venant de monsieur, je m'habille avec des sacs poubelles marrons. Oh, quand même, il est pas mal, mon impair. Et ils disent que le client a toujours raison. Y a pas un truc pour être chauve? C'est un costume de quoi, ça? Ça m'a l'air relativement normal. Normal, monsieur? C'est le pilier sur lequel les étés sont bâtis, monsieur. Un ami et mentor, une épaule sur laquelle s'appuyer, prêt à vivre dans une hutte sans air conditionné. Le légendaire animateur de camp, monsieur. Mais enfin, personne ne croirait jamais qu'il s'agit d'un déguisement animateur de camp. Oh que si, c'est la moustache, monsieur. C'est la moustache, monsieur. Son porteur devient un rude gaillard, paré pour la vie tumultueuse d'animateur de camp. C'est un motard qui déchire. Un instant, monsieur. Oh, pardon, biscotti. Cherchez votre commande, mademoiselle. Oh, oui, merci. Et voilà, mademoiselle, un bonnet de bain. Yes. Faut que je trouve quelque chose pour compléter ce déguisement avant de pouvoir le porter. Comment ça? Prenez vos amis, surprenez vos ennemis, embrouillez les vrais pirates avec cette tenue de pirate efficace. On peut pas utiliser ce truc-là? Non. Je sais pas trop quoi faire avec mon bâton de bois, là. Ah, il a une barbe, le monsieur. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Oui, pas sûr non plus. Je pense à m'épiler les sourcils. Ouais. Toujours pas parti, lui? Mais non! Du coup, là, il n'y a pas... Ouais. T'as rien à dire, toi? Non. J'avoue que je ne sais pas comment utiliser cette affaire. Hein. Ah! Ah! Alors déguisé. Yes! Temps d'essayer. Minute fils, vous croyez vraiment que j'ai pas eu l'occasion de voir d'autres déguisements au cours de ma carrière? Le vote est particulièrement peu crédible, ce qui est sans doute dû au fait qu'il soit composé en partie de moisissures et qu'il lui manque un certain côté flottant et transparent. Bon, bah ça valait le coup d'essayer. En effet, si seulement l'agent qu'on m'a envoyé était aussi ingénieux que vous. Je vais vous dire un truc, fils, allez-y. Peut-être que vous arriverez à résoudre cette affaire après tout. Ça ne risque pas de poser un problème de juridiction. J'inventerai une solution. La paperasse, ça me connaît. Allez, dépêchez-vous avant que je ne change d'avis. D'accord. Plein de photos de vous en train de jouer à un jeu dans lequel un petit homme grossièrement pixelisé est en train de fouiller dans une poubelle, dans laquelle il se trouve des photos de vous. Ah! Vos planches vont tenir. Il y avait quelque chose de coincé à l'intérieur, je l'ai enlevé. Ah merci, je veux dire fouche. Van Gogh. Oh, j'ai pipi. On dirait qu'il a écouté le conseil, mais qu'il est resté accroché un peu trop longtemps. Qu'il n'aime pas avoir des clés. Yes. Note disant, elle me hait un peu passionnément à la folie. Visiblement une relation saine et équilibrée. Tous les systèmes fonctionnent correctement. Mytho! Allez, on est reparti. Qu'est-ce que vous avez là? C'est un... tout l'air d'être une pièce à conviction, mais comme vous le comprenez, je ne peux pas vous laisser l'emmener loin d'ici. On dirait que je vais devoir remettre cette clé à sa place jusqu'à ce que je trouve le moyen de la faire passer sans qu'il s'en rende compte. Les toilettes? Sans l'aide d'un guide. Ah, va falloir que je leur pose la clé. Ok. Ok. Allez, mange ma grosse ventouse. Hop. Tiens, voilà mon copain. Yeah. T'as vraiment appelé ce tentacule Dave? Sois pas jaloux, Dooley. C'est toujours toi, mon préféré. Hein? Vous êtes entré comment? Tam l'avait fermé... Quoi? Tam l'avait fermé la porte de l'intérieur. J'imagine que c'est à vous qu'on doit tout ça. Vous aurez pas dû virer Tam pour s'être endormi au travail. Tam, il leur avait dit en plus que ses coups de magie noire, ils commençaient à minuit et qu'ils finissaient tard. Tam l'est pas fait pour les chiffres de matin, c'est un gros dormeur. Coffre-le, Dooley. J'ai laissé mon coffre au commissariat. C'est pas grave si j'utilise des menottes à la place. Aïe aïe. Vieille disquette a été éjectée. C'est sans doute elle qui a permis d'installer le virus. Elle pourrait m'être utile. Coucou Nella! Comment ça va? Les gens, ils y réfléchiront à 2 fois avant de virer Tam maintenant. Ils y réfléchiront à 2 fois avant de vous embaucher aussi. Vous avez dit quoi? Aïe aïe aïe. Dooley, reste ici et assure-toi que ce type n'aille nulle part. Mais comment il va faire pour s'échapper alors Tam? C'est précisément pour vous empêcher de le faire. Oh, ben ça, c'est pas juste. Tout à fait. Retournons voir notre très cher inspecteur de l'autre côté. Finalement, je préfère ça. Nice. Raxa, qu'est-ce que vous pensez de ça? Faites-moi voir. Oh, c'est un virus occulte. Eh bien, je pense que c'est à cause de tout ce qui est en train de se passer. J'aurais pouvoir vous expliquer comment élaborer un antivirus sur la machine. C'est exactement ce que j'espérais. Comment je dois procéder? Vous devez nettoyer les secteurs de la disquette qui ont été infectés par le virus. Ça semble facile. Ça ne l'est pas. Comme il s'agit d'un virus, chaque session que vous toucherez infectera ceux qu'il touche. Vous pouvez également attirer le virus en le faisant quitter des secteurs infectés pour des secteurs sains, nettoyant par là même les secteurs infectés. Pourquoi je voudrais faire ça? Pour venir à bout du virus, vous allez devoir faire en sorte qu'il n'ait nulle part où se cacher. Et pour ça, il est probable que vous deviez le tromper. En fait, ça a l'air plus compliqué que ce que je pensais. Ne vous inquiétez pas, j'ai fait une sauvegarde, vous n'aurez qu'à cliquer sur réinitialiser si vous voulez recommencer la procédure depuis le début. Oh, je me souviens jamais comment ça marche cette merde. Voilà. Il y a une solution facile, mais je m'en souviens jamais. Je pense que ça devrait être bon. Super, et vous êtes sûr que ça va marcher? C'est toujours difficile d'être sûr quand on parle d'occulte, mais je pense qu'il y a de fortes chances, oui. Vous dire que si ça marche, la ville vous devra une fière chandelle. C'est vrai, parce qu'en fait, si j'en suis réduite à prendre le train, c'est à cause d'une montagne d'amendes pour stationnement interdit. Ouais, mais ça, on va pas le régler, je vous avoue. Pas sûr. Chargement de l'antivirus. Sayonara, virus. Ouyo. J'ai mal au dos. Bien joué, McQueen. Grâce à toi, les trains peuvent recommencer à circuler. Rassure-moi, Dooley, t'as compris ce qui vient de se passer au moins? Non. Allons mettre ce type derrière les barreaux. Haha, et comment vous comptez m'y emmener? Le train est HS. On vient de parler du fait que la situation était résolue. Vous n'écoutiez pas? De toute façon, on est en voiture. C'était pour une bonne journée pour Tam aujourd'hui. Oui, monsieur. Hop. Je me demande ce qu'il y a comme succès du coup. Ah, il y a pas mal de choses. Qu'on a raté, soi-disant. Putain. Soit dit en passant, plutôt. Tirer au flanc et lire un magazine trash au cours de chaque affaire. Oh putain. Examiner 8 voitures. Toutes les émissions radio. Aïe aïe aïe. En 3 coups? J'avoue que j'aurais su ça avant, j'aurais essayé de le faire. Hop, je pense qu'on va faire une pause là sur ce jeu, on y retournera au One Days. J'ai surtout très envie de lancer ce petit The là. Voilà. Oh. 5 objectifs à trouver.
Detective Jane Spade has been hired by a famous actress to investigate the disappearance of her beloved corgi. Arriving at the actress's lavish home, Jane starts to look for clues that can lead her to the missing puppy.
Ok. C'est bon. Allez, ok. Il est complètement bourré. Squitch, squitch. Da, da, da. On a le collier. Da, da, da. Ok. Et par là, donc on n'a pas fouillé. Merde! Ah ah! Non, c'est pas la bonne bouteille. Tout, tout, tout. Ah, il y a une clé? Non, je peux pas l'utiliser. Ah, merde! Merde! Je suis pas sûre.
Jane has been called to the Berry family farm
Pardon.
to investigate the theft of the farm dog's kibble reserves. Could it be that our hungry little corgi passed through this area?
Bah bravo. Oui, bah flûte. Champi, Piaf. Oh bah alors. C'est pas ce Piaf là, mais bon. Pas la bonne clé. Ça non plus. Merde. Ah ah! Dans la voiture. Ah ah! Ici, on a la clé. Enfin, la clé, la carte. Il nous manque justement la clé et le piaf. Ah ah! Nous avons la clé et il nous manque le piaf qui est là. Ok. Oh shit.
The residents of this small neighborhood in Los Angeles have called Jane for help after hearing strange noises coming from inside the candy store. Detective Spade is on the case to find out who or what caused
Belle
such
vient
a
de tabasser
commotion
l'aspirateur.
in the middle of the night.
Alors attends, j'aimerais bien revenir. Oui, oui. Voilà. Ici, il me manquait des trucs. Oui, 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 oui. Ta goule. Ah, la bouteille, elle est là. Et il nous manquait quoi? Une sorte de penderie. Alors c'est mignon, mais là... Ah bah là. Ok, c'est bon. Nous l'avons. Nous l'avons. Ah!
The Peach Fair's puppy is... The residents of...
Voilà. Le gâteau. Le gâteau, le gâteau. Non, ça marche pas. Escargot, il est là. Nous faut un livre, une gamelle. Je suis pas sûre que ce soit le bon livre. De la toune. Livre, gamelle, thune. Ah, je trouve un truc. Ah, le lézard. Ah non, c'est un crapaud qu'il nous faut. J'avais pas fait gaffe. La gamelle, on l'a. Euh... Mhm. Mhm. Je suis bigleuse et je les ai pas vus. Ta 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 ta. Mhm. Ah putain, ok. Un crapaud et de la thune. Mhm. Mhm. Facile cette affaire. Oh, le crapaud, il est là. Ok, il nous manque la tunasse. Mhm. J'avoue que je n'ai point d'idée sur ce coup-là. Ah là, bon. Sorry.
After that spooky night, our detective decided to take a well-deserved day off at Charles Pleasure Ocean. However, trouble has followed her. A pair of hooligans removed and hid several gears from the carousel. Now it can't work anymore.
Ah bah d'accord. Corbeau, Piaf, Dogo. Pizza. Ok. Oh, le crabe. Il dance. Enveloppe. L'avion. Violon. Oh, l'engrenage. Piaf, mouchoir, violon. Il y a un serpent énorme. Mouchoir, on a. Il nous manque le violon et le piaf. Ah, le violon, on a. Merde. Et du coup, il nous manque le piaf. C'est genre un corbeau, non? Et coucou Lucie, comment vas-tu? Comment se passe ton week-end? Et où ce piaf de mort?
Amoru. Amoru.
Hein? Je t'avoue, je n'ai point d'idée. Ah, il est là. Ah putain. Je vais où est Charlie. C'est l'idée, c'est l'idée. Et ça va, ça va. Niveau suivant.
Respected jazz singer Aura Moon has had her necklace stolen. A valuable gift
Merde,
that
putain.
was very dear to her. As a result,
Je crois que j'ai fait
too
bugger le jeu.
sad to
Putain,
perform.
FMV, je me suis fait souvent
The
tuer.
owner
Ah.
of the jazz club has asked Detective Spade to recover the necklace before the show begins. Hurry, Jane.
Pardon. Road to Impress, je ne connais pas. Et on peut changer entre les deux météos. Ok, là on est de nuit. Donc il y a un crâne, un canard, un renard. Le canard, on l'a. Le renard, on l'a. Il nous manque le verre, le pinceau. Verre, pinceau, crâne. C'est pas un verre, c'est plutôt un verre comme ça. Ouais, c'est ça. Oh, le pinceau, il est là. Ok. Tadam. C'était sûr qu'elle était pas loin du coup. On va retourner dans le palais chinois. Ah oui! Ok, oui, je l'ai vu celui-là. Il faut que je le fasse. Il est dans ma liste. Mais ouais, c'est pas facile. Ah, il y a ouais, il y a Dracula dans celui-là, ok. Ah là. Du coup, il nous manque le crâne. Voilà. On est bon, maintenant on peut switch. Bonjour toi. Il nous faut des chocolats, je suppose. Un bonbon. Une oie meurtrière. Le bonbon, il est là. Ah ah! Nous avons les chocolats. Il nous manque l'oie et la personne. Hé hé, l'oie est là. Dracula est en train de dormir. C'est elle? Ah oui, c'est elle, d'accord. Je voyais pas la couleur de sa tenue.
The chase is on. Our two robbers have managed to escape the bank, but Detective Jane Spade is in hot pursuit, chasing them all throughout the city of Los Angeles with the help of the local police.
Oh putain! Ok, de nuit. Putain, de nuit, trop de trucs. Il nous en reste combien dans le... Ah bon, on est à la moitié. Et encore. Ah putain, j'en ai skippé un sans le vouloir. Bon, attendez, on va faire celui qu'on a skip et puis... Puis je pense qu'on va s'arrêter là. Donc... De nuit, beaucoup d'animaux, ouais, de toute façon. Ticket, voleur... Le raccoon. C'est vrai que le jeu alors. Oui. Non mais je pense qu'on va arrêter le stream carrément. Ouais, c'est le chat et tout de ma gueule. Merde. Oh, un canard c'est drôle, mais je m'en fous en fait. Ah, le voleur. Ok. Qu'est-ce que c'est que ça? C'est un déchet. Le collier est là. Hein. Ah, le chat est ici. Il nous manque un escargot. Ah ah, popcorn, là. Ticket, non. Non, là, c'est des lots de tickets. Il nous faut vraiment un ticket individuel. Ah, non. Putain, je croyais que c'était un ticket, mais non, c'était le pain. Oh! Ah, l'escargot était là. Tac. Une tasse. De l'argent, de la limonade. Tasse, de l'argent, de la limonade. Ok, tasse. Limonade est ici. Donc l'argent et le ticket. Merde! Je pense pas que ça cliquerait sur le bouton.
A pair of thieves has... Inspector Jack.
Donc on disait, il me manque un ticket et de la thune. Yes. Par ici. La thune, ok. Et il me manque le ticket. Non, ça on a fouillé de fond en comble, je pense pas. Je vois pas le ticket. Mon ami et moi avons travaillé en équipe pour obtenir ce délicieux repas. Mhm. Ah, mon ami est... Non, je pensais que c'était le chat du coup. Oh. Ok. Eh ben c'est cool. Bon, ça on pourra continuer une autre fois. Il y a 33 maps sur ce jeu. Je sais que c'est pour faire nos propres niveaux, c'est ça? Ouais. Je suppose que je vais devoir créer mon propre niveau. On va retrouver 50 objets différents. Ça se fait bien. Compléter et évaluer 5 cartes. On peut en faire une, peut-être une carte en ligne. Ok. Oh no, someone lost their money in the line. Quelqu'un a perdu son argent. Oh, le loup-garou. Ah oui, là. Ok. Une fille là. Le rat. Il est là. La pomme mangée. Ça va être sans doute à l'intérieur, je pense. Pareil pour le truc bizarre téléphone. Ouais, pomme mangée ici. Hop. Et ouais, le téléphone ici. Yay! Il est très sympa, j'aime beaucoup. Bon, lui il est là. Le scientifique il est là. La petite fée. Oh, il s'est pas foulé le monsieur. Il y en a, ils se foulent pas beaucoup. Je peux comprendre. Oh, crash landing. Chèvre, tortue. Tortue, elle est là. Arrosoir. Oh, des martiens. Une tasse, chèvre, courrier. Ah ouais, la chèvre est là, putain, je l'avais pas vue. Ah oui, j'avais pas vu la clé aussi. Je me suis dit, la clé, elle doit être avec les outils. Courrier et tasse. Courrier. Ah oui, la tasse, c'est là. La banane. Le seau. Le blob. Et le dino. Maison d'Halloween. Oh, ah, c'est travaillé quand même. C'est travaillé. Un peu. Une main, un... C'est quoi ce chat poisson là? Un fromage. Main, fromage, cadavre. Muffin. Il y a Cerbère. Ah oui! Oh, Pichoun! Trop mimi. Alors, voyons voir ça. Cadavre. Ok. La main, le muffin, le fromage. Main. Fromage. Muffin. Il nous manque l'étoile. Alain. Yay! Ah, bah on a eu le... Donc il reste plus qu'à finir les scénarios. Donc on y retournera, c'est sûr. Hop. Ah. Hop. Ça et ça, on y retournera. Merde. Hop. Et bien sur ce, je pense que nous allons nous arrêter là. En tout cas, c'était cool. On a pu faire des jeux. one shot et d'autres non. En tout cas, les platines des deux qu'on a fait, je vais les faire de mon côté parce que c'est pas très intéressant de voir les autres options de dialogue sur ce coup-là, sur ces jeux-là. Donc ouais. Ouais, je pense que c'est pour le mieux. Hop. Et du coup, sur ce, je vous laisse. Je vous souhaite un bon dimanche et une bonne fin de week-end. Et on verra peut-être à demain, si j'y arrive. Des bisous bisous. Bye bye.